terms of replacing organs, what what are organs that are easily replaceable, which are not? Like on a list of things that are hard to replace or not, what would you put at number one? What would you put at like at five?
Well, I'd say the kidneys are, nothing's easy, but kidneys are easiest in a way. Partly, I mean, maybe a big factor there is that other people have two of them. Some people want to use, you don't have to wait for people to die, which is the case with hearts and livers. Sometimes you can take a part of a liver for someone who's alive, and the liver does have this kind of mythological ability to regenerate itself. Um, in the myth of Prometheus, he chained to a rock, and the bird eats his liver every day, and it grows back every day, and that's actually biologically accurate. But not that you can completely get rid of it; it'll appear again. But when pieces of it are removed or injured, it does regenerate itself pretty amazingly. Um, so I'd say the kidneys, the fact that they're more around. Also, it's the kidneys are smaller organs. It's often just you don't have to put a transplanted kidney where the kidney should be in the back of the abdomen. You can just kind of stuff it into the pelvis there because it's a smaller organ. The liver would be hard because it's huge. Um, and I guess we just have the most experience with kidney transplants since they are the most common.
And the heart and the brain are probably quite difficult.
Brain, as far as I know, hasn't been successfully done. The heart is done. And definitely I've evaluated a lot of patients with a heart transplant. It does work pretty well. Those mechanical heart substitutes are also advancing quite rapidly these days. For a failing heart, there's certain kinds of devices they can surgically implant. Like when a failing heart isn't able to push hard enough, the heart's job is pushing blood, sufficient pressure to create blood pressure. When it fails, there are actually these devices you can strap onto the heart to help it pump harder. Those are rapidly advancing. Many of those were not available 10 years ago when I got out of med school, and now they're commonly used. So maybe heart transplant won't be as necessary in the future, but mechanical things do advance. And as I said, the heart is basically a mechanical pump. So perhaps it would be the easiest organ to replace with a mechanical device.
Now for something completely different, returning to testicles for a time. You posted Instagram post of testicles as food. Perhaps eating them doesn't help libido because ingested testosterone totally metabolizes the liver, turning for our liver, leaving none to reach the bloodstream. That is why testosterone only comes as injection or topical foam, not as pills. On the other hand, estrogen and progesterone can be absorbed orally, hence the pill. But testosterone is mostly responsible for libido and women too. I was not expecting for this biology lesson when I was looking at an Instagram picture of, are we looking at testicles?
Yeah,
Are these like which species
I believe all those are
from cows? Cow
cows
testicles.
technically not
Oh, yeah, well, speaking of which, just we'll jump around a bit, but you've also traveled the world quite a bit. Uh, what have you? What is the craziest food you've eaten across the world? What have you learned about the extremes of the culinary arts by traveling the world?
say. I guess I've always been extra fascinated with the diets of natives of the far north. Um, I spent some time there in Russia and in Alaska, and always loved their diet. So when I worked in Alaska in emergency room and did some other travels in Arctic Alaska, and they eat a lot of fat. Traditionally, for context, more than half of all calories in a diet came from blubber, marine mammal fat, or also fat from fish, fat from ducks, and other birds that go up there to mate in the summer. So things like raw whale blubber was especially interesting for me and very exciting. I had some beluga whale chowder, things like that. This is all these very unusual dishes. There's a dish called Mickey Yuck, which is whale meat fermented in whale blood, which is quite delicious actually.
So is it cooked? Is it eaten raw? So how do they like their fat? Like in the same up north in Russia, you mentioned.
So they often eat it raw. So the raw whale blubber is called muck duck, and it's often just sliced thin traditionally there's not a lot of cooking in the Arctic. A lot of things are eaten raw, partly because there's not a lot of fuel for making fires. So they will, some of the big rivers in Russia, for instance, that flow north, they will bring trees, dead trees and logs up to the north, and they can't get some wood that way. And same thing in some of the rivers kind of flowing northward from the Brooks Range of Alaska. You do get some trees, but just not enough to really produce a culinary art that requires cooking and heat. They do have traditionally blubbered lamps, where the blubbers of seals and whales are used to create a little flame. Often that's for light and for a little bit of heat, and less for cooking. But eating things raw is definitely a huge part of the culture there. And while I went on a whale hunting trip out on the spring ice in the Arctic Ocean by Barrow, Alaska, and two of the guys, the Inupiat guys who had invited me, were kind of talking about how eating things raw is sort of the most essential characteristic of Inupiat culture. And there's one guy who's half white, half Inupiat, that people often doubt his ethnicity because he looks like a white guy. So he'll, bite the head off of a raw bird to show them that he's truly Inupiat.
That's how you prove you're legit. Looking at Instagram pic. As a doctor, I was used to knowing that as opposed to the line wall body parts and the culprit
High orange juice
of the
aqua.
epidemic. But in Arctic Alaska, that always meant how to survive. In fact, the entire story of life in the Arctic, especially human life, is basically a tale of battle. And tomorrow, they can't Alaska. A lawn covered with whale blubber, still equivalent of flesh to eagle hog in temperature suburbia, slowing in its owner with pride, and that's what we're looking at. It's a lawn full of whale blubber. Beautiful. So this is, there's a lot of calories that goes into eat a lot of people, a lot of energy, a lot of work.
Absolutely. And it's delicious. This was like I was a kid in a candy store, basically, around in a corner in Barrow. So when people do get a whale during the spring whaling season, they raise a flag, or the whaling captain raises a flag over his house, and everyone in town is welcome to come try some. And so
There he is.
before I went inside,
Sir Smoke a lot. How you living,
playing
pimp?
around with blubber, and I saw there's a bowhead whale. I saw his heart,
Excellent to
which
hear.
was huge, like the size of a yolk.
You okay?
And that was
Yep, just watching podcast, my man.
45 minutes just looking at all aspects.
Yeah.
The stump of aorta that was attached to it was the size of my thigh.
Oh.
That was really fascinating.
It's similar Alaska and northern Russia, like the areas out there.
Got what?
Where were you?
I'll be on long, so I'll be on for a bit.
Excellent. Ready to watch.
So I spent a lot of time in kind of Western Russia as well, but I did take 2 trips to Kamchatka, including northern Kamchatka. I didn't go far enough, I didn't go to Chukotka, for instance, until more recently when I was a ship doctor on
Here
a
we
wildlife
go.
cruise that sailed from Anadyr, Russia, up through the Bering Strait into Wrangell.
Call of Duty Black Ops 6.
And we stopped in some villages in Chukotka, and I got a chance.
I always play this. This is fun.
Some whales,
She
stuff like
was
that.
just
Northern Kamchatka, where
17.
Koryak,
You know what I
they do a lot of
mean?
seal hunting, so I had a lot of
What up, Adam?
I don't really do whale hunting quite there. But the Chukchi and Away are sort of, similar to the Nubian in their diet, their life ways. Of course, everyone's diet, all these people's diet has changed dramatically in the last 100 years, as it has for actually everyone.
She looked at me,
But for
and
them, more than anyone else,
could
their diet
see
was the most
that
extreme,
for
I think,
too
of
long.
any human.
I fell in love with her.
This is
Wait, what were you doing?
travel.
Oh, okay.
I should say I'm using the word travel, but it really uses the word doctor. So, first of all, can you just comment on the decision to go to such places and to help people be a doctor there? What was the motivation? What was the thinking?
Well, I think I got the travel bug before I ever went to medical school and even wanted to be a doctor. So right after college, basically,
I'm feeling right.
to college.
Squid Game starts in 7 days. There's a new Squid Game. No way. Squid Game
3?
fucking event. No, Squid Game 2.
After finishing college,
There you go.
I was invited to
I can't fucking wait. I love Squid Game when it first came out. It was brilliant.
I spent 6 months there my first trip and went back
It was
one
so
more time
vengeful.
to Russia. Traveled all over, including
Oh.
Kamchatka twice and other parts of the country I'd never heard of. Cities like Petrozavodsk and Syktyvkar and Pskov. I didn't even know the word could start with PSK. That's the city of Pskov. And I was sort of fascinated. I was actually studying the international environmental movement and how it came to Russia after the fall of the Soviet Union, and how organizations like Greenpeace and World Wildlife Fund and the World Bank are trying to kind of push the timber industry, which is huge in Russia, toward a more sustainable path. So it's sort of evaluating how is it working, if not, why not? And that seems like such a little niche, such a small detail of society, but in a way, researching that.
Hide in the school bus. Hide in the school bus.
And the history.
Oh, you just shot your friend.
Language.
Hide in the school bus. Can you go in a school bus?
I ain't hiding in the Rabbi. I ain't hiding in the school bus.
Can you go in it?
Yeah, I think. I don't know. I can't remember.
All right, we'll figure it
No, you can't
out.
go in that one.
Figure it out. Get in that fucking school bus, bro.
You can't get in the school bus.
Oh, okay. Well, then you answered the question.
Oh, you're having a laugh.
Are you sure you can't get in the school bus?
No.
No, you're not sure, or
No, you can't get in the school bus. I've been playing Nuketown for so many years.
yeah, it doesn't seem like you get in the school bus. You're right.
So I feel like I'm, taking my knowledge and education experience to places where it's needed. But also for me, it's such an enlightening experience. The way culture, history, geography, climate affects medical disease, but just getting to know people, getting to know their culture, being a very useful traveler by, providing.
I'm on the line for every fucking 5 seconds.
And that's taking me to Arctic Alaska, to Pine Ridge Reservation, South Dakota. I currently work in a few different parts of Appalachia, which, for me is a unique geography and culture that I grew up with, wasn't familiar with. So, in some ways, it's exotic for me as well. I worked in
Don't lay down and shoot and camp like a cunt.
I think my love of travel has shaped my medical career, and being a doctor does give you these opportunities to go to places and travel in a unique way, through the medical profession.
There's a documentary, Happy People in the Taiga or something like that. I think Werner Herzog voices it. It tells the story of a simple life of survival in the Taiga, and I think they're trapping food, and there's an alcoholism problem too as well. There's like a very basic life of survival, loneliness and desperation, but also I think the underlying claim of the documentary that that simple life actually has a kind of simple happiness to it. Hence the name Happy People. Is there? Can you speak to the
Okay, yeah, hold it, and then he just comes sliding in.
in those places that it may be simpler than you would in big city life?
Definitely very different for sure. I guess I found, like in some of the remote villages of Kamchatka, I was actually surprised how similar they were in that, I saw the same family strife, the same fights, the same, kind of pairing of relationships and bickering and politics. And, in a way, I'm from the New Jersey suburbs, being in this remote, village.
Why did my end go out the window?
I remember writing emails to my friends about how it seemed so similar, even though on the surface it was this exotic underworld, the incredible material know-how they must have to get their food from the land. That the number of animal species, plant species, behaviors of the animals, seasons, how to live that way. In a way, it's more complicated in a way that I find fascinating, how people live on the land and the knowledge and experience that they can do as well to thrive. Obviously, other aspects of modern life in the city are much more complicated than it would be there. But I guess that was something that struck me too, that it's simpler in some ways, but more complicated in other ways.
complexity that happens in life is originating from humans, not from the technology or all that kind of stuff around us.
You can take the human out of modernity, but they're still human.
And they fill the empty space with their own complexity. Are there people that just stand out, memorable people, memorable experiences from those places? Some people that maybe made you smile, made you
What's your name
cry,
then? Nice.
change who you are as a man, change who you are as a doctor. Those would jump to mind.
I think, it's interesting, when I was in Russia, I found that most of the people I hung out with were old women. I'm not sure why. I mean, I didn't meet a lot of old men in Russia, which might speak to kind of life expectancy there for them in particular. But I found
You're really going to keep
women,
camping.
including, Russian from St. Petersburg, or some of the elderly women in Kamchatka who were, some Koryak, some were half Koryak, half Russian, some were Chukchi. I just found them to be
Darn, stop camping. Play the fucking game properly,
about
dickhead.
people, so insightful about humanity. All they've lived through in the last 50 years in some of these parts of Russia. Just like the upheaval, societal upheaval, the destruction, the building up. It's just something I could not even imagine. And I think their insights were just there. I'm not thinking of anything in particular, but I just remember I could listen to some of these elderly women talk about their lives for hours and hours. I remember there was this older, elderly blind Koryak woman who you would have thought was the most country bumpkin of country bumpkin, and yet she couldn't stop talking about how much she loved reading Dostoevsky and Tolstoy, which might also speak to the Soviet education system. And it's just sort of surprising and fascinating, just those stories and perspectives.
Why? Why do you keep trying to push my
Yeah,
spot?
with flowers.
I don't get you nowhere, mate.
There's a wisdom, there's a kindness. I mean, I suppose that's true for older people.
Sick of being killed from behind.
There's something about, it's not just Russia, Eastern Europe.
And again, from behind, because you do nothing but camp. Why are you all trying to push down this side?
Look of wisdom, and not just like sort of middle class wisdom or something like that. It's like I have seen shit.
You're just fucking sad.
And on the other side, I've left here with the pragmatism and the compassion, and also the ability to cook for you. There's just this balance of deep intelligence and deep kindness. And, much of who I am is because of the relationship I had with my grandmother, who was a Russian, Ukrainian-born Russian grandmother. Did you learn the Russian language?
I did. It's quite rusty at this point, but I did one of these wonderful elderly Russians in St. Petersburg sort of adopted me. I think that was another thing that a lot of these elderly women on every side of the country kind of adopted me or saw me as real curiosity. Sort of just not. I mean, this was around 2002, 2003. It just wasn't common for this sort of strange American to suddenly show up in the middle of Kamchatka or even St. Petersburg, and just absolutely ravenously curious about everything they had to say. So I often got adopted, and one of them taught me Russian and how to ride a horse. So the same Babushka taught me both of those things.
And like you said, also, I should mention that there's something about the Soviet education system where everybody reads Tolstoy and Dostoevsky. Exceptionally well read. No matter where life is taking you, no matter where you come from, the literature, the mathematics, the sciences, we're all like extremely well educated, and that creates a fascinating populace.
Oh, we got you.
Then you take that education.
Why don't you ever go up the stairs?
Early education, and you throw a bunch of hardship.
Why don't you ever go up the stairs?
Rabbi, there's only certain ways you can go, mate.
You can't go up the stairs
Why would I go up the stairs when the enemy's here?
and snipe them from above?
You don't see a lot of sort
Just
of
trying to get rid of the fucking campers, because the campers doing fucking anything. They do nothing. Just sit there and wait.
just sort of
Exactly.
pride.
They're brave souls. For once, just go up the stairs one time. There you go.
I'm trying to get them out of my sport, and I'm trying to do multiple things at once. I don't want to go up the stairs.
Okay.
The stairs lead to the top floor of the house. That's the point. I'm trying to do this. Fucking, come on, team. This is fucking camping. It's not difficult to deal with. It really isn't difficult. If you use your fucking brain cells, you might be able to do something. But you don't. How the fuck are you spawning them over and over? 3 times now. Fuck off. Now we're gonna fucking lose. Yeah, some fucking team shit. They don't want to actually fucking try it.
Global conflict. I feel like science should be bigger than that. But why do we not hear from the scientists? It's because of the limitations of human freedom, scientific freedom.
There you go.
China,
That's
Russia,
bullshit.
and
There you go. Headshots.
That's not me. That's not me.
Who's shooting? Oh, this is the best play. Oh, well, that was okay. I can see why it was the best play.
The sort of Cold War idea. As somebody who spent time in Russia, as somebody who learned Russian, do you have some thoughts that you want to say about the war in Ukraine?
Pick a fucking shit teammates 24/7.
Use a sniper rifle.
Getting it's shit fucking teammates.
Get a sniper rifle.
I guess it's, when you read Russian history and Ukrainian history, I guess it just sort of, destruction is a big part of it.
Get a sniper rifle, go to the highest part of the map, and just pick off motherfuckers.
Mongolian hordes.
Hey,
Be a camper.
you said you were going to play Red Dead Redemption 2.
It's just in science in particular.
I'm not installing it today.
Okay.
The culture is so beautiful. People are so smart and well-educated.
I think the word unrealized potential is kind of how I feel. That's why I wanted to celebrate that part of the world. Is there's so many beautiful people, so many good. And I just happen to know the language, so I'm able to appreciate the beauty of those people. I'm sure the same is true in China. I'm sure that's one of the things that makes me sad is there's all these cultures that I don't know about. I can't fully appreciate them really. Even Japan and places like that are sort of there's channels of communication wide open and there's a lot of interaction. Still, not knowing the language, I feel like I miss culture or Portuguese, looking at South America and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, in Russia, there certainly is that Ukraine.
Oh, you sound.
Brilliant scientists, engineers in Ukraine.
What? I turn my back and there's no one there, and I turn again and there's 3. Takes the piss.
I hope we stop this war. All wars help. Is there something to comment about the biology? Have you all
Not a fucking project. I never fucking come. I'm not a cotton. Unless I'm holding the objective.
Medicine has a very
Fuck off.
relationship. I don't know if it was Walt Whitman who said it, though he was a nurse.
You should have been dead.
That war is the best.
Should have been fucking dead.
But some people have said that. And even
Now
the
you fucking know.
advancements in medicine come from war. The wars in Iraq and Afghanistan have, in some ways, really.
I'm lagging a bit. I can
certain
feel it.
the way we treat trauma patients and civilians all as well. The importance of turning.
Why are you still camping there?
The importance of transfusing whole blood instead of red blood cells isolated from serum and platelets, etc. The importance of pain control.
Yeah.
That's changed dramatically. Everything from ketamine injections to fentanyl lollipop.
Kill someone.
The war.
What the fuck? That was my own grenade. It shouldn't have bounced.
In another way, the Department of Defense spends a lot of money on medical research and kind of really pushes the envelope. DARPA is the one aspect of the military budget that really.
Oh, fuck off, mate. Like, you knew I was there. You didn't even see me. You just assumed I was there.
The frontiers more than seemingly most, kind of universities.
Oh, fuck off. Camping in a fucking window.
So in a way, the space program.
Sick of them. I'm absolutely fucking sick of window fucking campers. Do me head in.
Also led to a lot.
Why are you still trying to kill me?
Understanding of health, honor, and faith. So the military not to mention the epidemics that come. My grandmother was from what today Moldova, or what was then.
Excuse me.
During World War II. So there's typhus outbreaks, there's cholera outbreaks. All these even infectious disease things can advance in war, which you wouldn't expect. You expect sort of trauma to be the sort of main problem, but actually infection is a huge problem.
From where?
So we can learn a lot of this kind of horrific natural experiments in medical care.
Yeah, and I've recently been reading about some of the horrific medical experiments done by Nazi scientists, Nazi Germany, and I'll talk about it another time, perhaps. But
Why did you spawn behind me?
Honesty, how much you like the war.
Fuck off.
Just to stay on your wild journey within the market. You have a tweet about Shackleton saying,
Yeah, I am definitely fucking lagging.
Story
Fucking
that
stupid. What? Yeah, I'm fucking lagging. Fucking not.
Only the essential.
Can you not lag me, please? Because that means that I'm at a disadvantage. A big fucking disadvantage.
When I worked as a ship doctor in Antarctica in 2018, I had a huge cabinet full of meds.
No, what the fuck is this? What is this?
So, comments on that contrast.
You don't do it when I'm running about. You do it when I'm looking at a fucking enemy. You do it every time I'm looking at someone.
In that context, when you think about
What the-
how hard Shackleton.
What the fuck?
I think
No.
the difference is
Fucking, I'm not playing this. I'm not playing this shit. It's gonna fucking lag me about like a cunt.
use of laxatives.
You know what game doesn't lag?
For that, they were used for a
I'm not playing Red Dead.
number of ailments where they probably did not help at all. But I think that was a holdover from sort of the old theory of medicine, the humoral theory, where you have to balance the fluids in the body, and so causing people to vomit, causing them to have diarrhea, or purposely taking blood out of them. And bloodletting was a big part, and I think the crazy use of laxatives was maybe a holdover from that time. But that being said, they were
Wow,
not
fucking
eating very high
90.
fiber food on that expedition.
Normally it lags when a fucking hacker's in the lobby.
There's a lot of seal, penguin and seal meat being eaten, not super high in fiber. So I don't want to discount the importance of laxatives in that setting.
But that would be the essential thing. You're thinking of a tiny kit that has only the essential. Pain.
Sounds like an enemy chopper gunner. It is as well.
I think the medical kit possibilities were much narrower back then. This was before
Fuck off, mate.
antibiotics, before I think germ theory might have been, it was known, but there wasn't much to do about it. So the availability of medicines, I mean, that's something that
Where did you come from? But you're not phased. Don't dare put that in your plan today. Dirty scrub. You are not phased. You are shit.
Just many orders of magnitude greater than what they
Fucking
had back then.
disrespecting the name.
So when I
Fuck off with your trope system.
my
You cunt.
expedition was nothing like Shackleton's. I was on a huge cruise ship with 160 Japanese passengers who came with their
You
own
say you're
phase,
phased, right? And you're fucking third in the leaderboard with 13 and 11 with your fucking green ass skin.
Many cabins full of medications, both injectable, some patches, some pills.
Stop coming up behind me all the time. The same fucking dude.
I didn't have to use
What's
a
that?
lot of it, thankfully, so I could use some of it for people. And I slept in, I even got free room and board on the ship.
Oh,
So
fuck
every
off,
summer,
mate.
cruise ships go take people to Antarctica, the southern Atlantic islands, like the Falklands, and other parts of the South Pacific. And then in the northern summer, the same kind of cruise ships.
Stop lagging me.
Going to Greenland and Iceland, and Svalbard and Franz Josef Land, other parts of the North Alaska. So
No wonder I was
every
dying
ship
all the
needs a
fucking time.
doctor. So it's a great opportunity. They want
Fucking lag.
ER doctors, to deal with emergencies. But you're really working in the middle of nowhere, and all you have is the medications there on the ship and supplies, and your knowledge and experience. And so it's a very different experience than working in a high-tech modern hospital with every bit of technology and every subspecialist consultant available. But I sort of like that challenge. I mean, I like going to the end of the earth. It's beautiful, it's exciting, it's fascinating.
Dirty players, mate. Dirty little cunts.
Working on space missions. Do you see some of those same?
Fuck off, man. Where are you jumping around from, you fucking shitty little gun?
Landing on Mars and maybe.
Oh, get out of my fucking spawn!
Yeah, I think the healthcare that is needed will be a big
Don't
part of that.
fucking test me.
Obviously, we're
Really, don't
considering
fucking start with me.
quite healthy
Don't
people,
camp in my
but there's a lot of medical
spawn
decisions
thinking you
to make
fucking
about
built
what
different.
what should be expected. You know, to some
Now
extent.
that's your spawn when it was my spawn. I don't fucking get this, man.
You work in the middle of
Would
nowhere,
someone take out the fucking chopper gun on?
get the brain freeze, falls into their head, needs a neurosurgeon. I mean, the obvious answer is they die. You know, when you're in the middle of Antarctica.
What the fuck, man?
That wouldn't if you're inside a university.
No wonder we're fucking losing.
Equipped to help with every problem that arises. Mars
Fucking
takes that
team's
very
absolute
extreme,
dog
obviously.
shit.
I know that even going to Antarctica, different countries.
Look at there, look, 3 KD, 2 KD, 1.5, and my fucking team's not even got 1. Wow. Wow. Yeah, right, yeah, fucking
just
right.
so that it wouldn't get inflamed, because that is a very common.
Fuck
medical
off!
emergency. So they would just
Dickhead.
remove it beforehand, even though it's not diseased at all. Just so that while they're stuck in
Fucking, I'm
Antarctica
always
over
fucking
the
losing
winter,
games to shit fucking teammates. Fuck off, mate. Do you not phase? You got a KD of 1.6. Shit.
decisions to make. Maybe the people who go into
Jumping
Mars
while you're
are
fucking
gonna
shooting, you cunt.
whole bladder removed. Maybe they should have a cardiac cath to see if they
Stop
have
flashbanging, man.
You know their chances of getting a heart attack there, though it's not always predictive. You know, it's hard to predict who's going to get a heart attack, but maybe with all the data around it.
Oh, but you put a sentry gun in your own
that would be a huge
spawn.
part. You know, we can't have people. Just few
Fucking
few
sad.
years in a Mars colony that Mars have. People like that.
Would you
You
go
see this lag? It's really starting to take place.
harsh conditions to be a doctor? Would you go to Mars to be a doctor?
I can't even fucking
It
hit.
would definitely be amazing. I think because I have a wife and 2 small children, probably not in the cards for me at this point. But
You humans, your human attachment to death. If you just put more priority on the death than the sex, I think it would be better off. No.
I would love to go to Mars. And actually, I practice high altitude medicine in Nepal. Space medicine is sort of an extension of that. You know, the air is much like non-existent. You know, as you go higher in the mountains, the things that happen in human physiology are very bizarre and strange and still not well explained by science. And in space, it's like a crazy extension of high altitude.
If I could just return this, you didn't really, I think you mentioned a little bit about the food you had. Just within high level, say, what is the greatest meal you've ever had? So your last meal, let's go. One more meal, I get to murder you after this. This is your last day of the spend together. Where in the world would you go? Where would you?
I would say the most delicious thing is bone marrow, and I would love a full meal of bone marrow for my last dish. I did on my birthday in 2002 eat 1.5 kilograms of crab meat in Kamchatka, and that was also amazingly delicious. The king crab they have there is incredible, but I would go with bone marrow, which is I think just one of the
This
most
one just wait. It smells like to restart it.
There you go.
Fucking
all
head
your
fuck.
stem cells, not all of them, but the
Doesn't
stem
lag
cells
at all.
produce all your blood cells.
Never
They
fucking lags, so
are
now all of a
spitting out
sudden it does.
White blood cells, red blood cells, and platelets every day, and there's a bunch of fat in there.
Maybe the
as
work
well.
I don't know, but
Shit. One of the places the body stores fat, and so you basically add heat, and that's all you need. It's like the perfect food. You add heat, the fat for frying the stem cells is already there. There's naturally a bone vessel to contain it all. Probably add some flavor too. It's like the perfect food.
It doesn't matter which animal.
Prefer a larger animal, so more of it.
I actually like I actually really like the bone marrow.
Right, just sucking it out of the bone. Yes, I'm known for leaving absolutely nothing edible on the plate except bone itself.
There's one other human I know that loves bone marrow as much as you do, and that's Joe Rogan. So it's unnatural how much that man loves bone marrow.
I understand why.
I love the steak part. The bone marrow. You know what? Let me argue with you because I don't know. It could be an acquired taste, but there's just too much. Like too much. With too little work for it. Like it's as if you gave me lobster meat without the lobster. Kind of lobster.
Only ever get seen in my life.
Well, if you start from the whole animal, you do have to work to get at it, right? A lot of animals have the teeth and the jaw muscles to chomp through bone. We do not. So, when you buy it from the store, it's already sawed up. But I've definitely gotten marrow out of deer bones, with a hatchet, chop off the fat end and start spooning it out.
Well, maybe I'll revisit it. That's that way. And where we eat it? Where and which place in the world? Is there something about who cooks it, who you eat it with? You're not allowed to take a family. Uh, so, like, which place in the world, rural or the city, those kind of things. Because there's so many fascinating things.
I would say Antarctica. I would say is one of the most picturesque places I've ever been. I really did not, and I didn't know how mountainous it was, and I knew there'd be ice.
Fuck off, mate.
I didn't know.
Gonna come round to the right.
It's ice and mountains. It's overwhelming. It just, as kind
Can
of
you stop trying to-
going around my seat to you. It's sort of that and feast for your eyes.
Can you get out my spawn?
And just
Fucking
ice in
fuck
general
on.
to me is like the iceberg floating around in Antarctica.
Fucking these kids think they're on something, mate. They're
The
not.
shapes, the sizes are incredible. There's actually I believe it's a U.S. Navy website that tracks the largest icebergs, and you can read about each of them. And
Stop fucking running around thinking you're bad.
Information you see similar up near Greenland, though I have not been to Greenland. Just
But-
ice in general is just amazing.
Yeah, you just can't fucking wait, can you? You can't wait for me to kill you, so you gotta kill me first.
Yeah, and afterwards we go. We're back to the death and sex.
You camping at the back of your spawn waiting for me to fucking pop round the corner.
Nature, just
I don't know what else.
Tuesday is going to be
Oh, fuck
there
off, mate.
before you and after.
7 already. Oh, of course it's French. That's why.
The thing you need for maintaining of your biological.
Every time. Every single fucking time.
A few things. One is just the shapes.
Fuck
that
off.
you see,
Out my
the wave
spawn.
action. Just eating away at these pieces of ice. You get these arches. There's these shapes.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah, of
the
course. Of
geometry alone
course.
is amazing. I studied math as an undergrad, and I've always appreciated geometry. And just the shapes alone look like brilliant works of modern art. And just obviously no two are ever the same. Not to mention, a lot of them are this unearthly blue color that is just really startling and fascinating. The same color of glaciers.
You can fuck off.
In various parts of the world. That blue color is just really amazing. And I also just love how it's sort of this constant shedding from our Antarctic continent, from Greenland. It's this constant process of snow falling inland, pushing the glaciers further out to sea, and then breaking loose. And obviously, it seems to be happening faster these days, but it's sort of this constant shedding, and sort of, I always like thinking about how the body has something similar. We're constantly shedding and renewing and rebuilding everything. And so ice is sort of this constant similar process.
I'm getting shot through fucking buildings.
I did not know you were a math undergrad. So that you keep getting more fascinated. Can you maybe take a small step into that direction? What do you find beautiful about mathematics? Why did you journey into that part of the world?
I like math. I especially like some college math. I did some calculus in high school.
Run away from these guns. You never can.
There were
Can't
no more
fucking-
numbers.
oh,
Digits.
really?
It was just variable concepts.
How do you shoot me through a
There
wall?
was no more numbers at all. It was like this totally
Jog on!
abstract, kind of way of thinking, but that sort of reflects the natural world and teaches you about the natural world. So it's sort of this
Stop
perfect
fucking wall banging me every fucking 5 seconds, mate. Piss
off.
off.
Can still sort of help explain what happens in the natural world, but just these
Oh my.
concepts are so abstract.
Little rat. Little fucking rat.
From the natural world. I was actually getting interested in the natural
Oh,
world.
look, I'm
at
so
the
good.
same
I
time.
lay near a bus.
When I was at NYU studying math, I took a tour of Central Park. That was the guy Steve Brill was pointing out these wild edible plants, and I was learning to identify them.
You always roll with your teammates. You never roll on your own because you're fucking terrible. You can't roll with you. Oh, piss off.
And it was balanced with this utterly abstract science, or utterly abstract lessons I was getting in math class, where I was thinking through series, as we approach infinity, what happens.
What is this shit? What is this? getting caught by bullets what are not even aiming at me.
The concept was
1, 2, 3, always running around the side, never running in front.
kind of logical,
Pussies.
rigorous view of the world and the world of biology. Why the big? How did that feel to take the lead?
Yeah, aimbot. Come on, let me see that again.
Mushy mess of the human body from the mathematical, which is all very clean.
You just fuck off now. Can you just fuck off with your campaign? It's every fucking time I try and fucking move.
That is a real thing. You know, fluid dynamics, how our various bodily fluids.
Camping in the
flow,
bush.
What makes them not flow as
How
well.
the fuck, you really think you could fucking shoot me through there?
You know, all these different aspects of science go into the body. You know, everything from hard bone to softer kind of flesh to liquids of various consistencies. You know, a lot of science does and math does teach you about kind of how the body works, how it can work better, what happens.
Oh, I'm sick of that. This grenade comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, I suppose there's a connection. There's also kind of
Yeah, look, camping in the corner. You do fuck all but sit there.
computational equivalents of each of the disciplines, which are becoming more and more fascinating. So all the work that
How in the fuck?
genetics, all that kind of
Is there
stuff.
another guy in my spawn again?
Body.
Trying to spawn camp, are we? Are we trying to spawn camp? Are we trying to be fucking brilliant?
Super fascinating, but sometimes it does feel like an oversimplification of the way the body really does it, because the body is an incredibly weird, complex system, and it finds a way. The adaptability, the resilience, the redundancy that's built in, it's weird. It's incredibly powerful.
Come on, you fat little cunt.
Computer-based systems that we build, software engineering world, which kind of starts to make you think.
Don't fucking spawn camp.
Computer systems in a different way that make them more resilient to the real world.
Oh, look, you're trying to trophy system, man.
What do you think about that? What does it take
In
to
a bit.
build a humanoid robot, or a robot that is resilient to the human body? How difficult do you think is that problem? Having studied the human body, how hard is the engineering problem of building systems like that guy over there?
How? Oh, mate. Oh, 1 point off.
Human body.
1 fucking point.
Conditions of the real world.
Bullshit.
I think it's very hard. We definitely haven't gotten there yet. I think we could probably learn lessons from people who are trying to grow artificial organs in the lab to eventually, you know, transplant into people, which would solve the huge problem of needing to get the organs from others and, you know, the rejection of putting a foreign material inside your body. Your immune system tends not to like that. You know, that has advanced a lot recently. I think some advances actually have been.
Yeah, 1 point
we
off.
pay a lot of attention to stem cells. We can grow whatever we want out of stem cells, but now there's sort of a recognition that what we call the extracellular.
Why didn't you just kick me out of it?
The foundation of the body, the thing that holds all the cells into their proper shape and keeps them where they should be. That is actually crucial, and there's probably a lot of signaling that goes on. Like you stick a stem cell on the right extracellular matrix, it will turn into the kind of cell that you want to take the right shape and position and start functioning. I think that's been a huge advance, knowing that it's not just these, celebrity stem cells that are the answer. It's this kind of part in the background, it's sort of just like laying the foundation, the system that you put these cells onto. And we're not there yet, but there's definitely a lot happening, a lot of research happening, and I think that we can advance across these two.
So now on the topic of interaction of computational systems with biology, if you look at a company like Neuralink, or the whole effort of brain-computer interfaces, now there's a neurosurgery component there. We have to connect electrical systems, biological systems. So just even the implanting is difficult. Then the communication is difficult. What would you say from what you know about the brain, what you know about the human body, and all the beautiful methods there? How difficult is the effort of Neuralink? Do you think it's feasible?
I think it's definitely feasible. I think that we need to probably know more than we do, and know how to connect it, in all these ways. I think some advances, for instance, much less sexy, but really already impacting medical care is something maybe studies in the future studying the same deep brain stimulation for everything from eating disorders to severe OCD, like paralyzing OCD, not just like I don't want to but so I think the potential is there, but I guess connecting the brain in a microscopic way, in sort of a multifaceted way, there needs to be sort of a million connections or some very high number of connections for them to work fluidly, as far as I know. Not pretty much.
First of all, I believe and I trust in the adaptability of the biological system to whatever crazy stuff you try to shove in there. So it's going to potentially reject things, but it's also going to, if it doesn't reject things, adapt. And if we can create computational systems that also adapt, AI systems that adapt, and kind of both of them reach towards each other and figure stuff out. But actually, our current AI systems are not very adaptable to the wild, like in the wild way that biology adapts, like adaptable to anything. And if we can build AI systems like that, I feel like there's some interesting things we can do. But of course, there's ethics.
Oh, fuck it.
There's real human lives things. And there, you can't quite experiment. You have to have things that work. And maybe simulation can help, but reality is the dangerous playground to play on. He tweeted that quote, if you look back far enough into the future, every doctor today would look like a silver glass. First of all, that's humbling to think about. Like, we don't know what we're doing. We're great. Like, there's been so much progress that you kind of have this confidence that we figure it all out. If you look at history, when you read how people thought, there's so many moments in history where people really thought that they figured it all out. It's almost like there's nothing else left to do at every stage in history. And then
Hey,
you realize,
going from behind.
progress often happens like exponentially. And at every moment you continue to think you figured it all out. But if you're being honest, if you're being humble, and you realize you're just shrouded in mystery. So what do we make of this? Like, how should we feel?
Hey.
How should you feel as a doctor?
You're lucky.
As scientific as
Do you mind shooting me through a fucking wall?
body, the fact that we're probably going to be wrong about
Oh, fuck off, mate. You just sit there.
Right, there's a saying actually, by the time you finish med school, half of what you learned is wrong. Which is quite illustrative and
I've met
becoming
children
more true
with
as
more
time goes
balls
on.
than you,
There's so much
dickhead.
medical research going on, so much
When you
science,
just sit there and push and come.
wonderful in a way, but in some ways you still learn these concepts, from the past. And I know when you take a test as a medical student, sometimes they want to ask you, they want you to give the old answer.
Oh, I just shot you with a shotgun point blank. You should be dead.
That's now incorrect. You got the question right on the test. That happens actually quite a bit because things change so quickly.
Point blank means point blank as in you should be fucking dead.
I mean, it's absurd what they were doing to their patients. I mean, probably for most of human history, they were doing more harm than good. They're draining people of their blood. That was, bloodletting was a huge part of medical care. George Washington died of a paratonsillar abscess, an abscess right next to the tonsil, which has the great name of quinsy. And they bled it.
Come on, team. I'm not holding it forever on my own. Come on, team. Where are you? Team, I need my team, please.
I mean, hopefully not intentionally. Even medical errors.
I can't hold on my own, but yet you're all still busy camping in the building. I get it. If you want to be a cunt, don't play on my team.
Do a lot of things that are not great. But, our knowledge, it's very
I can't fucking...
point. I do have some confidence.
I couldn't fucking see, could I?
Studies that try to get at the
Why is everyone camping? If we push, we might win. It's cool.
When I think of why a certain medication works for a certain condition, it might make perfect sense in my head, knowing the biology, the biochemistry, the anatomy. It makes perfect sense. It must work.
Oh my god, team, you need to push. Don't worry about your fucking kills. Push.
I'm wrong. Like when you actually do a study, it actually doesn't help. Maybe it hurts. And that's really.
I'm sick of being flashbanged.
Explain medications working in our minds is
I'm sick of being flashbanged too.
Studies and some of the most interesting experiments involve what we call sham surgery. So, for instance, people who injure their knee, arthroscopy, where an orthopedic surgeon goes in there with a scope, gets bits the bone out, shaves down the cartilage, cleans things up, and it helps some people. But they actually did some studies where one group of people got the true arthropathy and others just got sham surgery where they put them to sleep, made little cuts in the skin so they woke up with scars. And then it turned out that it's not their arthropathy that's actually helping. And there was a recent huge study of putting a stent of the coronary arteries if they have stable chest pain, not like having a heart
See,
attack.
there's nothing but sit there with a sniper. If I could get round to him and fucking bomb him from behind, I would seriously fucking do it for the fun. So I can't get near him because his team like fucking Cam.
You increase blood flow to the heart. Like, how could that not work? But then when
There's nothing but sits there with a fucking sniper all game.
it actually looks like it might not actually.
Shows that he's good at the game, doesn't it? Stop flashbangs.
So I think
Fuck
those
off.
placebo-controlled studies are essential. I mean, it is shocking.
You do nothing but come behind a fucking bus.
How hard it is to figure out what the hell.
Right, I'm gonna run around there. I'm gonna go around there.
Like, it is really
Gonna go around
hard to
here.
get at the truth, and what you think makes sense, like, often turns out. I mean, the history of modern medicine is littered with examples where it made perfect
Fuck off.
sense and it seemed to
I went all the way around the map just to kill him. You're guaranteed in the next 5 seconds he's in the exact same spot he was.
Narrative swimming around, we convince ourselves to civilization, something is true. There's propaganda
Stem
machines,
cells.
there's just self-delusion.
Right, trophy
There's
system.
centralized
Trophy system. Come on, hold it.
There's the scientific community that believes a certain thing. There's the conspiracy theories that believe a certain thing.
Why you gotta be there?
Scientific community
Why have you gotta be there?
conspiracy
Why have you
theories,
got to be there? Why can't you just be a cunt?
They're off human history. And we now think the scientific community goes, now science is really figuring it out. We're way smarter.
Fuck
than
off!
But then there's these like interesting studies that I've seen. I think Robin Hansen mentioned it to me. That if you look at the entirety of medication, like the effect of medication on human health, if you do those kinds of broad studies, does it actually help? Like, does quality of life, certain measures of well-being, if you look at human society as a whole, does taking medication or not actually help? And those studies
Every
find
single time it's a fucking grenade!
And that's a very kind of interesting perspective. I think you could probably argue a lot of ways. The point is, because you can bring up literally a billion cases where medication has significant positive impact on that particular patient.
He didn't even see me. He just started fucking shooting through the wall. The cunt.
Positive effects of medicine, of lifestyle choices, diet choices,
Catch! Oh,
exercise
fuck
or not. Maybe we'll find eventually that exercise is actually bad people.
Why shoot me? Why not the guy right fucking next to you, but you don't see him because you're too focused on fucking me, and you cunt.
One of the things they think we're going to figure out, everything I've learned about my body, is that aside from it being adaptable, there's a lot of very unique parameters that are okay for me, that I'm measuring through this feedback mechanism by trying stuff and learning about it. And
It's right in the corner.
Learn that medicine cannot be done without collecting a huge amount of data about each individual human. Like, it's absurd.
Oh my god, just fuck off with the camping.
And see a doctor, it's absurd for that doctor to have just
It's gonna be guy to my left.
Like, just
I knew it. Guy to my left.
looking at basic symptoms, looking at such like
Oh, fuck off, mate.
Data. Like,
My
first of
spawn,
all,
not yours.
Long-term data, no longitudinal data, no historical data, no
And
detailed
again,
analysis of
camping.
all the things.
let me see what your kills are. 20 and 5. You think you're doing something with your team?
Just giving you a full picture of data, and then using AI.
No, fuck off.
Doctor, highlight the things that you should perhaps pay extra attention to.
Flashbang
And
again.
we'll look back at this time as ridiculous that doctors are expected to help anybody whatsoever without having the data, without having a huge amount of data about the human body. Like, you have to do so much with so little data.
Very 19th century.
And again, a fucking
It
grenade.
relies on the brilliance of doctors and, of course, the intuition, the instinct for them all the time. And that's quite powerful. The human brain is pretty damn good for using experience to teach
Why are you all camping in the same fucking spots? Don't move!
It's humbling to think about that. It's humbling.
It is humbling, and it's important. I think doctors sometimes lose that humble perspective on what they do, and I think it's very important because, as I said, medical history, medical dogma has been tossed into the trash bin so many times. Something doctors were sure of was the case is not, and it's important to be cognizant of that.
He tweeted about somebody that had big impact just by reading about him on my life as well.
But why does no one notice that he's right fucking there?
Dr. Paul Farmer.
Oh, and another fucking defeat. My team are just fucking terrible.
One person could do to improve the world. So, who was Paul Farmer? And what made him a great doctor, a great man, and somebody who's inspirational?
So Paul Farmer was a kind of pioneer of global health. He started Partners in Health, which is kind of an international health organization that operates it originally in Haiti, also Rwanda and elsewhere. And I think he was just so a zealot for getting health care to some of the poorest people in the world. And I remember reading some of his books and a book about him by Tracy Kidder that's really great, Mountains Beyond Mountains, about how even when he was a medical student, he was flying back and forth to Haiti between exams and just with this really intense focus and interest in getting healthcare to where it's not. And I think traveling around the world, especially to poorer places like India, Calcutta, Nepal, you really see how unevenly the benefits of modern medicine are spread over the surface of the earth. Not only if you're in Antarctica and have a heart attack, you're in serious trouble, but just medications that cost pennies a day can help people. And, a lot of children in India under 5 die of diarrhea. And all they need is a little rehydration solution to stay hydrated. Most of them can't afford IV fluids, for instance, to get admitted to the hospital. And really, dehydration just kills hundreds of thousands of kids throughout the world. Not to mention bacterial pneumonia also is a major cause of death in children under 5. And many of them, not all, would be saved by amoxicillin, which is just pennies. For me, I took a path and I wanted to have a career in global health. And I started traveling abroad to India and elsewhere when I was a medical student, and I continued doing that. Paul Farmer was sort of one of the first to kind of open everyone's eyes, I think, about the good you can do with just money that we would, change that we would throw away, put in a purse, forget it, or wherever we accumulate change these days. So that's very eye-opening. And while medical science advances, and that's good, we shouldn't forget that 100-year-old treatments could save lives in parts of the world that are just not available.
People should definitely go. Just for me, at least, first outside all of it, it was the first person to make me realize how difficult and the amount of humanity that's involved in being a doctor. It's not the kind of cold economics-based argument about where to send treatment and so on. That is there too, like you said, basic treatment can help hundreds of thousands, millions of people in many parts of the world. But it's also when you have a patient in front of you, there's some aspects of you that's willing to give a lot of your time, a lot of your money, a lot of your effort to saving them, even though it doesn't make any sense. It's irrational in some sense, but it's also human, and that's the struggle of every doctor. When you have to choose how to allocate your time, how to allocate your mental energy, it's a tough choice that a doctor has to make, and it's a human choice. It's not some kind of cold, game theoretic choice. It's also a human choice, and it can be irrational.
If people are asking you for help, that's basically what every patient interaction is. Someone's asking you for help, so your inclination is to help them. And even if it means going above and beyond, a lot of doctors affect how compassionate a doctor might be at any given day or point in their career, their own stress, burnout, etc. But someone asking you for help, so you do what you can to help.
You've done quite a lot of things in your life. It's been an interesting journey. And of course, there's a lot of stories that to be written. But what advice would you give to young people today in high school, maybe undergrad, college, starting out in that journey? Maybe trying to think majors, trying to think jobs, careers, dreams, and goals they can pursue. What advice would you give them to have a career they can be proud of, or to have a life they can be proud of?
Well, I think having passion, which isn't always a voluntary thing, you know, you have it or you don't, perhaps, but becoming passionate about something and following it, you know, wherever it takes you, I think is really important. You know, when I finished college and sort of went to Russia for the first time, that was in some ways the beginning of my whole career and passions in my life. And I didn't know what I was going for, what was going to happen, what kind of career it would turn into, what kind of job would it help me get when I got back. I was thinking about everything of that. I'm very fortunate I got that opportunity. I was very fortunate to, you know, be able to go and see those places and have my mind opened. And I think that really just the fuel from that passion that was created during that time is still 20 years later going strong. You know, I'm partial to healthcare. I love being a doctor. I think it's the perfect combination of kind of intellectual problem solving, being a detective, while also working with your hands. You know, when you do procedures, especially in the ER, it's sort of the perfect combination. I'm not a surgeon, but I do use my hands quite a bit, whether, you know, for a variety of reasons. And so I always loved working with my hands. I loved crafts, especially prehistoric crafts, before medical school. And I just love kind of problem solving, getting clues, figuring out what's going on, you know, following your nose, using your instincts, your knowledge, and also just keen observation of the patient. You know, after seeing patient after patient, hundreds of patients, maybe thousands over years, you do get this sort of innate kind of sense, this gestalt about what might be going on. You know, it's not always a numbers thing. That's the thing. The gestalt is actually a big part of medicine. You know, you often in ERs or in hospitals hear a nurse or doctor say something like, "This patient just doesn't look good," and it's sort of you can't point to a number, a value, a level, you know, a test, but something about them. And a lot of that I think has to do with the color of their skin, believe it or not, which can change in certain states. But I think that it's just medicine combines this observation, the skills, the knowledge, it's art and science, it's human, and it's robotic, you know, algorithmic at the same time. And I think it just, yeah, combines kind of all my passions all in one. And if anyone's going into healthcare, I strongly encourage them to do so, but I'm very biased.
So, with that early passion, whatever that little flame was that brought you to Russia, were you able to vocalize it, or was it just something like a gut moved you towards some exploration of the unknown or something like this?
I think it was a combination of things. One was just going to a different place that was different from where I grew up. You know, the suburbs. You know, when you're in high school, you hate them. Later on, they don't seem so bad. But you know, I just wanted to get. I mean, I'm very fortunate how I was raised, and never wanted for anything that wasn't rich. But just to get out and see a different place, a different people with a different culture and history and language and literature, and to see different climates and geographies and ecosystems. I just wanted to see something different, and that I guess that's what I've, you know, sought after ever since. So just that was just so fascinating. Like my trip to Kamchatka in 2003, where I was there for 4 months, and I didn't speak English for I think 2 months out of it. And just, I remember lying on the floor, some wooden floor in a hunter's cabin in the middle of northern Kamchatka, just being like, what am I doing here? I'm just so grateful for like the experiences I'm having, what I was seeing and realizing, learning. I was so grateful, even though I was lying on part of the floor. It was like, this is so amazing. And that, I don't think I'll ever have another travel as meaningful and life-changing as that particular trip to Kamchatka was. Though I'm still striving after it. You know, you never replicate that first high, but you always try. So I just think that seeing something different is kind of the game.
And there wasn't really a plan. I got a chance to talk to the CEO of Qualcomm recently, and his advice is always have a plan. And it sounds like you're saying don't have a plan.
specific or could be as general as I just want to go far away and see something very different. That's my plan. And I did just
one line.
just followed my nose from one thing to the next and being interested, following my passion. And again, very fortunate I could do that.
Are there places in the world you're kind of thinking about that your life might take you at some point to be a doctor there for a time, explore for a time that you haven't done?
I have some colleagues who do kind of global health work in various countries in Africa, Central and South America. I would really love to um, go to some of those places, not just for a short trip, but hopefully for an extended period of time, with sort of the healthcare being taken in, but then maybe bringing my children or just, I guess at this point of some of the travel I dream about is sort of replicating what I did and showing it to my kids in a way. But there's still a lot I haven't seen and would love to see as well. But I think those opportunities sort of lend themselves well, as a doctor with kind of the ability to go there and sort of help patients, but also teach medical students and residents. Teaching is actually a huge part of being a doctor that's underappreciated. So that's actually part of the fun of being a doctor is that you're also a teacher. Of course, the word doctor means teacher, but it comes to mean something else. Um, I in some of my jobs, I'm working alongside medical students, residents, and I'm giving them my knowledge, my wisdom, sharing with them stories, and so that's a very satisfying part of the job.
If we take a brief step into a dark place together for a time, is there what is a dark place you've gone in your mind in your life? What would be the darkest place you ever gone for a time, for a moment, um, and how did you survive?
That's a very good question. I would say I haven't had as dark moments as many of the people who I care for in the emergency room. I'm fortunate in that way. I've had a pretty, enjoyable, satisfying life. I think everybody has dark moments, though, including me. One of the most shocking things I feel like becoming an adult, my two big realizations have been one, no one knows what they're doing, and two, suicide is incredibly common, like in all humans and all societies. That I just find shocking. I mean, I've never seriously contemplated myself, but I wouldn't say it hasn't crossed my mind during some of the more stressful times of life. Um, I think it crosses everyone's mind, and sort of as a kid, I found that I never would have guessed how common suicide is.
It's an important question, sort of the Camus question, like why live? Why? Why? It's like life, especially when you're struggling, especially when life is shit. Like, why am I doing any of this? And then on top of that, chemistry with the brain. It could be as simple as diet and nutrition and aforementioned exercise and things like this that affect the chemistry such that you're more predisposed to go to the places of asking the question why and maybe struggling to find a good answer. Because it's actually a question with no good answer, except something in your chemistry says, oh, I kind of like it. There's no good intellectual answer. And especially day to day pain, you get to see these stories of Robin Williams, these people that are on top of the world from an external perspective, but from an internal perspective, struggle. Every day is pain, feels hopeless, and yeah, that's a question we all have to struggle with, or learn how to ignore. Maybe because if you ask the question too much, you're not going to find a good answer. That's a choice you make. I personally think you should ask that question a lot. Um, but maybe because I have the luxury of the chemistry I have, where I'm not in danger of seriously contemplating suicide. But why live is an important question to answer. Answer that question. But people, I've been extremely fortunate to meet magnitude more people who are really struggling. Some of it is psychological, a lot of it is biological, and man, life is a motherfucker. It's pretty tough.
Very true. I do think also past trauma plays a big role there. Like we talked about war wounds and PTSD. A lot of people grew up, I mean, which was horrific childhood. They were abused in one way or another, and I think a lot of people who have I'm not saying a majority, but a lot of people, for instance, who are in the ER, coming in for threatening suicide or actually trying and failing and being going to the ER. A lot of them just have really traumatic experiences. Saw their parents commit suicide, were abused. These leave scars in the human brain and mind, and a lot of their subsequent lives, whether it's substance abuse, alcoholism, etc., is almost trying to escape from their own memories. And it's sort of such an overwhelming battle sometimes. Like sometimes people get ruined, it seems, and just can't be fixed. You know what I mean? Yes, you can improve diet and health and your life choices and seek out your passion and exercise, and those definitely will help. But sometimes just like, you bear the scars of the past and there's no getting rid of them.
Yeah, I think it's possible to live with that.
I think
It's
so.
a struggle.
I would never say give up,
Keep fighting.
it is a constant, it can be a constant battle for some people.
I know it can be, and I've talked to many of those folks. I know it can feel hopeless, but keep up the good fight. Keep up the good fight.
Hopelessness is kind of one of the big suicide risk factors that you sort of ask about as a doctor. Do you feel hopeless? That sort of can be a harbinger.
I have quite a few dark moments, so if you're listening and you're struggling, we're in this together, brother and sister. Keep up the good fight. Um,
Life is a motherfucker, as you said. It's really harder. I think as a kid, a joy-free childhood, you don't realize, obviously there's some you don't realize about life. But then when you get to be an adult, you realize just how complex and hard it is. Is this hard for adult animals? I don't know. I don't think it is.
I haven't seen the honesty biology before you. Do you think about
There you go.
your own death? Contemplate death. If you're afraid of your own death, how do you make sense?
Do you have a passenger?
Definitely thought about it, especially maybe while doing
No.
some risky things.
The way I drift in first person is I use the wing mirrors and I line the wing mirrors up with the edge of the track, so I know not to
Having kids change
spin out.
the equation for sure.
Can you have a passenger?
Should change the equation perhaps. So
No.
I think a lot of
It's
now when I
single.
think about what will happen when I die, there's a lot of
Oh, this is so sexy. The way this car goes. I say that.
insurance policy, like life insurance,
It's got very long gears and very slow acceleration, so it can hold its speed.
I guess that you feel
Here you are.
And you can go to a cinematic
Here you are.
camera.
Is that you?
So not only other
Yeah.
people you care for, your own parents, and like a lot of people depend
You just spun out.
on individuals. So you think about what will happen when you die.
But also, to push back, that weight might be something you convince yourself to think about.
It's the engine.
To think about. But you
I think
focus
it's
on that way.
I can't remember what I actually put in it.
The other
2J. I'm thinking RB26. It's got something in it what's not normal.
is consciousness.
By not normal, I mean it's not for this car.
It's hard to make sense of that. We kind of delude ourselves into thinking, okay, it doesn't have to work.
Drifting in this game quite hard, especially if you're new. Very hard.
But I don't think it's a cognitive.
I love the way it's very
realize
realistic.
how-
Is where when he's spinning the wheel, he's letting the wheel go through his hands. So he's putting some traction on the wheel. He's not gripping the wheel. He's letting it slide through his hands. And that's how you would drift. You would let the wheel slide through your hand and you control it.
That makes no sense.
But you got to know your car. You got to know how your car works for you to drift it.
I'll say you can terrify.
If you know the car, you can
Got
fucking
scared
drift
of
any track.
in a way that's almost like philosophical. Terrifying. Like, it just reminds you, maybe humbles you that you don't know anything
post up and eat. I was going to select a random person to watch.
We start caring for others, the community, the family, and so on, and that distracts us. So we can at least focus
Right.
on-
Why doesn't your car have a hood?
Instagram.
Why doesn't your car have a hood?
When I was a medical student,
Because I took it off.
I was really fascinated with kind of what
This guy looks like, man.
people die within the last minute.
This guy looks good.
It's sort of surprising sometimes.
So I can see his
what actually
perspective.
people, you know, like you can get a, let's say, a bad head
And
injury.
that's him driving. I'm not even touching the controller.
It's just your consciousness decreases and you become
He's not bad.
kind of comatose. You aspirate, your oxygen plummets, and you get cardiac arrest. You know, it's that kind of sequence of events. Or, you know, a heroin overdose. Let's say you stop breathing. Similarly, your oxygen goes down, and you get a cardiac arrest. So it's sort of
He did not,
what actually happens.
because I've got work later and I
People die.
can't be off.
And it was sort of a morbid fascination, obviously, like most of med school is. And I had many instances where I've had patients pass, and as a medical student,
I love pickles.
sort of learning what's actually happening, watching it happen, you know, not always being able to prevent it, but sort of a scientific exploration. Then the patient's family comes in.
This game used to be a lot more
and then
active.
it's like
But
rips you out of the
died.
scientific perspective, and you just realize how horrible.
they stopped updating the game,
You know,
and they stopped
I guess
doing.
that's why,
They just stopped it.
I
They
guess
just
that's
fucking
one
gave
thing
up.
is how what people leave behind is often kind of
Ah, well.
horribleness of death, like just becoming.
Yo, dog, when are you gonna install Red Dead Redemption 2?
Oh, when I'm not busy with when I'm not busy with work.
Can't you start installing it before work, and then when you're back, it'll be all installed?
I'll be asleep when I get back.
Right. So basically, 5 minutes before you go to work, you start installing
I know
it.
you really want me to play it. I haven't got the storage. I'm not installing my other games to play it because I don't want to. I'm not interested in the game as much as I was. I don't care for the game anymore.
So you're gonna keep getting shit about it until you install it, dog.
Yeah, well, that's called mute button. No, I will, Rabbi. I will show you the game.
Yeah, you keep saying that. You keep saying that. Why can't you manage your storage better? Take all your shit and put it on some other storage, and then install Red Dead
I
Redemption.
haven't got another storage. I've got my Xbox storage.
Okay, how big is Red Dead Redemption?
How big? Oh,
How big?
big. Hold on. I need to go. I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
Why do I have the capacity to suffer? Why? All these kinds of why questions that don't have answers. Speaking of which, let me ask you a why question. The biggest ridiculous one. What do you think is the meaning of life? Having for this book studied the incredible, beautiful biology, the components, the engineering components that make up this human body. But when you look at the entirety of it, what is why? Why are we here?
Sometimes, probably more often than not, feel like the question of why is a trick of the human brain. And outside of our thoughts, there is no why. Why is not something that's in the universe. It's just a trick happening inside your brain.
Why is a game that the human brain plays on itself? And then the reality of life doesn't have why.
Like you wonder, asking why is sort of an evolutionary adaptation. Like why, you know, maybe hunting, gathering. Why does this plant grow there and not there? Why do I see the same deer tracks and by the same tree every 3 days? Why, you know, why is this? Why is that? Why does this plant make me vomit and that plant doesn't? I guess those whys are very practical and oriented towards survival. But then obviously, you know, we not only use why, you know, we use it to maybe hunt better, gather better, survive better, but then sort of extrapolate it into these unanswerable questions, you know, about why, like why does life exist?
And it's possible that they're not unanswerable in the long arc of science history. We're just striving for the really difficult question. Right now, we just don't know much about anything, and so we're striving. But there's long, for most of human history, we're asking why questions, for which we all have very precise answers. it's like it could be an evolutionary adaptation of asking exceptionally hard, wide questions that will never get answered. Like you should always have like a queue, a stack of questions, why questions, and that thing should never come to the bottom. Should always be striving, and that's useful for humans to come up with better and better ways of survival. And maybe in a bigger perspective for the universe to figure out something about itself. It's just humans just a useful tool for that. I love how they're
Right, you moaning little fucking Jewish
John,
bastard.
you're
Right.
okay,
Red Dead.
no,
Yeah.
Yeah. How big is it?
Hmm?
How big is it?
You travel all this way.
Red Dead
So a place I
itself
love, a new place I love. And,
is
you
actually I don't own the game.
that celebrates
I had the
people
disc and I lost
the
it.
most honest of ways. And,
Okay, well, I don't want you to have to purchase anything.
It's 105 gigabytes.
Okay, and how big is your
I
Xbox?
have 70. It's 500, 500, but the hardware on the Xbox takes a bit, so with nothing installed, just the internals, what it needs, maybe 370 gigs. Just one game alone will knock out most of my fucking storage, and I'm not being rude. I thought I had it installed. I know it's on Game Pass, but I used to own it, I think. I don't know. I know you really want to see someone play that game, but I think it's better you buying someone online, like, you know, watch them play it.
No, fuck no. Fuck no. Absolutely not. That's absolutely uncalled for. Now I'm just gonna give you shit about it until you haven't even played it.
I have played it. What do you mean?
You haven't beaten it.
What do you mean beat it?
I mean, beat all the missions.
In the campaign?
Yep.
What?
You haven't beaten it. You haven't beaten all the missions.
How do you know if I've beaten it or not? I've not told you if I've beaten it.
That's correct, but you would have told me. Oh, and at the end, it's so amazing. There's a cowboy.
Then that would ruin it. You said you wanted to play. The best way to get the experience is play it for yourself.
Dog. You want to know what gets the people's attention? It's Red Dead Redemption 2.
This is in contrast to my previous conversation with Richard Wolf, where we focused on Marxism.
Do you have Grand Theft? Do you have Grand Theft Auto?
No, don't play that.
Dog. You play. I mean, you play some cool games, but you don't play the coolest games. Why not?
I don't like GTA. It's gone down in fashion.
It's still pretty fucking popular.
I know it's popular, but they're all waiting for GTA 6.
That's right. You should get ready
I'll
for
play
it.
that when it comes out. I don't know what to say. I'm just not a gamer like I used to be.
All right, it should
I
happen.
mainly just sit and watch fucking YouTube.
No, I want to be able to tell the person what to do.
What are the ideas that represent Western civilization? The good.
No, I just sit and watch YouTube.
Oh, I got you.
I don't really do much. I don't game as much as I used to. I really don't. The only time I actually play with people is on Insurgency, and that's when it's just, you know, chilling, drinking, shooting.
All right.
Well known to be perhaps easily defined by the combination of Jerusalem, the world of the Bible, and the world of ancient Greece, Negro. Effectively creates European civilization, which itself forms the rest of the Western civilization. America, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and others. But these are the main countries we still refer to as the West. So there's a specific tradition and all things from it. My shorthand chief exercise is to say, you know when you're not in it. So if you've ever been to Beijing, Shanghai, you know you're not in the West, somewhere else. You know when you're in Tokyo, somewhere extraordinary. You don't know other squares. Obviously, there are, let's say, borderline Russia, which I sort of leave open the question.
Possibly. You were placed into Moscow blindfolded and you woke up and you couldn't hear the language, and if you didn't know the understand the language, would you guess you were in the West or not?
I think I was somewhere near it. Getting closer. I mean, you know, it's a false way up the question of whether it's European. And I think the answer to that is not really, or massively influence. But at times wanting to reach towards it, at times wanting to stay away. But the part of the West, possibly, yes. But anyway, I think it's a very specific tradition. It's one of a number of major traditions in the world, and because it's hard to define, doesn't mean it's clear.
Are there certain characteristics and qualities about the values and ideas that define it? Is the type of rule, the type of governmental structure?
Yes, I mean the rule of law, property democracy, much more. I mean, of course, things have ended up being developed in America, and then given back to something. I'd say there are other perhaps more controversial attributes I would note with the West. One is a ravenous interest in the rest of the world, which is not shared, of course, by every other culture. The late philosopher Steinhardt, who said he could never get out of his head that haunting fact of the boats only seemed to go out from Europe. You know, they didn't. The explorers, the scholars, linguists, the people who wanted to discover other civilizations, and indeed even resurrect ancient civilizations and lost civilizations. These were scholars that were always coming from the West to discover themselves by contrast. There were never folks coming from Egypt to help the Anglo-Saxons discover the origins of their language. So I think there is a sort of ravenous interest in the rest of the world, the West attribute, although it of course also has immediately prerequisites and downsides and many criticisms that can be made of some of the consequences of that interest. Because of course one is lacking in self-interest.
It's not just the scholars, but also the armies, and they're looking to gain access and control over resources elsewhere, hence the imperial imperative to conquer, expand.
Although that itself, no civilization I think we know of doesn't try to gain ground in neighbors where it can. It with the ability to go further and faster, certainly gave an advantage.
Do some civilizations get a bit more excited by that kind of idea than others? Because you could say the Western civilization, because the technological innovation was more efficient,
Yeah,
doing that kind of thing.
absolutely.
But maybe it wanted it more too.
Well, the Ottomans wanted it lawful. It's very terrible. For many centuries, and just get that. As did others. I'd also say, though, that, and again, it's a very broad one, but it's worth throwing out there. I think self-criticism is an important attribute of the Western mind. One that is unique, is not common everywhere. Not all societies allow using their most critics.
So, criticism is a negative sounding word. It could be self-introspection, self-analysis, self-reflection,
And it can be what you need. You know, and in the Western system, I'd argue that one of the advantages of the system of representative governance is that where there are problems, you can attempt to sort them out by peaceful means. We listen to arguments, most famously in America in the late 20th century, civil rights movement achieved its aims by force of moral argument and showing the rest of the country that it had been wrong. That's not common in every society. So I think there are certain attributes to the Western mind, say, are they're not entirely unique, but they are not as commonplace.
what about the emergence of hierarchies of asymmetry of power, those
Well, I know you really want me to play Red Dead, but I'm still just confused on how the fact that I own the game, but now I don't own the game. If I can find that disc, I can install it, but then just, I'm probably only going to play it to show you the game and then uninstall it when I'm done showing you the game. There's no enjoyment.
Every time you come in here, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna want you to play that game until Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out.
I don't want to play Red Dead. I really don't.
That's okay. I'm not forcing you to.
Gaming doesn't excite me as much as it used to.
Right, because you don't have somebody amazing watching you playing a game like that. But I get it. I get it. I understand. And I want you to know that I appreciate you trying.
I've always tried.
There you go.
Oh.
And by the way, the founding fathers of America today are lambasted and kingdom for being acquiescent in slavery, engaging, owning slavery. There's not even almost don't even bother now to recognize the fact that Thomas Jefferson and George Washington all wanted to see this trade done away with, couldn't hold the country together at the origins if they'd made such with it, and believed and hoped that it would be something that would be dealt with after their time.
So the founding ideas had within them the notion that we should, as a people, get rid of this.
The Declaration of Independence set up conditions under which slavery will be impossible.
Automatically legal.
Once you put that's a time bomb under the whole concept of slavery ticking away.
Okay,
And sure enough, it detonated in the next century.
if we just step back and look at the human species, what does slavery teach you about human nature? The fact that slavery has appeared as a function of society throughout human history. There are two possibilities. One is it's what people think they can do and go for bloodshed. Another is it's what they can do if they think God allows them. Really, really well put. And the fact that they want to do this kind of subjugation, what does that mean?
Well, I mean, it's pretty straightforward in a way. There are people who get to work for free.
There's economics in nature.
Yes, but in order to do it, I mean, almost always there are some examples in the ancient world, but it wasn't. You almost always have to subjugate people, or people regarded as different. One of the things actually I've tried to sort of inject into discussion through this book, among other things, is a recognition that there were very major questions still going on in the 18th and early 19th century that one resolved, which were one of the reasons why slavery was not as morally repugnant to people then as it was to us now, as it is to us now. And that's the question of polygenesis and monogenesis. At the time of Thomas Jefferson, the founding fathers, were thinking his work, they didn't know, because nobody knew, whether the human races were related. There were arguments, the monogenesis argument, that we were obviously the same racial stock. Polygenesis argument was that we weren't. Black Africans, Ethiopians, they're often referred to at the time, like some first slaves, were different from white Europeans, simply not related in any way. And that makes it easier, of course. That makes it easier to enslave people if you think they're not your brother. Am I my brother's keeper? No, he's not your brother. And it was a very troubling argument in the 18th, 19th century, also because there was a biblical question. It threw up a theological question, which was, I mean, people who lived to be debating this at the time. Was there also a black Adam? Was there an Indian Adam and Eve? The Native American Adam and Eve? Okay, this was a serious, difficult debate because they didn't know the answer. People say that Darwin um, solved this. It wasn't just Darwin, of course, but by the late 19th century, the argument that we were not all related, that human beings had suffered so many blows, that you had to really be very, very ignorant, deliberate, willfully ignorant to ignore like this.
So it no longer was after Darwin a theological question; it became a moral question.
It was already a moral question, but it clarified. Darwin clarified it then. And then you're in the same situation. You're not subjugating some other people, you're subjugating your own kid. And that becomes morally unsustainable.
So, given that slavery in America is part of its history, how do we incorporate it into the calculus of policy today, social discourse, what we learn in school? You can look at slavery in America, you can look at maybe more recent things like in Europe, the other atrocities, the Holocaust. How do we incorporate that in terms of how we create policy, how we treat each other, all those kinds of things? What is the calculus of integrating the atrocities, the injustices of the past into the way we are today?
That's a very complex question because it's a moral question at this point.
And the moral question long after the past.
I say about when the war in West, that the argument, for instance, on reparations now that goes on, and it's not a fringe argument anymore. Some people say, oh, you're pulling up this fringe argument. It really isn't. I mean, every contender for Democratic nomination for the presidency in 2020 is willing to talk about the possibilities of reparations. It sounds very easy that this country, America, goes through that entirely. I say that there's a lot of wrong. If I define it out of one thing, I say that it's no longer about a wealth transfer from one group of people who did something wrong to another group of people who were wrong. It would have been that. Could have been that 200 years ago. Today, it's not even the descendants of people who did something wrong giving money to people who were the descendants of people who were wrong. It's the wealth transfer from people who look like people who did a wrong thing in the past to another group of people who resemble people who were wrong. That's impossible to do. I'm completely clear about it. There is no way in which you could organize such a wealth transfer on moral or practical. America is filled with people who are have the same skin color as us, for instance, who have no connection to slavery and should not be made to pay money to people who have no connection. And then the country is also filled with ethnic minorities who come after slavery, who would not be due for any reimbursement. The problem with this is, though, is that there are, I'm perfectly open to the possibility that there are residual inequities that exist in American life, and that the consequences of slavery could be one of the factors that result in problems. The thing is, I don't think it's a single issue on. I think it's a multi-dimensional issue, something like black umbrage. It's obviously a multi-dimensional issue. Much of the left and others would say it's not. It's only about racism, and they can't answer why Asians who arrived more recently don't, for instance, get held down by white supremacy, but actually, say white supremacy in quotes, obviously, but don't get held down back by it, but actually flourish to the extent that Asian Americans have a higher household earnings and higher household equity than equity and so on than white Americans. So I don't think that on the merit the evidence is there that racism is the explanation for ongoing black underachievement in some sections of black. It's obviously a part of it. Could you say that even those things like fatherlessness and similar family breakdown issues
if details matter, there, and but it's very difficult.
I don't want to go
It
to
was
work.
the ocean, so
Oh.
I'm terrified of what's lurking underneath in the darkness. You're right. You're right. Okay, it's really complicated calculus. The whole about slavery. So the argument in America is that there there's deep institutional racism against African Americans that's rooted in slavery. And so, however that calculus turns out, that calculation is still persists. In the culture, in the institutions, in the allocation of resources, in the way that we communicate, in subtle ways, in major ways, all that kind of stuff. How is it possible to win or lose that argument of how much institutional racism there is that's rooted in slavery? Is there a way to break it? It's an unquantifiable item. Um, and I like to apply some shortcuts to some of this to the following. Are, for instance, all, um, let's say the one that's most often if a white person is walking down the street in America and they see a group of young black men coming towards them, it's late night, and they cross the road, is it because of slavery? Is it because of institutional racism? No. It's because they've made a calculus based not entirely on unfounded belief that given crime rates, it's possible that this group of people might be a group of people they don't want to be safe. That's ugly fact, but crime statistics in American cities, South American cities, bear out. It's not an entirely unreasonable. It's not reasonable every time, obvious. But is it attributable to slavery? That's a stretch. Um, if you're in a city like Chicago, where the homicide rate has shot up in the last 2 years, albeit again, as always has to be remembered, namely black on black, gun violence, knife violence. Nevertheless, if you're in a city like Chicago and you make that calculus as just suggested, the cliched one, the street late night, there are other factors other than a memory of slavery that kick in. And I'm afraid it's something which people don't want to particularly acknowledge in Africa for obvious reasons, because it's the actually stand debate as well. But I was actually just writing in my column in your post today about a very interesting case that was similar, which is the question of obesity in the US. As you know, America is the most overweight country in the world. America has, I think, 40% of the population is obese. I think that's the way the nearest next country is a long way down. That's New Zealand with 30% of the population. So America's long. Why during the coronavirus era, when we know that obesity is the one clearest factor like for hospitalization to get the virus, why did almost no public health information in America focus on obesity? 80% of the people who ended up hospitalized in America with coronavirus were obese. We locked in schools and there was no evidence of coronavirus in deadly children. We all wore cloth masks when there was very low evidence. This was sure that there's a few folks listening to this that are rolling their eyes, saying, "Here we go again, two white guys talking about the lack of institutional racism in America." First of all, what would you like to tell them? So, our African American friends who are looking at this, and I've gotten a chance to talk to a bunch of them on Clubhouse recently. Clubhouse is a social app, and I really enjoy it. I personally love it because you get to talk to, as somebody who's an introvert and doesn't socialize much, I enjoy talking to people from all walks of life. So it gave me a chance to first of all practice Russian and Ukrainian. You get a chance to do that. Then you get a chance to talk to others from Palestine, people who are from that part of the world. So it takes you to hear raw emotion of people from the ground. So they start screaming, they start crying, they start being calm and collected and thoughtful. And this is as if you walked into a bar with custom picked regular folks, regular folks. People that have quote unquote lived experience, real pain, real hope, real emotion, biases. You get to listen to them go at it with no because of the audio app, you're not allowed to start making this fight. But even though you feel like go one like it happens. Yeah. I think if you really listen to that feeling, for example, the long white guy like me from another part of the world, coming from most Soviet Union, to go into a room with a few hundred African Americans screaming about George Washington was an asshole. And I get to really listen to very good perspectives on that in the African American community. And it's fascinating to listen. So I don't get access to that by sort of excellent books and articles that also get to that real raw emotion. And I'm just saying, the few of those folks who listen to that real raw emotion, and they, one argument they say is huge. Douglas Starr, you Leslie, will don't have the right to talk about race and racism in America. It is our struggle. You are a privileged class of people that don't know what it's like to be laughed at or woman or man walking down the street. Can you feel that in that case? We'll talk about it. But I think we need to define great feel that. I know what it's driving. I really resent that whole thought. Really. I have the right to talk about whatever I want. And no one can stop me or tell me that I can't say I skip. And I think that if I said to somebody else the other way around, immediately if I said, shut up, you have no right to criticize anything that Douglas Murray said because you've not got my skin color. Okay, not the exact comparison, but seriously, is that a reasonable form of argument? You haven't been through everything I've been through in my life, therefore you can't comment. No. In that case, nobody can talk about anything. You might as well pack up, go home, isolate ourselves. Strong words, but you try to, not in this particular situation, but there's people that have lived through something that can comment very tangible. For example, Holocaust survivors. Yes. There is a sense in which maybe a basic sense of civility when a Holocaust survivor is speaking about their experience in the Holocaust that an intellectual from a very different part of the world is simply writing about nuanced geopolitics of World War II just should not interrupt the Holocaust survivor. We don't physically interrupt it, that's how they tell their story. With logic and reason, that the experience of the Holocaust survivor somehow fundamentally has a deeper understanding of humanity and the injustice. Well, first of all, yeah, even deeper than that. In terms of wanting to listen to another person who has experienced something, yes. Yes. But not endlessly. Not endlessly. I mean, there are some people who've written about, there are people who've written about Holocaust
highly reluctant to concede that there are groups of people who, by dint of their skin color or anything else, get to dominate the microphone. Now, of course, politically, both people use microphones at the moment, so let's skate over that. What I mean is, say, you don't have the right to speak. I have the right to take the microphone from you to speak because I know best. Fine. If you know best, we'll argue it out, and someone will win, long or short term. But the almost aggressive tone in which this is now, that I don't like the sound of. Nobody's experience is completely understandable by another human being. Nobody. And what many people are asking us to do, us collectively, is to force that dialectical party that was first, but I've adopted in recent years, is to say you must spend an inordinate amount of your life trying to understand me personally, my lived experience, everything about me. You should dedicate your life to trying to do that. Simultaneously, you'll never understand me. This is not an attractive invitation. This is an unwinnable game. So if somebody has a legitimate an important point to make, they should make it, and they'll get through whatever they can, whatever they're making. And by the way, there are plenty of white people who experience racism as well. There are plenty of white people who do it and have done, and increasingly so, which is one of the things I write about in the West. I mean, I would argue that today in America, the only group that actually allowed to consistently vilely racist against the white people. If you say disgusting things about black people in America in 2022, you will be over. You will be over. If you decide to talk about people's white peers, their white female peers, their white guilt, their white privilege, their white rage, and all these other pseudo apologizing terms, you'll be just fine. You can tell them don't use stuff. You can lecture at Yale University, absolutely fine. And the white people have to suck that up. As if that's fine because there was racism in other directions. So white people can have racism as well. Does that mean that I think that I have a right, or other white people have a right to dominate the discourse by talking about their feelings of having been victims of racism? No, not particularly. Because what does that get us? It gets us into a cycle of competitive things. Am I saying that white people who've experienced violence have experienced historically anything like the violence perpetrated against black people in America historically? Obviously not. But, what kind of competition do we want to enter here? And this is very, very important to raise now in America. There's one other thing I have to throw in there, which is how do you work out the sincerity of the claim? How do you work out the sincerity of the claim being made? At one point in my book, in the latest book, I referred to a very useful bit in Nietzsche, just Hobbes, where, as you know, Nietzsche would have Nietzsche Ken. He would say, I love Nietzsche, which meant, what exactly do you love about him? But a lot to be learned from the others. But there are moments in young tomorrow that are very useful in this book. One of them is the moment when Nietzsche used the phrase I've now stolen as how appropriate, where he refers to people who tear a fruit long since closed and then cry about the pain they feel. Now, how do you know? How do you know whether the pain is? How do you know? I'm not saying you should never know, but it's hard. So when somebody says, I feel that my life hasn't gone that well, and it's because of something that was done to my ancestors 200 years ago, maybe they do feel that. Maybe they're right to feel that. Maybe they're making it up. Maybe they're using it as their reason for failure. Maybe they're using it as their reason to not even try. Maybe they're using it as their reason to smoke weed all day. I don't know. And who does know? How can you work that out? And that's why I come back to this thing of who are we to constantly judge in this society other people who don't know and attribute motives to them. give you a quick example of something in our own neighborhood who has a form of resentment. Rabbi, did you see about the documentary Putin's Palace? Yeah. You remember the stuff about Putin's young KGB officer in Germany? Remember the stuff about Putin's first wife's resentment? One of his KGB colleagues had an apartment that was a few meters bigger than the Putin's. Yeah, it's very interesting. And by the way, I'm not saying that, Vladimir Putin became the man he was become and invaded Ukraine because he didn't have an apartment. He liked Berlin or Munich, wherever he was. There's a different possibility. My point is my point is that resentment is a factor in we all feel it in our lives. It's something that has to be struggled against. But resentment is political terms can be deadly. I mean, it's incredibly deep into war. When you mentioned Hitler, obviously one of the things that Hitler played off was resentment. Obviously, almost every revolution starts. The French Revolution was did as well, but not without cause. Because we feel that Versailles was not listening to Paris in the 1780s, and we feel resentment for Marie Antoinette, Paris within the palace, ignoring bread shortages in Paris. So resentment is a very understandable thing. Sometimes it's justifiable, and it's also deadly to the person that's in this society. It's an incredibly deep sympathy. Somebody else has got something that you should have. Now, the problem about it is it has the potential to be endless. You can do it your whole life. And one of the ways I've found myself mentioning is saying it's also important to recognize that resentment is something that can cross absolutely every boundary. So, for instance, it crosses all racial boundaries, obviously. I get what I'm saying. More interesting is it crosses all class boundaries and socioeconomic boundaries. And if I was to sort of simplify this thought, I would say, I guess that you and I and everybody watching knows or has known somebody in their lives who has almost nothing in worldly terms. And a generous person, a kindly person, a giving person, a happy person, a cheerful person. And I think we probably also, many of us, that you seem to have everything. And you're filled with that. Filled with that. Somebody else has got that. My sister did something that she wanted, I just got that. And on and on. It's huge. And one of the things that suggests to me is we therefore have a choice about this. This is something which we can do something, not limitlessly. But for instance, I mean, there are very good reasons some people in their life might feel resentment. Let's say you're involved in a car crash and a friend fell asleep at the wheel, and that's why you're spending the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Perfect example of problems. No. You would be justified. And at some point you have to make a decision, which is, am I going to be that person or a different person?
But even in that case, you're saying at the individual level, at the societal level, it's destructive. Why? Even though you're quote justified,
It rots you. It rots you because the best you can do is to eke out your days unfulfilled.
so the antidote that you described is gratitude.
Yes,
Gratitude is the antidote to evil things. So that is at the individual level.
gratitude is certainly the answer to resentment. I quote from one of us but when I read it first time a few years ago, absolutely enthralled by the brothers Karamazov. Not everything in them overnight, won't get into it, but I had some very big structural criticisms of the novel.
Not just to be talking to me because I'm not just the asking man, but I appreciate this.
No, I get it. Well, we could get into what I did with structural criticism, right? Anyway,
Now I'm offended and triggered.
There's athleticism, folks. Ruffle checks. Ruffles salsa. Salsa ruffles.
But the passive aggressive, the microaggression, I'll go with this. Little nice fight. But the reason I mention it is because of course it is such brilliant stuff like that. Because why would gratitude not be essential to the devil's capable of? The answer is that it doesn't capable of gratitude. He hasn't been capable of gratitude.
Do you think because the empathy that was as strong and inside it as it is for you? I think it's a really powerful idea that gratitude, you only get the resentment that drops.
Yes, I think it was one of the endless things he saw. And the way I put it is that I was just think in terms of the era of deconstruction, which is one thing I'd like to call the era that now is. The era of deconstruction, the era that started, let's say, from the 60s something, and was originally an academic game, and then sort of happened to wider culture, which was then take everything apart, split it apart. There are lots of problems with it. One is quite boring. You don't get awful lot from it. You also have a problem with what children find when they try to do this with bicycles, which is they can take apart when easy. And the era of taking things apart in games is one we've lived through, and it's been plenty of fun. But you can't do it for quite some time. I'm going to look at this society and I'm going to take it apart by showing systemic problems. I'm going to, at the end of that, what have you got? What have you done? What have you achieved? We need to interrogate this. Okay, interrogate. My old last question is interrogate the deliberate possibility. I'm going to interrogate this thing and take it apart again. At the end of it, what have you got? Whether you're interrogating a text or a piece of music, or an idea, or society, fine. Question, endless question is to interrogate. Uses all the criminals themselves, and it's guilty, and therefore it's not guilty. And that's what we've been doing today. And that's resentment. That's one byproduct of resentment. You can't build the thing which you know how to take it apart.
There's a little bit of resentment. Good. So you have, that one Tom Waits, he has a song where a little drop. I like my town with a little drop of poison. Is it good to do that? Is it good to have a little bit of poison in your drink? Depends what poison is. Depends not much.
Well, I've been occasionally you find out that some alcoholics do that one was too many and 10 is not enough.
So there's a natural, in this case, this kind of deconstruction is a slippery slope. It becomes an addiction, becomes a drug that you just can't stop.
Well, you'd have to wean yourself off and try to start creating. You'd have to start trying to put things together. Something I think might be in the frozen start that would happen.
Well, speaking of taking things apart and not putting them together again, the idea of critical race theory. Can you, to me, explain? So I'm an engineer and have not been actually paying attention much, unfortunately, to these.
And I don't know if the people in your field learn, but I've got a lot of smacks in your face.
I read the line of thinking, about IT. I said, well, surely whatever you folks are busy about yelling at each other for is a thing at Harvard and Yale.
Yeah. People in the STEM subjects are not coming for us, can't come to us. So bang.
Well, it hasn't quite been bang.
Engineering is more safe than others.
Yeah. So it's not, so let's draw a line. Now,
athleticism.
This is an
So unprecedented.
academic study. We're not just looking at the law, we seek to change the law. And it's built out into all of the other disciplines. I think there's a reason for that. It happened at the time that the humanities scholars in America were increasingly weak, didn't know what to do, and they needed more games to play or new games to play.
The psychologists got bored.
Yeah, I mean, they needed companions. They needed something to do. And I mean, it's not an original observation that people made this, but Neil Ferguson said this some time ago, that in the last 50 years, American academia, certainly in humanities, when somebody dies out in great scholars and such, they're just not replaced by someone substantial. They're replaced by somebody who does theory or critical race theory. They're replaced by somebody who does the modern games. Somebody dies out who's a great historian, or say, I don't know, it's wrong on my mind, Russian history or Russian literature, and they're not replaced by a scholar.
In his observation, in yours, is this a recent development?
It's happened in the last few decades, for sure. And it's sped up.
Is it because we got to the bottom of some of the biggest questions of history?
No, it's because we're going to forget the big questions.
Because it's more fun to big questions are.
Well, no, partly I just stress that partly this is egoist, but partly it's a result of the hyper specialization in academia. If you said you'd like to write your dissertation on Hobbes, if you wanted to, if you something central to Kant's thought or Hegel, I mean, that's not popular. What's popular is somebody way down the line from that, because there's a feeling that will be done. So you take something way, way, way down the line from that you must less important, and then you sort of play with that. And I think most people, anyone who's watching who's been in a philosophy department in the Algeria will know that tendency. By the way, there's a very practical consequence to it. I saw this the other way around Rothschild was like when he would occasionally, he didn't get tenure at university, but he would occasionally be flown in by his enemies to teach courses in various universities in basics of philosophy, because there was no one in the department able to do it. Like he would go in and teach for a semester, Hegel and Kant and Schopenhauer and others, because there was no one to do it, because they were all playing with things way, way, way down the road. So that had already happened, and people were searching for new games to play, and the critical race theory stuff forced its way in, partly the way that all of this that's now known as anti-racism does, in a sort of bullying, the saying if you don't follow this, the same way that all the things that are called studies, I think everything called studies in humanities should be shut down
Because of the activism.
they're all activists, gay studies and queer studies. Nothing good has ever come from it. Nothing good.
To push back, is it obvious that activism is a sign of a flaw in the discipline? So isn't it
The sign of the death of the discipline. The sign of the discipline is over.
But isn't it a good goal to have for discipline to enact change, positive change in the world? Or is that for politicians to do the findings of science?
I mean,
non
why create an ideology and then set out to find disciplines that are weakly put together to try to back up your political ideology?
So ideology should not be part of science or
No, I mean, why would you? I mean, anyone could do it. You could decide to go in and be, why you would be right wing about something and only do things that prove your right wing ideas. Be fantastically anti-academic, fantastically anti-science, fantastic. It's an absurd way to mix up activism and academia. And it's absolutely right. Critical race theory is one of the ones that completely polluted the academy.
yeah, there's been dark moments throughout history during World War II with both communism and Nazism, fascism. That
because the only time I heard it was that Brett Weinstein one when he did that. I don't know if you heard that, but early in Clubhouse. I was about to Clubhouse with various people. He was like, oh, this is a really great surprise where we hang out and talk with interesting people. I downloaded the app. I got on like because Brett Weinstein said, I was doing this company. I listened and it was the maddest damn discussion I've ever heard.
Was it something about biology? Something about was it COVID times?
At some point, Brett said, I'm an evolutionary biologist. And somebody else started saying, you're a eugenicist. And he said, no, I'm an evolutionary biologist. And they were like, that's the same thing. And it just went on like that. The Brett desperately tried to explain that's not the same thing as being a eugenicist. And he lost the Clubhouse group. They thought that was the same thing. He'd come. It horribly reminded me of a time some years ago when the British newspaper ran a sort of realizing that the only thing you can unite people on in sexual ethics is revulsion against paedophilia, ran an anti-pedo campaign, and shortly after, pediatricians' offices were torched in the north of England by a mob who hadn't read the whole time.
Yeah. Well, to me, like I said, a little bit of poison is good for the town. So
Anyhow, sorry, I interrupted you. Exactly you were people talking.
I have multiple of friends. Yes. What if we didn't get to some of the ideas of critical race theory? What exactly is it? I'm actually part asking this question quite genuinely.
Yeah, it's an attempt to look at everything among other things through the lens and to add race into things where it may not be, as a way of having. I'm trying to give the most generous estimation. To add race in as a conversation in a place where it may not have been in the conversation.
And that means history, the history
Oh, sure.
of racism.
Yeah. All history. And to look at it through these particular lenses. I mean, there's a certain, like all these things, there's a certain logic in it. Like with feminist studies or something, I mean, is there a utility in looking back through undoubtedly male-dominated histories and asking where the more silent female voices? Yes, very interesting. Not endlessly interesting. And can't be put exactly on the same par as, but it has a utility.
It's that endlessly, sorry to interrupt, that endlessly part that seems to get us into trouble.
Yeah, well, because of this thing, where do you start? And that's always I look back, talk about this in my last book, Man of the Crowd. It's one of the big conundrums in activist movement, and particularly in activist academia. Where would you stop? It's not clear because you've got a job, you've got a pension, you've got your only esteem in society is in keeping this gig going. Well, I mean, is there any there's the old academic joke, the end of every conference, the only thing everyone agrees on is that we must have another conference like this one. So all these phrases we now have in our society, like dog whistle. They would say if you hear the whistle, you're the dog. But people say, yeah, that's a dog whistle, as if they're highly trained anti-Nazis. I mean, there should be some humility. We should be careful and wary for sure. But we should also be slightly humble in our inability to spot everything. Significantly humble. Right. So if we can, there's something funny, if not dark, about the activity of Hitler spotting. But just may take it aside. But so critical race theory. How much racism? What is racism? How much of it is in our world today? If we were thinking about this activity of Hitler spotting, how and trying to steel man the case of not for race theory, but people who look for racism in our world. How much would you say? Well, it's a good thing to try to define. I said racism is the belief that other people are inferior to you. You could see a formula where you call people superior to you. That could also happen. The more common is you see a group of people as being inferior to you simply by dint of the fact that they have different racial background. And that's sort of the easiest way to define racism. As I say, I mean, there are types of racism, mainly anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism, which weirdly relies on a hatred of people who a certain type of person thinks better than them. That's a particular peculiarity, one of the peculiarities of anti-Semitism.
Well, I think that's somehow control, right?
Yes, one of the internal fascinating things about anti-Semitism is it does everything at the same time.
There's quantum reason.
Yes,
Both superior and inferior.
you know that. You know about the Rothschild Life and Faith. So in the middle of Life and Faith, which a Persian friend of mine was said was one of only two great novels of the 20th century, which was very hard.
What was the other one?
The Leopard, obviously.
The leopard.
The Leopard. She said that she's definitely right on that. Life and Faith is Life and Faith is an extraordinary book. Maybe about, Grossman was Orthodox Jewish himself. He saw almost everything that he could have done. It's like always he saw Stalingrad. Was a journalist. He wrote first hand accounts of Stalingrad. He was also the first journalist into Treblinka. And his account, you can read him on the text, his journal, his account of what used to be devastating. Wanting pieces of journalism frozen. Anyhow, I mentioned it because Grossman, which in the middle of Life and Faith, first page novel, in the middle of it, which is about the dark axis around Stalin. He way up on it. So he goes on the lines of Stalin. He says Stalin studied Fields, his counterpart in Berlin, was very close to him on this time. Wow.
How else on that?
Like leading up after Trump. He feels closeness with this. But Grossman, in the middle of Life and Faith, right back at the worst hours of the 20th century, suddenly dedicates a chapter to anti-Semitism. And anti-Semitism is something I've always been very interested in, because I've always had this instinctive utter revulsion of it. And also partly because having seen this in the Middle East and elsewhere. But I mention this because Grossman, in the middle of Life Space, takes time out and does this like 3-page explanation, or 3-page description of anti-Semitism. And it's extraordinary. It's the only thing I can think of that's equally good is the Gregor von Metzori, who wrote a lurid title, but brilliant, setting about questions of anti-Semitism, and about get condemned in one place for being rich and in another for being poor. Condemned in one place for assimilating and in another for not assimilating. But assimilating too much is assimilating for being too successful for not being successful. So I think it's the only racism that includes within a detestation, the real understanding, like the detestation of people that the person may perceive to be better than. Correctly.
By the way, I'm embarrassed to say I have not read this one of two greatest novels on the sociological page, Jesus and But. And just to read off of Wikipedia, we see a Grossman, a Ukrainian Jew, became responsible for the Soviet military paper. Grossman having volunteered and been rejected from military service. He spent 1,000 days in the front lines. Roughly 3 of the 4 years of his conflict between the Germans and Soviets. And the main themes covered like the page, I keep thinking Jesus is a theme on Jewish identity and the Holocaust, Grossman's idea of humanity and goodness, Stalin's distortion of reality and values, and science that goes on in reality and war. This I need to
I think you'll really get lost. But one of the other things, but one of the other things he does is that he has this extraordinary ability to just talk about the absolute highest levels of confidence and zoom in. It's rather like the camera work they use in things like Lord of the Rings, with the way he zooms down and gets one person in the midst of this. You get from that, which was bloody cool.
So I personally have read and reread William Shatner, The Rise and Fall of Reich, who's another journalist who was there, but he does not do it. Interestingly enough, given such a large novel coming to definitive work on him, the definitive original work and most of the source material on Hitler, he doesn't touch anti-Semitism really.
So you think of that?
Well, he just says it very calmly and objectively. He does for most of the work, but this was the fact of the life. There's a lot of clearly throughout, but he doesn't get to.
Well, one thing is that they lost the war. No, that's not one kind of way to view it. Andrew Roberts saying this isn't in the end. The Nazis lost the war because they were Nazis. So it sounds almost too neat, but it's worth remembering that at the end of the war, when the Germans need to be transporting troops and they need to be transporting very basic supplies, Eichmann makes sure he gets the trains to transport the Jews right up to the end.
Well, that's certainly a dark possibility.
But to get back to racism in general, racism in general, and half of anti-Semitism relies on the perception that another group, a racial group, other than your own, are inferior to. That's what I say is the easiest shorthand of racism. And of course, it's one of the stupidest things that our species is capable of. I mean, one of the stupidest. That you can look at a person and guess them in their entirety, in fact, because of their skin color. Like, what a stupid idea that is, as well as being an evil one. But I would say that one of the, I think it's a dangerous thing in our era that there are bits of it coming back. That's why I say we do need we need our antennae working. We just don't need them to be overactive or underactive,
Now, the book is war in the West, but speaking of racism towards different groups based on their skin color, you said that there's a war on white people.
Yeah.
Would you say that's the case? Would you say that there is significant racism towards white people in the United States?
I'd say that white people in the United States are the only people who are told they have hereditary sin. And that's a big one, just to start with. Based on their skin color. I mean, I would find it so repugnant if, and I hope everybody will join me in feeling this, I would feel so repugnant if there were any school of thought in America today that had any grasp on the public attention, that said that black people were born into evil because of something their ancestors had done. think it would be such a vicious way to try to demoralize a group of people and tell them that the things they would be able to achieve in their lives are much lesser because they should spend significant portions of their lives trying to cope with something they didn't do.
Is there a difference?
And that's a brilliant point, the obvious point that said, nobody in the public square says that, and they're the maniacs are fringes of it. Nobody in the mainstream would dare say that, or I think even think that about any group of people other than white people. And does this mean that white people are more disadvantaged than black people? No. And again, let's not make this a competition, but
About future technology, anti-gravity, antimatter, life extension technology, mind uploading technology, de-extinction, space elevators, all kinds of really cool stuff, period. Why wouldn't you want to learn more about that? Question mark.
Yes, because much easier to adapt to job.
It is much easier, but is there something to be said about that being a useful function of society that you always attack? That the minority has disproportionate power to attack the majority, so you can always keep the majority in check.
Well, dangerous game to play, isn't it?
That's a good summary of narrative simplicity.
So yeah, everything's dangerous. But it's a very dangerous game to play, though. I wrote about this with the Madison crowd when I was saying, like, gay rights people, the ones that still exist, the ones who don't have homes to go to, who want to beat up on straight people, or want to make straight people feel like they're kind of unmarked on, boring straight. So boring. So not like the magical pixie paradise game. That's a bad idea to push. That's a bad idea. And some gays highly unlikely. Given the fact that about 2 to 3% of the population are actually gay, although now there's like an additional 20% who think they're like two spirit or something. All that bullshit. They're just attention seekers, so let's not spend too much time on that. But equally, as I said the man in the crowd with the feminist movement, very unwise for half of the species to say that the other half of the species isn't needed. And there were always third and fourth wave feminists willing to make that answer. Not first wave feminists, you didn't hear the first wave feminists, you didn't hear suffragettes hesitate to say, we'd like to vote, and then scum. Because it would have been hard to have won everyone over their side, not least the men they need to win over their side. But you do get third and fourth wave feminists who say, like, we need men, or men are all X. Again, it's a bad idea. It's a bad idea tactically.
What if then Richard Rangham, somebody from Harvard, describes that men are the originators of violence, physical violence in society, and he argues that actually the world would be better off. No, just a very cold calculus. You get rid of men, there would be a lot less violence in society. Is this claim?
Who said you need to get rid of violence in society?
Well, but shouldn't that be discussion?
Right,
Have a debate, a panel discussion, violence, pros and cons.
Well, that's the sort of thing that I can say to some like weak-ass academic decides to do because he thinks that his area of thought would be nicer. He might decide it's useful if he's living in Kiev instead to have violence there. I mean, it might. If New York was invaded right now, I'd need some violent men around here.
But it wouldn't be invaded if there was no violence.
Well, that's the argument. There's also, at least there's some level of threat that you ought to exude that puts people off. If I was in, I'm very glad that the men and women of Ukraine are capable of, and more capable of, fighting for their country and for their neighbors, their families, and much more. But it's better
to be ashamed of their happiness, and perhaps say to one another, it's a disgrace to be happy. There is too much misery. This is something to be averted. Sick, says Nietzsche, must not make the healthy sick too, or make the healthy confuse themselves with the sick. Well, I think there again, there's a lot of that going on. How could I be happy when there is unhappiness in the world? Why should I not join the ranks of the unhappy? I think Dostoevsky has a book about that as well. Drop Monster on the ground. Okay. This has been very Russian focused. I read these another time. First off, the Grossman others have come in. I wasn't like doing this. Yeah, well, it's always good to plug to grades. Um, and it's good to know they're still relevant. Do you speak Russian, by the way, at all? Wish I did. I'm told it's a 10-year language, basically learning from scratch. My friends who have done it. Well, there's the language, and then there's the personality behind the language, and the personality I feel like you already have. So you just need to know the certain details. Okay. In fact, silence, the silence in Russian language is something that's already important. No, if we had a moment, I'd tell my story about Stalin's birthplace. I once went to Gori, where Stalin was born. Have you been? No, that's really, I was there just after Georgia war. And I went to the nomad land in South Ossetia, cousin. And I said, I really got to go to Gori. I said, because the shell planted in Gori, rather weirdly from the Russian side. That's Gori, where Stalin was born. And Georgia. And anyhow, the museum of Stalin's birthplace, they've been trying to change for some years because it's been unadulterated in pro-Stalin for years. And the Georgian authorities, this is the Saakashvili time, were trying to make it in the Stalinism. And it was really tough. And the only place I've seen which is similar is the house in Mexico City where Trotsky was killed. That also, that they're not quite sure what to do. They don't want to say he's a bad guy because they think he won't get anyhow. Stalin's out in Gori has changed them. He's in Stalin. There's this large Georgian woman with a pink pencil who just clearly been doing for 50 years. And when it all happened, she did that classic thing. I was North Korea where they that sort of communist thing where they say, this is 147 feet high by 13 feet deep. And I give you lots of that panic there. Doesn't matter. It would give you that. This is Stalin's suitcase. It is 13 inches wide by anyhow. And this woman did all of this. It was all this mildness not pro-Stalin, just explain Stalin's life. It was great. Local boy done good. They did mention the fact he killed more Georgians for capital than anyone else. And we can get to the end before being taken to the gift shop where they sell red wine with Stalin's face on it, among other things, and a lighter with Stalin on it. They took you to a little room upstairs and they said, this is a replica of interrogation cells to show represent horror of what happened in Stalin's time. Now gift shop. And they no gun, and I got the one with the sign actually. Yeah, and I tell she said this Robert Jonathan I took a senator. I said, what do you think about common stuff? And she said, let us say she also done this during common. She said, my place in charge. We had an interesting comment himself. I said, yeah, but he killed more Georgians than anyone, and all that sort of thing. And she said, it's not my place to judge, it's 65 years. And eventually I said, well, what do you feel about it? And she said, it was like a hurricane. It happened. That's interesting because, if I may mention Clubhouse once again, I got a chance to talk to a few people from Mongolia. There's a woman from Mongolia, and they talked about the fact that they deeply admire Stalin. Well, she sounded, if I may, hopefully that's not crossing mine, I think I'm representing her correctly, in saying she admired him almost like love, like the way people love like Jesus, like a holy figure. Isn't that still the case in large parts of Russia? Yeah. I mean,
because now you didn't think that the now it's the 50 grams. But events like the French, all of them are Napoleon, and they had many varieties. These were fruits. Killed many people unnecessarily. And there are lots of things in history we thought cover that over with.
Yeah, yeah. Can we mention Churchill briefly? Because he is one of the. Um, you can make a case for him being one of the great representatives or great figures historically of Western civilization.
Yes.
And then there are a lot of people from not a lot. I know like three friends. One of them happens to be from London, and they say that he's a not a good person. Why? So listen, this friend we do not discuss. This is an opinion poll of three friends, but I do know that there's quite a
There's a backlash going on at the moment.
at the moment in general there's a spirit of reflecting on the darker side of these social figures, like challenging history through. It's not just critical race theory. It's challenging history through are the people we think of as heroes. What are their flaws? And are they in fact villains that are convenient? Uh, were there at the right time to accidentally do the right thing?
Accidentally. I hope this isn't a representative fair estimation of your friend.
No, she's going to be quite mad at this. But I didn't say the name, so it could be any family.
So we know it's a she.
Oh, well, see, I've
Given that away.
but that's, of course, I was not. I made that up completely. It's all just like my girlfriend in Canada. She's completely a figment of my imagination. Nevertheless, Winston Churchill is somebody. We just looking at reading the Rise and Fall of the Reich, an incredible figure that that to me, so much of World War II is marked, leading up to the war, marked by stunning amounts of cowardice by political leaders, and it's fascinating to watch here. This person clearly with a drinking and a smoking problem.
Okay, but I don't understand why that's a negative.
No, I didn't say.
Yeah, you throw it in as if it is.
No, well, it's called humor. I'll explain it to you one day what that means. But
He stood straight grinding.
he stood up. He, he stood up to what now is evil, but at the time it was not so obvious to see. Um, so that's just a fascinating figure of what civilization. I'd love to get your comments.
The real Christians, the real Christians of church are quite easy to sum up. I do so in the West shows. I say these are the things they now use against us. Didn't do enough to avert the Bengal famine in 1943, for instance. That's been shot out. I think this is sort of in Indian history. In the middle of the war, and in the middle of a wild war, Churchill did what he could to get grain supplies diverted from Australia into Bengal. The famine was appalling, caused by food and of course the recent Churchill. And the idea that some basically Indian nationalists have come back recent years and just anti-Churchill figure that he actually wanted Indians diets. It's just total cowardly. And when people claim, some people claim that, there are a few very scholars, nevertheless with some credentials, who claim that Churchill wanted the Indian population to basically genocide. And it's complete nonsense, not least for the fact that during the period which in question, Indian population grew. So that's one of the main ones. Another one is that he had some views that we now regard as racist. He definitely regarded racists as being different characters, and that there were superior races. As it were, the white European was a superior culture. same thing with the founding fathers. There are some people, for instance, certainly since the 90s, who have pushed the Sally Hemings, Thomas Jefferson story to show that Thomas Jefferson was something of a brute. As a result, we see Jefferson's statue being removed from the council chamber the city was sitting in last November by council members who said that Thomas Jefferson no longer represents our values. You can't recognize greatness of Thomas Jefferson and that we have flaws. I mean, that's not a grown-up debate.
And weigh them and weigh them in the context of the time. But let me throw a curveball at you there. What about recognizing the positive and negative of a fellow with nice facial hair called Karl Marx?
Sure. I mean, I have a section in one West, where I go to Karl Marx.
So he seems to have gotten, some popularity in the West recently.
Not just recently, yeah. I mean, there's a resurgence.
Yes, resurgence.
Well, that's because whenever things seem to go wrong, people reach for other options. And when, for instance, it's very hard for people to accumulate capital, it's not obvious that they're going to become capitalists. And so one thing that happens is people say, let's look at the Marxism thing again, see if that's a viable go. And my argument would simply be, point me to what place that's going.
Well, the argument from the Marxist with the Marxist economist is that we only really tried
Welcome.
it once the Soviets tried it, and then there's a few people that kind of tried the Soviet thing. What they basically offshoot of this.
They tried Soviet.
Yes, they've tried
They
it.
tried it better.
Yes.
So, but let's just quickly say, how did all these experiments go?
They failed in fascinating ways.
They did, but they failed. Correct. And we looked at so grossly failed that they threw millions and millions of people into completely thwarted lives that were much shorter than they should have been.
Yeah, so the lessons learned there, we learned several lessons. One is that anything that smells like Marxism is going to lead to a lot of problems. Now, another lesson could be, well, what is the fundamental idea that Marx had? He was criticizing capitalism and the flaws of capitalism. So those are flaws that we do better than capitalism. And that's, if you take that spirit, you start to wonder, that might actually become relevant in, 20, 30, 50 years when the machines start doing more and more of the labor, all those kinds of things. You start to ask questions.
But finally, might get Marx's dream of what the average day would look like.
Yes.
Well, it's an awful lot different. If you remember, that's what Marx said that we would be doing the labor.
But he didn't know Twitter was a thing or Netflix, so you would change.
Are there things we could learn from Marx? Plausibly, possibly. Can't think of anything like that right now. But to have a critique of capitalism isn't by any means a bad thing in society. I'd rather do the critique of capitalism showed how you improve capitalism. The critique of free market showed how people get better access to free market. How you could ensure, for instance, that young people get costly better, things like that. Those are constructive things. So people who say, well, we must have Marxism, don't know what the hell they're talking about. Because that never leads to any of those things.
Haven't learned it.
It's never left the park. And at some point, you've got to try to work out how many attempts you make at this damn philosophy before you realize that every attempt always leads to the same effect. And that we could pretend that fascism has never been properly tried, and that it was unfortunate what happened in Nazi Germany, but that wasn't real fascism. And in Mussolini's fascism, it didn't go all that well, but it was a bit better, and maybe we could try a bit more Franco fascism. Nobody would have any kind of time for this crap, nor should they. The people who try that are reviled and quite like them. So why do we tolerate it with Marxism thing? And it's a great mystery to me the way that people do tolerate it. Always it's a stupid way of saying we haven't done it yet. If you keep trying the same recipe and every time it comes out as shit, it's the recipe's shit.
Well, I'm trying to practice saying it's good, it's weighing the good and the bad, and be able to do so calmly and thoughtfully.
Sure.
You know the famous George Orwell comment on the Stalin, in an article of Stalin. You know that?
That's one of my favorite quotes.
George Orwell in the early 40s gets into an argument with Stalin. He's also Marxist. And the after trip, 7, this is when it's clear that Marxism is the Russian forces. And this, and Orwell's discussion with this Marxism goes on, and eventually Orwell says, what about the show trials, and what about what's happened in Ukraine, and the famine, and much more, and the purges, and eventually the Stalinist says Orwell what Orwell knows he's going to say, which is he says you can't make an omelette without breaking eggs. And Orwell says, where's the omelette? Oh yeah, so good. That's really good. Look at this by this stage, okay? How many? Right there, how many just messy, big, bloody, eggy piles have the Marxists created by now in country after country? Yeah. Always next time they're going to produce the great omelette, but they never have, and they never will, because the whole thing is rotten from the start. But let me just also say one thing about it, because with Marxism as nice as he sounds, and that's one of the things that I try to highlight in the book, is if we're going to do this reductive thing of people in history and say, well, they had views that were of their time, and we must therefore condemn them. It's fine, let's do the same thing with Marx. There are things I quote in this book from Marx's letters, not least letters to Engels, and indeed in his published writings, in piece received writings to the American press in the 1850s, where he gets horrible views on slavery and colonialism and much more. But the main thing is, the horrible things he says about black people and the constant use of the N-word. In fact, when I was doing the audiobook for one place, I had to decide, will I read out quotes from Marx or not? If I had read them out, I'd have been cancelled, because people would have just said, you've been using the N-word so much in this passage, and I politely thought of doing it so that I can say I was only quoting Marx to try to hit the point home. In the end, of course, those sensible stuff not to. But Marx's letters are disgusting on these things. Since I highlighted this in this book, some of the media picked it up and popularized this thing I'm trying to put into the system, which is you're going to accuse Chester, but you're going to accuse Jefferson. What about Marx? The two things that Marx has said since this came out has been, first of all, why are you saying this about Marx? He was a man of his time, like everyone else. And the second thing they say is, we don't go to Marx for his horrible and horrid views on race, or talking about mixed race people with gorillas and so on. We don't go to him for that. We go to him for his economic views. Say, okay, well, we don't go to Thomas Jefferson for his views on slaves. We don't go to Churchill for his precise language he used to point in the 1910s about India, or his health reform. I just go to himself. But I explain so much. But let's have some standards on this. And that's why I'm very suspicious of the fact that the people don't do this with Marx. Because I think what some people are trying to do, this may sound conspiratorial, but I really don't think it is. I think that some people are deliberately trying to completely clear the cultural landscape of our past in order to say there's nothing good, nothing you can hold on to, no one who used to be everyone, no hero. The whole thing comes down. People left standing, oh, we've also got this idea from the 20th century still about Marxism, from the 19th and 20th century. And no, you will not have the entire landscape deracinated, and then the worst ideas tried again. So basically destroy all of history and the lessons learned from history and then start from scratch and then completely any idea can work and you can just take whatever.
Well, and the thing is, there are always some people who create bad ideas. And I mentioned this also with the post-colonialists. The post-colonialists were really interesting. Because when European powers were moving from Africa and the Far East, Franz Fanon, you had European intellectuals like Sartre, who said the Western powers are retreating from these countries, and therefore we should institute in these countries what but Western Marxism.
Well, it's not obvious to me that like the bad ideas would be the ones that emerge, but it's more likely the bad ideas would emerge in this kind of context when you erase history. When you erase
When
tradition.
you erase history and you leave some ideas deliberately unimperative. I mean, as I say, find me 1 in 100 American students who've heard of either any of the communist despots of the 20th century. I mean, the name recognition, there was a poll done a few years ago in the UK, and like name recognition among children, school children, for starving, let alone Mao. I mean, Mao killed more people than anyone, 65 million Chinese perhaps. How many students in America know what Mao was, who he was, where he was? Nothing.
Or the atrocities committed.
Where the atrocities were committed. Or I worry about that because it means that we might have learned one of the 2 lessons of the 20th century. We think we've learned one of the 2 lessons of the 20th century. We actually haven't learned that lesson. We've learned a little bit of it, and we've not learned the other one at all. Because that's why we still have people in American politics and elsewhere actually talking about collectivization and things, as if there's no problem with that, and as if it's perfectly obvious, and they could run it, and they know exactly where to start.
What are the 2 lessons of the 20th century?
Fascism.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what exactly the lessons are.
No, it's not clear. The lessons were very clear. It's better.
Well, one is your book, Fraudulent by Madness and Crowd. That's one lesson.
Well, how so?
Meaning like large crowds and herd-like behavior.
Yeah, be very right.
Yeah. In general, when you apply it to different forms, you apply an application in this sense, but that's absolutely history that crowds can. If you would get together, they can do some quite radically silly things.
The last net is very good. About, and Eric Hoffer, who's a sort of self-taught, amazing, not the autodidactic writer, a true believer. So he was extremely good at that. But the reason I mentioned the 2 things, no, I mean, we should have realized 2 nightmares of the 20th century matches. That we should know how they came about. And we're interested in learning how one of them came about fashion. And we know some of the lessons, like don't treat other people as less than you because of their race. And so that's one lesson. But we've done some good at learning that. But the second one, not to do communism again, not to do socialism, I think we're way away because we don't know how it happened. And the little temptation is still there. What do people think about going to expropriate your property? People do things they don't like. They can't wait to take the property.
Well, there's an appealing sense. Okay, every ideology has an appealing narrative behind it that sells the ideology. So, for socialism, for communism, it seems unfair that the working class does all of this work and gets only a fraction of the output. It just seems unfair. So
If they do get,
yes, and so it seems to be more fair to increase that. The workers own all the value of their output, and well, things that are more fair seem to be a good thing.
I think, well, yeah, I mean, fairness is, I like
saying is you're a Marxist. I thought it was you heard that here first in the out of context blog post that's right about this.
I get back to what the way to keep capitalism, if it's gone bad, is to get better capitalism. Free markets where they're not fair should be made fair. Never decide that the answer is the thing that has never produced any human flourishing, i.e. Marxism.
So as you described, that is a crowd, herd-like behavior of humans that gets us into trouble. You as an individual thinker and others listening to this, how can you, because all of us are mixed crowds, we're influenced by the society that's around us, by the people that's around us, how can we think independently? How can we, if you're in, in the Soviet Union, beginning of the 20th century, if you're in, I don't know, Nazi Germany, the end of the 30s or 40s, how can you think independently? Given, first of all, that it's hard to think independently, just intellectually speaking, but also that it just becomes more and more dangerous. So the incentive to think independently under the uncertainty that's usually involved in thinking is, I mean, it's a silly thing to say, but I'm sure there is a cost to be paid for going against the crowd on any silly thing. And we can even talk about Will Smith slapping Chris Rock. There's a crowd that believes that that was unjustified. I forget what the crowd decided. But
You have to split on that one if they have one opinion out of it.
okay, that's right. But there's, you put it very nicely, that there's clearly a calculus here. You can measure on Twitter, in particular, you can measure kind of the crowd, the sense of where the crowd lays.
Michael Jackson.
Well, I don't want to. This is not a legal discussion. I don't have my lawyer.
I don't even have a lawyer. Romantic question is dead. But I think most people who are not just die-hard fans conceive that Michael Jackson has a strange relationship with children and was almost certainly pedophile.
Is the crowd agree on that?
No, the crowd hasn't agreed that he's too famous and we all love Thriller.
Yeah, we do. So you said people who are not fans.
No, I'm a fan of Michael Jackson, but I think he was almost certainly pedophile. And but nobody wants to give up stuff bad at weddings. So they just kind of added in. It's fine.
It's your law does not apply to Bill Cosby.
Oh, well, he wasn't. He was a court, one of the most famous people in America, but maybe he wasn't regarded as talented.
Okay. Oh wow. There's depth to this.
Oh yeah. There's a genius podcast, all culture. There's a genius podcast, all culture. Look at Lord Byron. Lord Byron shagged his sister. Doesn't have that reputation. Can't do anything about it.
But then again, it's kind of war against the West. Genius actually makes you more likely, or no, to get canceled. So if you look at the genius, Thomas Jefferson, or
Well, yes, because if you haven't done anything remarkable, nobody will come looking for you. Okay.
a societal genius can get you in trouble with life.
Cycle through life with no connection. Be totally harmless, and then die. But perhaps use any carbon. But you were asking about how to survive the era of social media, as it were, and the crowd. And there's a very simple answer to that. Don't overrate the significance of the unreal world.
Oh, come on, but this is still human psychology. Because you want to fit in. You want to apply. Because you like people.
Why not decide to move on to see people?
Yeah, that's
That's what I mean. Well, I mean, I actually like most people, but in general, I don't have detestation for most people at all. That's the way it works. I enjoy speaking with, being with. But in terms of storing, in terms of self-worth, it's absolute strength to speak to.
yeah. Well, for me, that's even not the stereotype possession. For me, I think I represent some number of population. I'm pretty self-critical, looking for myself in the world, and there is a depth of connection with people on the internet. I mean, I have plenty of talent.
can't store significant amounts of trust or faith or belief or self-worth in places which will not return it to you.
Okay, so let's talk about the more extreme case, the harsher case. When you talk about things you talk about in the war on the West and madness and crowds, I mean, things are getting a lot more back for sure. For the listening, just shrugged like he said, like, looking at me. Do you know, all you leaders have had to say, thank you for being happy.
I mean, maybe it's self-selecting. If I didn't have the views I had about that, whatever armory it is that I have on that, I would do what I did.
Have you been to some dark places psychologically because of the challenging ideas to explore? Like significant self-doubt, just kind of.
I can't say I've been unaffected by everything. But maybe there's definitely times when we think there's times there was a period around time I wrote my book Strange Step of Joe, which I was very, very dark time. And it wasn't because I was having a dark time in my life, but because it was right.
Oh, because it's the place you have to go in order to write.
Yeah. And well, I've gone straight from the end of civilization. So occasionally now I have a maybe slightly different path at this stage, but sometimes readers come up to me in the street or whatever and say, I love Strange Step of Joe, and say, it's a very depressing book to read. So should have tried writing it. But it was because I know it has chunks of it which I'm very proud of, particularly about the death of religion, the death of God, the loss of meaning, the void. And that's really difficult stuff to write about, to grapple with. And there is a sort of, I haven't reread that book since it came out, but I think there are passages in it which reveal what I was thinking very clearly in the poetry of it, as well as the detail. But yeah, I can't say I'm used to saying what I think and what I see, and if there's any pushback I've got from that, I'm completely consoled when I'm saying what I see with my own eye.
That's your source of strength, is that you're always seeking the truth as best you see it.
Well, I can't agree to go along with a lie if I've seen something.
Do you ever, so speaking of Seth Harris, and I mentioned to you offline, a lot of people, talk to a lot of smart people in my private life on the podcast, and a lot of them refer to you as their opinion of a very smart person. So, given that, compliment, you ever worried that your ego grows to a level where you're not what you think is the truth, so all the truth. It's kind of it blinds you. And also, on top of that, the fact that you stand against the crowd at all. If there's a part of it that you like to point out that there is no photos.
I guess it's a thrill of conviction.
Yeah. That sometimes both the ego and the thrill of friction will get you to deviate from the truth that is friction.
I try to keep alive with that. I mean, early in my career, I realized that I didn't want to make enemies unnecessary, any more than strictly necessary, because there was a very large number of already necessary. And I remember once, I won't get the details into it, I only had So that's done. And then another thing, I just thought I could. And I remember thinking, so being the sort of person who's forever creating storms, and I'm trying to wait for it. And I think I've pretty much stuck to that. But to answer your question, well, the first thing is I'm confident I can be that I would sort of come from two reasons. And one is I don't think of myself as a life intelligent. Partly because I'm very, very advanced. Because I don't. I mean, for instance, I have almost no knowledge of details of finance or economic theory. I mean, the real details, the big picture, the kind that you were just discussing earlier. But I have, if you put the periodic table running it, I would struggle to do more than that. I very conscious of the huge gap. And where I have gaps or chasms, I tend to find I have disproportionate admiration for people who know that. Like, why you would be impressed when people understand money, really understand it, how do you do that? And the same thing with biologists, medics, stuff I just know very little about.
And that's the sort of world that you stuff.
Yes, I mean, I think, well, I can get on that stuff, but she's becoming general knowledge. I say that thing, some years ago, there's a thing in the UK, the University Challenge. And I was asked some years ago to do the sort of like celebrity one of former students of the university or colleges asked to go back for a Christmas special. And I was asked to be one of my old colleagues to go back and compete in the sort of celebrity alumni one. And the only reason I actually wanted to do it was then to go to Louis Theroux, who was my colleague before my time. He was on. He agreed to be on the team. And I thought I'd love to meet Louis Theroux. That'd be great. And anyhow, I said, well, I really don't want to do it. And they said, come on, it'd be great. I said, I will show myself up the list over the last whole thing for arrangements. And as it was, I sat down. My plan had watched the card that those few things happened. And realized I just sat mute for the whole half hour. I didn't come out there. The first question was about physics, and the second one was about. As it was, I watched the one, and I could answer the first 2 or 3 questions of the one that actually went out because they made it a bit simpler. But I mean, I'm terribly conscious of this stuff, and I said to Lisa, I can't go on because I just couldn't answer the question. The unbelievably smart students seem to be able to answer a range of things. So I'm perfectly aware of my limitations, and
You contemplate limitation.
yeah, they're forever before me, And it's not hard to find every day. And then on top of that, I suppose it's, and in a way, that line from Rudyard Kipling's alternately brilliant and slightly nauseating poem It. There's a line just enjoy it fun again. Well, no, it's not. I can enjoy a great poem, but I mean, a good poem. It's just, exactly.
This goes to your criticism, but yeah, take Douglas's criticism with a grain of salt. So
I think I've done it too many moral circles. But that line is a good piece of writing. If you can learn to meet triumph and disaster and really good possible just to say, that's a good line. Good line. It's amazing. But I do think this is very sensible thing to try to agree triumph and disaster regardless of possible. And actually, anyone who knows me knows that I never, partly it's because I have a sort of belief in the old gods, and at the moment that I thought that I was in triumph, they picked up the skirt and run up a million miles. But it's also because I genuinely, anyone who knows
not even from people.
When I first saw that it was selling, I had that level of elation. Good. No gun down. And I did have a moment of elation then, definitely. But it doesn't last, partly to tell myself enough.
Because, as you said, it's just up in skirt. Is that skirt? I don't know this. You've written for years your poetry, even when it's not being. As of 2022, this year, what's your final analysis of the political leadership of the human mind and the human being of Donald Trump?
I sort of avoided this for years.
Just talking about
I
Trump.
was trying to avoid Trump for years. From the same reason I tried to avoid Brexit.
Do you think that Trump, just sorry on a small tangent, do you think the Trump story is over or we just done it now?
I've no idea. The people I know who know said he's running. And I think that in general, Republicans have to do have a choice in front of them. And one friend put it to me recently said, you've got to go into your toughest fighter. And I understand that instinct. And I also think it's very dangerous because one of your toughest fighters is your biggest liability. What's the best way to get that Democrat vote in 2024?
And the people that are doing the war in the West,
They are. And I'm cautious about this because I know every way I can it's dangerous. So let me just be trained.
gracefully.
No, trained gracefully. My friend. My gosh. Here's the thing. I think everybody knows what Trump is, and we all knew he is. And I feel sorry for conservatives who hadn't that he was something he was. I don't know the ones who had to pretend when such about Christian or a man of faith or a man of great integrity or all of these sorts of things because something like he is not really that sort of the case. But he has something. One thing is a method of communication you've got to say is was unbelievable.
What's coming like the way?
I mean, watching him clear everyone out of the way in 2016 was brilliant because people needed to. I mean, it's horrifying. What America's going to give us another push. What's so great about this family? America's going to give us another Clinton. We're going to get to choose between Clinton and Bush. Mark Stein said, well, let's wait for David Clinton and the Bushes in to marry, and then we just really have a monarchy again. So I was very pleased to see him clear the way. I was very pleased to see him sort of raise some of the issues that needed raising. I thought it was a breath of fresh air, and I wish it wasn't him doing it. And then there was a question of his government, and it was just perfectly clear he didn't know how to govern. What he did have, however, what he does have, is an incredible fund. And some of the forces who were arranging him, my gosh, they would have taken down any stars. I mean, if they'd have probably done some similar BS against Ted Cruz, or Marco Rubio, they'd have said some people, they'd have accused all these people of racism and decided everything else. Well, just said they did wrong, they just said they did John McCain. But Trump was the one ugly enough and bruisey enough to fight.
And also a willingness or a lack of willingness to play some civil game of politics at a party when like politeness gets you in trouble.
Yeah, I mean,
have this polite, out of momentum and be polite, and all of a sudden you're how old is Jeffrey Epstein? It gets you a lot of trouble.
So Trump has some sort of story was right. Look, he screwed up doing his own office. He didn't choose the he could mean, sitting in the office behind the Oval Office sleeping, watching the news. Sorry, that's not the president. And he didn't fill positions because people knew. The people who were very loyal to him, he would just, he'd get them to become loyal and then destroy them. And I think, and then we get to the thing about, and here we get on the payment of what it calls is very, very practical. But, I covered the 2020 election. I was traveling all around the States. I went to Raleigh and all sorts of stuff. And I did the DC on election. And when they called the very argument, so black lives matter positive. But when it looked like Trump had win, you're really very like semantic, but people stuff getting into black bloc, this sort of stuff, and I thought this out of good Trump win. And in the aftermath of the vote, I was really hanging around and watching a bit, and then I saw this drag on, and I saw some of his people and other people told me they had great evidence of voting. And I'm afraid I'm one of those people who doesn't believe that the evidence they presented is good enough to justify the claim that we won the election. And have you seen 2,000 years of Look, the evidence isn't there. The election was won by Donald Trump. And I think that what he did on January the 6th was unbelievable. And, here it is possible for us to hold two ideas in our head at the same time. January the 6th was not enough, nor was it an insurrection and attempt to stage a coup. And there's a vanishing number of people in the US. Of course, Eric Weinstein said that this is the route that you have to walk along, and like the sides are very steep if you fall off either side.
Is there some stuff during the forces that are waging war on the West said it's feeling perhaps because Antifa or something else, this town has been burned, and they can continue feeling that this town is going to burn with the January 6th events. Are you worried about the future of the United States in the coming years because of the feeling of escalation? Is that just a war on Twitter, or is there a real brewing or something? Oh, it's real. And how? Well, let me then respond to that. What is the flip? If you 10 years from now look back at the United States and say we turned it around, what would be the ways and mechanisms that we do so?
Since I wrote this book, there are two things in particular that have been really pleased that a specific type of specialist approach to say that things I've written about actually have more application than I've written. One is the gratitude issue. A number of people have approached me who've gone through AA over months. They sometimes say, have you ever been to AA? But they say, the reason they ask me for, they say, well, because if you go to drug rehabilitation or alcohol anonymous, normal says, you stand there, but you stand up and really say your name on the worst thing you've ever done. That's the I do think we've got like a reasonable attitude. That's why that matters. And again, I stress, I'm not trying to say that everything in the American past was good. God knows I wouldn't stand up for a second scrutiny and so on. But nor was it all bad. It wasn't a country fallen in sin, and in a radical sense. It wasn't founded in 1619 in order to make the country wicked and incapable of escaping that wickedness. These are things that will matter enormously in this. Because if you can't agree on anything, including who your heroes are, like the whole thing is just one massive division. We'll see what I think we're already seeing, which is people basically going to states where it's more like the life they want. And some people say, well, that's okay. The founding is to allow that's possible, but it's also it eradicates part of what is the American compatibility that people discuss face to face. And I see things like this one place in America the other week on the Supreme Court leak about liberals being just a further example of that. I'm very, very worried about it. And because if America screws up everything,
Yeah, there is a degree to which America is still beacon of these ideas, which the country was founded and was able to live out in the America and so on, sort of live out the actual ideals of the founding principle versus
and with the desire to improve and internally huge.
yeah. Well, I generally have hope that people want sort of gratitude, people are aware how good it feels to be free. It's a better life psychologically. The resentment is that destroys you. So I just feel that people long for that, but it does have to go the way. So many people say, now I have to believe that God is that kind of is a small kind of deviation from the path of God to you without you choice.
But we did relatively new. But we need to find reasonable attitudes. That's why I say, like, it matters how you apply feedback on social media. Because we're all going through it. We're learning. And we've got to learn how to do this without going mad. I say this at my minimalist call for friends in this area. The main job is not to go insane.
Yeah. And like what Paul said, I'm sure there's some other songs right there, but insanity and okay. Do you have advice for young people that just put down their TikTok and listen to the podcast, high school and college, about how to career?
It's a very poor question, but of course, I mean, I can get specific about writing songs, but that's nature.
The more writers in the international also how to put your ideas on paper and develop them and have the guts to go to a large audience, especially when the ideas are controversial or dangerous or difficult.
Well, the main thing to do is to read. When I was a schoolboy, I ever had a book in my pocket, side pocket, my dad side pocket, and would read. And that wasn't just so Scottish in some ways, but because I discovered, so probably at some point in my early teens, I discovered something. I read about it once. I discovered that books with danger, which is a brilliant discovery. I discovered they could contain anything. And also people didn't know you were reading. I remember, I guess, hard to young age, I read the Doors of Deception of Huxley. And I simply had a tale. But I knew that it was about something really interesting and dangerous. And I thought constantly when I read poetry or read history, I was constantly thrilled and wanted to know more.
Why do you maintain it for not understanding your secret language?
Well, I remember the first book that absolutely threw me was the time. We used to be assigned excellent, and everyone was smarty about it. It was so popular. But I was thrown because I think it was the first adult book I read, in that I had been used to the world of children's literature. That everything ends up fine in the end. The lost will get found. This was the first book I read where that's not the world has turned out different. And I remember the day I was just in a state of shock. I couldn't believe what I could discover. And partly because I sort of joked about the truth. I don't know if I would love to say that the Lord lost scholarship on what children do in the situation of being on the island, that they do congregate. But yes, that was a sort of introduction to the adult world, and it was shocking and thrilling, and I wanted more of it. It was dangerous. It was dangerous. And then, of course, when I became interested in sex, so I was gay. I read books that were very, very good way to learn about what I was. And that was more dangerous. Nobody knows what I know.
Then you can discover sex. That was an intention.
No, what I mean is, no. What I mean is that one of the things that gay people have when they're growing up is that you have a terribly big secret, and you don't think the world will ever know, which the world will never know. And it could be called by one psychologist the little boy's big secret. And so if you discover that other people have the same secret, there's a sort of thank God for that. But I mean, that's just a version of what everybody gets in reading in a way, which is the thrill of discovery that somebody else or something people don't use for. I mean, one of the greatest thrills in all of literature is when a voice comes across the century that seems to leave a hand.
It makes you feel a little bit less alone because somebody else sees the world the same way, feels the same way.
That was C.S. Lewis said we read to know but we don't only read to know we read to become other people. I mean, I think I saw in books this version of the life I want to live, and I decided to live it. And unfortunately, I could have done so. I wanted to live in a world of ideas. I wanted to live in a big I remember when, like a lot of people, I read all this when I was young. And, so stuck. But I write that poem of his, which everybody, knows and which he hated. So kind of the first thing I remember certain lines of that, just like whack. When they're sitting there dying, figurating alone. At the end of the load is vomit decade. Because there's a problem with that line, you kind of want to be living in the load decade as well. It's that sort of cool way. You're the only person who sees it. But, so yeah, anyway, that's what I go. The point is, if you want to be writing stuff, apart from anything else, you discover the lyrical language and stuff. The things you can do. And I've read people who, and I still do, I think, how did you do that? In fact, books for me now are fall into two categories. One is I know how you did it, and the other is I don't know how you did that. And the best feeling of a writer is when you do the second. And it happens occasionally in my writing life.
We almost like prepared for something great.
No, the moment you write it,
You wonder, how did I do that?
yeah. That's the most, I've never said that before, that's the happiest thing, right?
Yeah.
You very occasionally I've occasionally finished something. Funny enough, it happened to something who's done a long piece of work about John Sebastian. I finished a piece, my God. I didn't know, because that's also a thing with writing is it's sometimes people say you need to write in order to know what you think. That's not quite true. Sometimes that's a very bad piece of advice for someone who don't know what they think.
discovering that you were, maybe telling the world that you were gay.
I'm very nervous. Like what I do, I never thought about it.
Rules are meant to be broken.
I read a little bit. One of the ways in which growing up as a gay differs from growing up as being straight is that it's almost inevitable that your first passion will be unquite.
Oh wow, I never thought about that.
Now, that's not to say, I mean, there's plenty of unquite love among young men, young women, young fashion, that. But it's almost inevitable for gay that your first passion because it's beyond art that the person
The experience of love is mostly heartbreak.
it's heartbreaking and disappointment.
Heartbreak can be feeling.
Well, again, you come back to saying it is for a right or something to do something with it. That's why all right is sort of not to be trusted.
I did trust you the moment you walked in here.
No, I mean, it's right. You always right to use that. It's a dangerous thing, and right, it should be like a drug, right? No, it's not like a drug. It's the fear that will make the great suffering.
Was it with the dangerousness? Fancy material, and
You don't experience it fully, and you might be using it. I had a friend who wrote a poem about it. A friend who died in both our ranks in the 60s. And he said, but you told us and said, thank you. And he did, but with a slight bit of I get to use anything that's a diverse.
life is full of guilty pleasures, and I think that's one of them. Because if you feel that guilt, really, what you're doing is you're capturing that moment, and you're going to impact the lives of many, many people by writing about that moment, because it's going to stimulate something that resonates with those people who had similar kinds of memories about
Yes.
passion or something like that. So,
Yes.
that goal will be fine.
More obvious problem is the bad places and wanting to find bad stories is useful. There is a definite guilt you get from that sort of the worst situation. No, so that's the only difference we have when I'm gay. And it means that most, certainly from my definition, most gay men came to sexual or romantic maturity later. And there's lots of explanations of that maybe being one of the reasons for conceived or otherwise promiscuity, which is, I think, the way you sort of have gay men behave like men would in women or men.
That's one explanation. Featuring a lot of the sexual flourishing that could be seen as actually selective for them, that could be positive or negative.
Yeah.
But what's broadly speaking is the moment love in the human condition of this.
Well, it's the nearest thing we have to finding the point.
What's the meaning of love?
So what's the meaning of the heart? Where? And I think everyone can find that. You gravitate places you find meaning. Now, there's a conservative answer which is quite useful. There's certainly more useful than any other because the conservative answer is to find meaning where people have found it before. It's a very, very good answer. Because your ancestors found meaning in a place of worship or a particular canon of work. Go there because it's been proven by time to be able to endure. Much more sensible than saying, hey, I don't know, discover new ways. sexual fulfillment in sexual love with another person is probably the greatest information you can have of what might otherwise only be superseded by divine love. And it's the sense that all young lovers have, which is that they just walk through the low door of the garden and so embrace. And that it's there's a beautiful poem. I read it to you. There is a beautiful poem with Rothschild, which slightly says more and referring to other people, but I think that's the best way to answer the question. So there's a poem by Philip Rothschild called I Do This, which is remarkable because he became sexual. He had a rather happy sex life, but he came to sexual Christian in the 40s, just still the hell with that. And he took what I regard as being a really remarkable view of sexual revolution in the 60s, which is that most people in there, most older people, resented the young. They resented the treatment they had, and actually they couldn't be terrible. The Philip Rothschild plays me, he's a very conservative person with different views. He says that when I see a couple of kids, guess who's fucking her, and she's taking pills or wearing a diaphragm, I know this is paradise. Everyone owns dreams of all their lives. Bonds and gestures pushed to one side like a calculated goal by an harvester. Everyone young going down the wrong slide. I wonder if anyone looked at me 40 years back and thought that would be the life, no God anymore, sweating in the dark about hell, or having to hide what you think of the priest. He and his lot will all go down a long slide like three bloody birds. And immediately, rather than words, comes the thought high with words, some comprehending glass, beyond it the deep blue air, that shows nothing, is nowhere, and is endless. The divine, you found it. You found it in seeing a couple of young kids and knowing that one of them was on fire.
I am identifying it, period. I am stating that the trip was $2, period.
I mean, people don't remember this now when they talk about the past. And there's one of my favorite books, Stefan's like,
I think it's terrible.
I mean, there's descriptions of what it's like maybe trying to have sex in Petersburg or Vienna. You know, all the men female prostitutes. You know, so many of them got syphilis. And this
Well,
is
$2 is a bad tip.
so what they were stuck with
It
their
is not
lives.
worth so much life.
So there's lots of stuff that just become better. But you asked about, like, yes, I do think that love is basically the thing that gives us the best. And I know it's liberating itself. There's a value in love. No. I mean, it throws in a new kind. It threw in another set of problems. If there's any meaning of love, find problems, solve them as a human species. Sometimes create problems. Brother, thank you for highlighting all the problems of human civilization.
I agree, period.
This is an incredible conversation. Thank you for talking to Nancy and John. Thank you.
I agree, period. I don't think that we are on different sides of this argument.
Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, really beautiful words from Douglas Burnham himself. Disagreement, not oppression. Argument, not assault. Words, even provocative and repugnant, are not violent.
No clue, period. Ask ChatGPT.
We do not like SAT
exploitative class structures because one class produces a surplus appropriated, distributed by another group of people, not the ones who produce them, which creates hostility, envy, anger, resentment, and all of the problems you can lump under the heading class struggle.
The following is a conversation with Richard Moore. Thank you so much. One of the top Marxist conflict philosophers in the world.
I am not,
This
period.
is a heavy
I
topic.
think you have an obsession
In
with
general,
it,
for me
and
personally,
people who
given my family
may have
history,
those
Soviet
types of
Union,
issues, period.
Russia, and Ukraine. Today, the words Marxism, socialism, communism are used to attack and divide much more than to understand and learn. This podcast, I seek the latter. I believe we need to study the ideas of Karl Marx, as well as their various implementations throughout the 20th and 21st centuries. In general, we need to both steel man and consider seriously the ideas of humanism, and challenge the ideas we dogmatically accept as true, even when doing so is unpleasant and at times dangerous. This is the Let's Read More podcast. Supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, there's Richard. Let's start with a basic question, or maybe not so basic after all. What is Marxism? What is the defining characteristics of Marxism?
Well, the simplest way to begin a definition would be to say it's a tradition that takes its founding inspiration from the works of Karl Marx. But because these ideas spread as fast as they did and as globally as they did, literally it's 148 years since Marx died, and in that time his ideas have become major types of thinking in every country on the earth. You know much about the great ideas of human history, but that's an extraordinarily spread, extraordinarily short period of historical time. And what that has meant, that's beyond the spread and that geographic diversity, is that because the ideas interact with very different cultural histories, religious histories, and economic conditions. So the end result was that the ideas were interpreted differently in different places at different times. And therefore, Marxism, as a kind of first flush definition, is the totality of all of these very different ways of coming to terms with it. For the first roughly 45 years, Marxism was a tradition of thinking critically about capitalism. Marx himself, that's all he really did. He never wrote a book about communism. He never wrote a book really about socialism. Either his comments were occasional, right, were very important. What he was really interested in was a critical analysis. And that's what Marxism was, more or less, in its first 48 years. The only qualification of what I just said was something that happened in Paris for a few weeks. In 1871, there was a collapse of the French government, consequent upon losing a war to Bismarck's Germany, and the result was something called the Paris Commune. The working class in Paris rose up, basically took over the function of running the Parisian economy and the Parisian society. And Marxist people influenced by Marx, very active in that economy. And Marx wasn't that far away. He was in London. These things happened in Paris. Easy transport, even then. And
Oh no, I don't know fucking this.
very short. Marxism had a different quality. In addition to being a critique of capitalism, it became a theory of how to organize society. Before that had only been intellectual. Now it became expressive. What is the mission?
This shit sucks.
Why? What order? In other words, governing, organize a society. But since it only
Don't show me this again. Okay. How about we just show it to him every fucking time?
under the leadership of people very close to they launched back into Paris to kill large
TikTok Live Studio.
and deported them to islands in the Pacific that were part of the French Empire at the time. The real big change
How long till you get banned?
how you
In seconds.
Marxist horrendous, bizarre
TikTok Live Studio.
once again
Worst stream
disorganizes the government,
ever.
throws the government into the very
I claim that shit. Yo, dog. Oh, you wanted to use a TikTok Live Studio? Well, do I have news for you, son?
a very small political party, Russian Social Democratic splits under the pressure of all this into the Bolshevik convention.
I love how this fucking she's wearing Nikes.
His position, makes him important because he says Russian workers
I like your hat.
kill German. This is a war of capitalism, dividing
Yo, dog. This is the worst. The absolute worst piece of software, maybe in the history of software. It is so bad. Preparing your studio. We need to take over your whole fucking computer for this shit to work. You want it to be efficient? Oh, fuck no. Worst stream ever. Worst stream ever. Preparing your studio. Dog, just fucking work. I hate that thing that's like, oh, are you asleep? Dog, just fucking work. TikTok, your software sucks. Preparing your studio. Dog, just fucking work. Meh. Preparing your studio. Dog. This shit is so shitty. Makes me want to throw fists. This is the worst.
Is that you have kind of a bifurcation. Much of Marxism remains shaped in but another
Dog. How long is that fucking thing gonna take to load? Kids, efficient software is so fucking important. This is the worst. Preparing your studio. Go!
That has these two major wings, critique of capitalism, notion of the alternative, and then a variety of each of those. That would be the framework in which I would answer. That's
This
its basic
shit
idea, you have to have one,
is
that human society,
The worst.
and it forms trouble.
And then we can start talking about opening capitalism. Fine.
This shit is so slow.
Look at the teacher capitalism.
Preparing your studio.
Maybe stepping back. What do you think Marx would say if you just looked at the different implementations of the ideas of Marxism throughout the 20th century, where his ideas were implicit in the explicit? Would he shake his head? Would he enjoy some of the parts of the implementation? Like, how do you think he would analyze?
Well, he had a great sense of humor. I don't know if he had a chance to take a look at his writing. He had an extraordinary sense of humor. So my guess is he would deploy his humor. He would say some of them are inspiring, some of the interpretations of the work, and he's very pleased with those. Others are horrifying.
Dog. This is so bad. It's so shitty. What the fuck takes so long? Why TikTok? Does your software take so fucking long? Oh, it's so terrible. How fucking long is it supposed to take? Somebody else has to complain about this. TikTok software?
Child is his own or her own person and finds
Buggy.
her own way. And these ideas, once they're out there,
And as you said, there's a particular way that this idea spread, the speed at which it spread throughout the world made it even less able to be sort of stabilized and connected back to the origin where the idea came from.
the only people who ever really tried to were the Russians after the revolution, because they occupied a position.
Live Studio Red.
Not very long, but they occupied a position for a while, which was exalted. Right? There's been all these people criticizing capitalism for a long time. Even the Marxists were since mid-century, and these were the first guys who pulled it off. They made it, and so that there was a kind of presumption around the world. Their interpretation must be kind of the right one.
He's gone.
They did it, and so for a while they could enunciate their interpretation, and it came to be widely grasped as something which, by the way, gets called in the literature official Marxism. The very idea that you would put that adjective in front of Marxism
Unbelievable how
or
shitty that is.
Soviet Marxism or Russian Marxism, these words that where the adjective was meant to somehow say, kind of, this is the canon. You could depart from it before the Russian Revolution, and by the 1960s, it was already destroyed. But for a short time, 30, 40 years, it was a
Dog, this shit is so bad.
particularly here in the United States.
Who the fuck?
Where the taboo against Marxism, except right after World War II, is so potent in those countries that I, for example, most of my adult life, have had to spend a ridiculous amount of my time simply explaining
Ugh, it is so bad.
that the Marxism they take as canonical is that old Soviet Marxism, which wasn't the canon before 1917 and hasn't been since at least the 1980s.
TikTok ban.
No, it's not that they're stupid and it's not that they're ignorant. It's that with ignorance, it's not a mental problem. It's taboo. Shut it down. So
Dude.
to reopen it. That in a way we captured what went wrong and developed it in new directions.
Nevertheless, it's a serious attempt to make any implicit ideas explicit. The Russians, the Soviets, at the beginning of the 20th century, ended up making a serious attempt to say, okay, beyond the capitalist, how do we express it? And so
Neoliberal. I am a neoliberal. Really? Dog, I will be if this fucking thing works.
Find a thread, which all of them are in a way reactive. They are yes, very much like most of rock music is reactive.
Dude.
That's something. Can you speak to the unique elements of the various schools of that Soviet Leninism, Trotskyism, Stalinism, maybe even expand out Maoism. So maybe I could speak to sort of Leninism. Please tell me if I'm saying dumb things. There's I think for Lenin, there's an idea that there could be a small small controlling entity like why listening to the central planning decisions.
Dog, this shit is so slow.
Stalinism, what interesting, Stalinism station involved
Maybe it's like not working.
the ideal of Marxism, make it all about nation. That is straight from nation. And then, so Maoism is it's different in that it's focused on agriculture and rural. And then Trotsky is by the no, except that it's anti-Stalin. I mean, I don't even know if we use the full stop there. Anyway, can you maybe from those or something else speak to different unique elements that are interesting to think about implementation of Marxism in the real world? Probably the best way to get into it is to describe something that happens in Marxism and then shapes
TikTok live studio.
in the early days. Lifespan of the 19th century, we're going to be 1863, the literary and you might look at the first half very as overwhelmingly gathering together precursors to his own work, scholarly, part of his job as part of his job. He worked in the library. He had a lot of time. He had and you might say the first half of 2/3 of his life about the critique of capitalism. And that was what, in a broad sense, the audience for his work, Western Europe, was interested in. By the last third of his
Yo, dog, what is up? And it needs to download. Like, why does it have to download 500 megabytes? That's as big as some apps. Absolutely garbage.
Working class people on one hand and critical or radical on the other. They now wanted a different. They were persuaded, they were agreeable that capitalism was the phase they would like to consider bad. The question became, nothing more should we, why should we, could we take a picture? No, they had gotten to the point, the system has
Dude, it just had to download 500 megabytes, which is a huge amount. And then it just shuts down. The Nard Dog. And then
Dude, software should not run like this. Software needs to run efficiently. This is so bad. Oh, you want to know to use this? Here's 500 megabytes worth of shit you have to do. Why? What to do? We're not telling you. Updates. What the fuck does that mean? What is going on? Tell me absolutely everything that you updated. Oh no, we won't do that. Why? Who knows? Yo, dog. WTF, dude. This I got this fucking chic and Nikes. Dog. What is this? Oh, preparing your studio? Are you fucking serious? This bullshit again? TikTok, you're worthless. Install now. Live Studio's already running. Options. Huh? Installing Live Studio. Dog, it's already fucking installed. No one gives a shit. This. No one wants this. Installing Live Studio. Dog. So bad. Such bad software. Terrible. This software is so bad. Why? I just want to start throwing fists. It's so bad. Dog, preparing your studio. Opening Live Studio. Updating Live Studio is now faster and quicker. Live Studio is already running. Dude, close this shit. Cancel. It's restarting? What in the fuck just happened? Dude, this is the worst software. Preparing your studio. Updating. Hey, keep important. Install now. I don't know what. And then why would it just all of a sudden restart my computer? Without any fucking permission.
Welcome, welcome. I didn't even want to fucking talk to you anyway. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hope you're doing well. We're watching a podcast in the office.
In the Great Depression of the 1930s, you had an extraordinary shift to the left. The greatest shift to the left
How are you, Starman?
suddenly
Hope you're doing well.
created a vast
Hello.
composed of big movement, which increased. We organized more people in the union in the 1930s than at any time before or any time since. The explosion.
It needs to reboot the system for this bullshit.
Explosion of two socialist parties and the Communist Party became very powerful, and they all worked together, creating a very powerful country. The president of this country,
Pardon me.
real revolution. The reformers were the union people, by and large, and the communists were the revolutionaries, by and large, because they were affiliated with Communist International, with Russia, and all of that. And in between, you might say that this was one that was Trotskyian inspiration, and the other one more moderate Western European. And they had this intense debate. And they ended up with reformist progress. There was no here. But there was a reform that achieved which is why it was as strong and remains as strong because it achieved in a few years in 1930, starting around 1932, social security was started to get
I don't want to talk to you anyway.
the same one.
Why? That person sucks.
Insurance never did. Minimum wage for the first time.
Yo,
And the federal program of employment that hired 15 million
studio launcher. Yeah, dude.
gifts, if you like, for work.
Oh, you wanted to fucking do the TikToker?
Very much in the 40s.
You want to install stuff? Bunch of fucking spyware? You want to fucking download our spyware? Dog, if you're gonna have spyware, at least have it works efficiently. Preparing your studio, the worst. Dog. Fucking finally.
Everybody was right. The state is good. We were right. We were revolutionaries. We seized the state. Now we have the state. And socialism is when the
Multiple widgets.
captures the state,
Dog.
whether it over revolution, and then uses its power over the state.
Gaming on TikTok. When did the TikTok ban start? When do you want it to start? January 1st? Why? Keep shit easy.
He's very clear. He even says, I've done work on that published. He says in a big speech,
You fucking serious?
we had captured the state, but we had socialism.
Oh, blah, 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 blah. Anything like please, the people please prepare the people, the people first and top of people.
Stalin is now old and powerful.
Do you want to make Brave your defensor? Dog, that's not a question you want to be asking me right now. How to learn English?
So that they declare that
Oh, I can't wait for this not to work.
In other words, socialism becomes when you capture the state, not when the state
Reconnect this shit.
has enabled you to do X, Y, Z, other things. No.
Is it working?
Itself, once you have it, is
I've never.
Socialist
Is that working?
capitalist.
I've never had that shit successfully work, so we'll just assume no. How about Twitch?
well, it shouldn't be. Let me give an example.
All right,
Go to many parts of the United States.
live preview.
Ask people, what's socialism?
Go live.
They'll tell you. They'll look you right in the face. They'll say, so when I first heard it, what? It took me a while to understand. Those things, damn right.
Oh, my word.
In the United States, where the government runs society.
I just pressed the button. Select the button. Dog. This is the worst. Their software is so bad. You have 1 billion people in this fucking country, and you cannot get this shit to work better than this. It's just going like this. They'd be like, we'll get a faster computer. And I'd be like, no, this should be fun. I just pressed go live. Feed all day.
Russia did that. That has to do with the
Initiated by
Just go. I'm going to be banned in like 10 minutes. It is the worst. Bite dance. Your shit sucks.
Marxist work has to do with factories, workers,
This is the worst.
the exploitation of class act. It still has to take that lead. What is beyond capitalism? Right. But maybe we should put that. Yes. Okay. Yes. What? Okay. Where you look at storage.
There he is.
Go beyond capitalism. How else? Right. Let me push it further.
How you living, pimp?
I was just waking up and usually it doesn't log me out, but I think the whole computer fell asleep.
Shit happens.
Coming at yeah, when you party naked.
That's right.
How you doing, man?
Kicking ass, taking names. I'm going live on TikTok. I'm sure I'm gonna get thrown off just almost immediately if I even get on. But we'll see how it goes. Why? Why not? They're supposed to ban TikTok in the United States. I don't know, in the next month or something, which I feel would be like a really big fucking deal. But I mean, like, the district court upheld it, and Trump has asked the Supreme Court to delay the decision. But I don't know if you'll be able to use TikTok in like a month. So it's quite interesting. I'm not sure. All I know is that when I run it on my phone, it works very well. When I run it on my computer, it is like a tortoise. It is so slow. They have special software for it. It's called TikTok Studio, and it is. I don't understand this. I mean, Discord does the same shit. Whenever I start up Discord after only like a few days, it's got to do a bunch of fucking updates. It's like, dude, what in the fuck did you change? And these updates are huge. They're like gigabyte size updates sometimes. And it's like, I don't understand it. The whole Discord app.
At the very least, they usually remove old data as well. So it's not like it just adds gigabytes. It replaces gigabytes. You know.
Yeah, but I feel like okay, if your app is like 1 gigabyte on your phone, then why is it that your update is like 1 gigabyte? Why wouldn't you just be like, yeah, just uninstall it and reinstall our new software at that point?
It is definitely way too heavy, and it doesn't make as much sense when I put it into like my brain and I think about it. I agree. It runs. It makes no sense how big it is.
Right. And you okay, so it is especially Discord. I feel like no one is talking to these tech companies and they know, but it's just basically like I feel like storage hasn't really improved that much, or it does, but it used to improve a lot better, a lot more. And I've always felt this way. Like when you get the old iPhones, they'd be like, I don't know, 16 gigabytes, then they went to 32 gigabytes, and then 64 gigabytes. It should continue doubling with um, every single iteration of the phone, but they stop, and now
Yeah.
they're just like, oh, okay. And I know why it is. They don't want people having huge libraries of data of media in particular, because if they do, then they won't buy streaming software or streaming services. And I get it, but it just makes it so frustrating because um,
Yeah,
that
they want to sell people cloud services,
right, which
cloud storage.
right, but then if your internet isn't blazingly fast, well, then it doesn't work very well. And
They don't care about that. That's how they sell you better internet.
exactly,
You're supposed to have better internet by now.
right,
It's all about shaming you into buying their product.
absolutely. This, yeah, this software is just seriously unusable. And I hope the people at ByteDance or wherever the fucking company is recognize that their software is just unusable for like a just an average user. And I don't get it. I don't get why TikTok is such dog shit. Okay, so I'm gonna close TikTok. I'm gonna go live on TikTok on my phone, and I can go live on TikTok so quickly on my phone in comparison to my computer. And I don't understand it. My computer's technically faster than my phone, but I don't
Yeah.
get it. I'm gonna be live in 3, 2, 1. Hey, all you assholes on TikTok, I'm live. And I want you all to know that TikTok Studio sucks. A grade A cock. If like you could rank different dick sucking, this software would be at the very pinnacle. This software would be like the Oxford University of dick sucking. It's so shitty. I don't understand it. It slows my entire computer down. But then for as much as I can't stand it on the computer, they did this update to TikTok, I don't know, like a year ago, that after 1 hour, they make you do a little puzzle so that you just can't stream indefinitely. And once they started making me do that, I was like, oh, it's over. Yo, what up, new Null 606? Null 606, I'm sure you hate this stream. I would. I would be like, oh, this is the worst. Hey, what's going on, Tommy Pape and Palasic C? Hey, I hope you're doing well. I want you to know that I think you're amazing. What's up, Maxine Minx? Jennifer, what up, girl? How you doing? You vibing to the oldies, girl? I hope everything's going well with you. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I'm kicking ass. I'm taking aim. Yo, yeah, it's mine. How are you? I hope you're having a wonderful time. If you want to hear me talk about Twitter, okay, swipe left to view real time performance. All right, real time performance. You got 13 people in total. This is incredible. Wow, a new record. I don't think I've ever had 3 people watch me on YouTube at once, and yet I get 3 people on TikTok like that. That's amazing. What's going on, Nicholas Cloud? Hey, Antonio. Hope you're doing well. Jeff Seltz. Jeff, you're amazing. I hope you know that everything that you do is amazing. If you want to hear me talk about TikTok Studio, well, you are in the right place because it is the worst software. I don't even think my computer works anymore. It's terrible. This is the worst software. If you want to see, I'll show you what I'm doing. This is, I bet I can't even flip. Okay, I'll flip it like this. Hey, check this out. This is the worst. If you're like, hey, Rabbi, is this the worst software that you could imagine? Oh, for sure. Absolutely. This is the worst. Absolutely. If you're like, man, I want to be with the worst TikToker of all time, where you're looking at them. I have 1,000 TikTok accounts, many of which have over 1,000 followers, and I'm going to tell you what, I'm the worst TikToker you're ever going to find. In the history of mankind, you've never found a worse one. Why? Your live ended due to an internet error. Check your internet connection and go live again. What in the fuck is that? Why would it say that? I'm still with Caspian Sea. All my other streams are going. Why is it that I get a fucking internet error? Yeah, it does. And even still, like, why wouldn't they make it so that, like, I'm not the only person who has a hiccup with my internet every once in a while? Why wouldn't they just make it like, hey, we'll calm down and we'll allow you to fix it and we'll just have it like buffering or something? Oh no, it's just completely cuts out. It's gone, and you're on your own there. I don't understand. If anything, I can tell you Instagram is really good for that. Instagram, your internet can go down and it doesn't like necessarily end the video. And that's how it should be because people should understand that not all internet works and all the time. It's just the worst though. Oh my, I'm gonna flip on this fucking TikTok studio. It's just taken over my computer. It has absolutely taken over my computer. And I would restart my computer. I just did though. They just wanted me to. It's just ridiculous. All right, we're going to try it again. Unable to go live. Check your internet connection. Go live again. All right, here we go. Round 2. Oh, before I do that though, come on, dude. I'm hitting Control Delete so many times on this computer, and it's just like, huh? Because of TikTok Studio, the worst fucking software. All right, here we go. Round 2. Oh, I see why it ended it. Because it interprets me on my other device. This is so stupid. Okay. Dog, I think I'm at the point where I just have to not hard reset, but just hold down the power button and let it go. I hate doing that. One time I saw this meme of someone like, when all else fails, just hold down the power button, and it reminded them of just like putting a pillow over their computer's face, basically like asphyxiating the computer. And that's kind of how I feel. Okay, and now we'll try it on this one. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Hey everybody, I'm the worst streamer in the history of mankind, and I'm even a worse TikToker. This is the worst stream ever. Discord.me/Rabbi. Rabbi Rothschild, aka hashtag Viral Rabbi, has set the world record for most amount of hours live stream in global history. Reasons to promote Rabbi. Oh, this is all alpha. Amazing. I love it how 0 people are watching me. Run normally. I'm gonna walk everybody through this. Hope everybody's loving this. I love how you can give yourself likes. Like, what kind of ass system is that where you can just type the thing and give yourself likes? It's just ridiculous. I also like how TikTok has developed its own currency. people actually get paid on this somehow. I've never known anybody to get paid on TikTok ever. Have you, Caspian? Have you ever known anybody to make 1 cent on TikTok? A real person?
No.
No.
You know.
No, it's fake. It's all fake. I make money on some platforms like, hey, what's going on? Ajit. Hey, Bumpkin, how are you? Bumpkin, how you doing, girl? What up, Malik Zebi? Jello Mang, you're amazing. This is the worst stream you're ever gonna see. Just go to somebody else. You don't want to be on this. It's terrible. It's boring. We won't show anything cool. The only time I ever use TikTok is to watch bootleg sporting events like the UFC and stuff. So I hope you all know that, like, none of that's going on here. Yo, what's going on, Beck the Buck? Beck the Buck's here. Amazing. What's going on, No 606? We got Malik in the house. Malik. We've got ETS 55. Scarwolf's here. I was wondering, I was asking everybody, hey, where's Scarwolf? I'm glad Scarwolf is here. What up, Miara 122 and Chris G 1988 3? We got Brian Cronin here and Amy Waldorf. What up, Amy? How you doing, girl? Hope everything's good in your neck of the woods. Have you ever used TikTok Studio? Probably not, but it's terrible if you ever. It's just the worst experience. It is like shoving your head in a toilet kind of an experience. Absolutely terrible. Caspian Sea has just joined. I don't believe it. We have one person we know in this bad boy. We've got John and we got Jay and we got Sean. We got Caspian Sea. Amazing. We've got Jeff. Jeff's in here. We've got Makani. Makani. Have you guys ever seen that one chick who's like, ice cream, yum, yum. And she's like, I don't know. I've seen it. I've seen it on TikTok. I don't know what that girl's name is, but shout out to that girl. Ice cream is yum, yum. All right. So we've got Vaughn. Shout out to Vaughn and Juan Moreno. We got KSKD. Vaughn is here. Everybody was asking about you, Vaughn. Hey, where's Vaughn? Honey's here. What up, honey? Hope you're living the dream, girl. Hope everything in your life is amazing. I hope everything in your life is just so good it makes you want to just explode. Really, I do. I hope your life is just phenomenal. All right. I could sing for you guys and probably drive you crazy, but that's cool. All right, just one moment. Just one moment. You guys will love this. You're going to hate it. You're going to absolutely hate this. I would hate it. I would be like, this is the worst stream ever. What is this? I would just be like, swipe, next. This is the worst. Anyway, so if you have any song requests, let me know what they are, and I probably will not sing them. No, I will. I'd sing anything that you put. We're gonna sing some Bob Dylan because he had his like biop came out. We got Vaughn in the house in CG. What up, Love Life 01? Love Life. I hope you're loving life, and I hope you have an amazing love life. I hope you're slanging it like it's going out of style. All right, so we're gonna go to YouTube. If you know what YouTube is, it sucks. Pardon me. All right, we got Vaughn in the house. We've got user 26633462221. What up? Oh, I was just asking about you. I was like, why didn't users 26633462221 gonna be here? And you just came in, surprising us all. All right, so here's Bob Dylan and Like a Rolling Stone. Why? Why not? You guys can't hear it because I'll get banned for playing music that is copyrighted. But in the meantime, you can hear my shitty voice entertain you all day. This is a 6 minute song. Hope you all are living the dream. This is the worst stream ever. Don't worry, I'm about to sing. It's gonna get even worse. Dress upon the time you dress so fine, through the different dimes in the prime. And didn't you? People say, "Oh, should I beware, dog, when you're bound to fall?" Y'all. Kidding you. You used to laugh about everybody that was hanging out. You don't talk so loud. Now you don't seem so proud about having to scrounge in your next meal. How does it feel? How does it feel to be without a home? Like a complete unknown. Like a rolling stone. Oh, you gone to the finest school, all right, Miss Lonely, but you know, you're only one you get juiced in it. The parents never taught you how to give on the street. Now you're gonna have to get used to it. You said you've never compromised with no trip. None of you realize he's not selling any alibis as you turn into the vacuum of his eyes and say, do you want to make a deal? How does it feel? How does it feel to be on your own with a direction home? A complete unknown, like a rolling stone. Don't worry, kids. I'm amazing. I'm gonna get another device. It's gonna be baller. It's amazing. Hold on a second, kids. Here we go. Oh, you ever turn around to see the frowns on the jugglers and the clowns of the little kid? Tricks for you. You never understood that it ain't no good. You didn't let other people get your kicks for you. You sit right on the chrome horse with your diplomat. Beard on his shoulders, a Siamese cat. Ain't it hard when you discover that he wasn't where it's at? After he took from you everything you could steal. How does it feel? How does it feel to be on your own with no direction home? Like a complete unknown, like a rolling stone. You'll feel like, hey, oh, yeah, it's on the steeple and all the pretty people, they all drinking, thinking that they got it made. They're changing all the precious gifts. You better take your diamond ring. You better pawn it, babe. You used to be so amused with Napoleon and the drags and the language that he used. Go on now, he calls you, you can't refuse. When you got nothing to lose. You're invisible, you got no secrets to conceal. How does it feel? Oh, how does it feel to be on your own with no direction home? like a complete unknown, like a rolling stone.
Whatever you get, just try not to rush yourself. When I get a dog, I want
Oh, that was baller. 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 Okay, so now if you all are like, hey, Rabbi, what are you doing? We're going to get another device going and we're going to share we're going to share it. It's going to be amazing. Everybody just keep your pants on. All right. Get ready, kids. This is going to be amazing. Oh, is this going to be big? Big time. Big, huge, large. In the history of mankind, there have been some events that have really shaken the world, and this is going to be one of them. This is going to be so fire. You better call your local authorities. We're going to burn this mother down. Do you all know the song Disco Inferno? Well, it's going to be like that. All right. See this girl? She sucks in comparison to how I am. Really? Oh, she's the worst. Her boyfriend cheated on her with her mom. We got to check this out. Wow, this is like an episode of Jerry Springer or Maury or something. All right. Now what? All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna add one. What's your mom look like, girl? All right, here we go. Super Rothschild. Here we go. Oh, this is the worst. This is Viral Rabbi joined. Wow. Hey, welcome, Viral Rabbi. We're really glad that you're here. Hey, we've got Dennis Brangman. Everybody's been asking about Dennis. All right. So now what? Now we're gonna add a host or a guest. We're gonna add a guest. Notice I sent the thing. There we go. Here we go. Oh, we got Father Figure. We have a request for Father Figure. Oh, I could sing that song in my effing sleep. Love it. Love the request. I have to take a major league dump. And I'm not even talking about like double A's or single A's. I'm talking major league. You will join this with audio only. This is the worst. Okay, there we go. Oh, we got a bunch of people in here. Oh man, I have to take a piss. All right, here we go. We got the thing, multi-guest live. Turn on the camera, dog. This is the worst. All right, here we go. Mike. Oh man, I gotta go to the bathroom. All right, here we go. Modify, I guess. Oh yeah, that's it. You don't know anybody with as many accounts as I do. Oh, there we are. Amazing. Unfortunately, you can't see my whole, my everything, but here we go. Oh, you can have 6 guests. That's baller. All right. Oh man, I gotta lose like it's going out of style. George Michael. Do y'all know who George Michael is? If you don't, you're missing out. I have to go to the bathroom though. Big time. Here we go, kids. Oh, maybe I can show you what I'm doing at the same time. That would actually be baller. Oh, this would be baller as F. Notice I can't even cuss. Baller. Yeah. Everybody's loving this. This is sick. Amazing. That's also a George Michael song. That's all I wanted. Something special, something sacred in your eyes. For just one moment to be bold and naked at your side. Sometimes I think that you'll never understand me. Understand me. Maybe this time is forever. Say it can be. Whoa, whoa, that's all I wanted. Something special, someone sacred in your eyes. Just for one moment to be warm and naked at my side. Sometimes I think that you'll never understand me. Understand me. But something tells me together we'll be happy. Whoa, whoa, babe, I will be your father figure. Put your tiny hand in mine. I will be your preacher, teacher. Anything you had in mind, I will be your father figure. I have had enough of crime. I will be the one who loves you till the end of time. Do do, oh yeah. Boo doo 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 doo. Got an Egyptian flute, kids. That's all I wanted. But sometimes love can be mistaken for a crime. That's all I wanted. Just to see my baby's blue eyes shine. This time I think that my lover understands me. Understands me. But if we have faith in each other, then we can be strong. Baby, I will be your father figure. Put your tiny hand in mine. I will be your preacher, teacher. Anything you had in mind. I will be your father figure. I have had enough of crime. I will be the one who loves you till the end of time. If you are the desert, I'll be the sea. If you ever hunger for me, ever you ask for, that's where I'll be. So when you remember the ones who have lied, who said that they can, but they left as you cried, beautiful darling. Don't think of me because all I ever wanted it's in your eyes, baby. And love can't lie. No, wake me with the eyes of a child. My love is always telling me so. Heaven is a kiss and a smile. Just hold on, and I won't let you go. My babe, I will be your father figure. Put your tiny hand in mine. I will be your preacher, teacher. Anything you had in mind, I will be your father figure. I have had enough of crime. I will be the one who loves you till the end of. I will be your father. I will be your Father, and I'll be your daddy. Oh, I will be the one who loves you till the end of time. All right, now a little careless whisper, and I will play the video, and so you can see what it looks like. This is Miami, Florida. Florida. Do 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 winning oh oh oh. Shout out to George Michael. Here we go, friends. I feel so unsure as I take your hand and lead you to the dance floor. Through the music dies. Something in your eyes calls to mind the silver screen and all its sad goodbyes. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet, I got a no rhythm. Though it's easy to pretend, I know you're not a fool. Should've known better than to cheat a friend and waste the chance that I have been given. Though I'm never gonna dance again the way I dance with you. Oh, time can never mend the careless whispers of a good friend through the heart and mind. Ignorance is kind. There's no comfort in the truth. Pain is all you'll find. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet, I got a no rhythm. Though it's easy to pretend, I know you're not a fool. I should have known better than to cheat a friend and waste the chance that I have been given. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I dance with you. Oh, wow, here we go, girls. Big time. Tonight the music seems so loud. I wish that we could lose this crowd. Maybe it's better this way. We heard each other with the words we wanted to say. We could have been so good together. We could have lived this dance forever. But now that's gonna dance with me. Please stay. And I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet, I got a no rhythm. Though it's easy to pretend, I know you're not a fool. Should've known better than to cheat a friend and waste the chance that I have been given. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I dance with you. You're gone now that you're gone. Now that you're gone, it's so wrong that you had to leave me alone. Ba ba da 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 da, ba 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 da 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 da, ba 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 da da ba da. Meow 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 meow, ba ba na ba da, ba 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 da da ba da, ba 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 da 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 da. Meow 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 meow, ba na 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 na. Oh wow, that was amazing, Rabbi. All right, well, if you like that, you're gonna like what we got in store next. I have to change the name of this bad boy to something that makes sense karaoke wise. So I'll be back. Thank you all for enjoying this. If you didn't enjoy it, well, that makes two of us. I have to go to the bathroom like a mother, and we'll be back soon, kids. So thank you for being here. Oh man, I have to go to the bathroom. There we go. Oh, be right back, folks. It's gonna be a bang bang play. Giambi, Jeter, Jeter, Giambi. Oh, we're back, folks. All right. Now what? Well, I'm going to try that shit again, but we are going to maybe get some other devices going. All right. I'm going to let the people at Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 know not to worry that I am just going to use that device for something else. Huh. All right. I'm sure this isn't going to work well, but it's a lot of work. Hey, I just want all you beautiful people to know I am just going to use my device that I normally reserve for the Telegram for TikTok for a little bit, but I'll be back. No worries. Thank you for loving me. All right, so we got that bitch going. So we're going to close this motherfucker. We're going to... This thing is like stuck on Telegram. All right. So I'm going to try to get as many devices going in this bad boy as possible. I think the max is 9. Account status, your account was logged out. Go fuck yourself. All right. Log in. I guess that's fine. Whatever. Dude, don't fuck me. Okay, so just make it We Rate MILFs. We Rate MILFs. One of my amazing accounts. Log in, B. Incorrect password. What is this bullshit? I bet I logged in with a email at one point. All right. Viral. Yeah. Let's see. Spongeworthiest. That works. Temporarily remove app. No, fuck you. Stop. I don't give a shit about your fucking update, Apple. SPONGWORTHIEST. Spongeworthy. Okay. Are you fucking serious? Account doesn't exist yet, does it? I just saw it. Okay. Capital or big. All right, kids, if you're watching this at home, Rabbi's walking you through the steps. I have to put in my credentials, log in. It's a huge pain in the ass, major pain in the ass. Okay, skip all that shit. I don't care about looking for Facebook friends right now, dog. Okay. U.S. Terms of Service update? What is that? No one cares. I agree. Like I have a fucking choice. There's no like decline. Okay, I agree.
Existed from the morning of the world, and I shall exist until the last star falls from the night.
All right.
Though I have taken the form of pious Caligula, I am all men as I am no man, and therefore I am a god.
I'm gonna blow fucking minds with this. All right. That's a good kitty. What the fuck is this shit? Just go. Don't tell me about TikTok bullshit.
All the tomatoes.
Okay. Use phone, email, username. Shit. Okay.
You're a loser.
Find shit back. Work. Oh. Use a All right, let's see if this bitch works. Oh shit, why doesn't this work? Username or password? Okay.
I think I need to, I guess not need so much as perhaps I should come up with a new profile pic.
No, yours is amazing. The only change that I've ever said that you need to make
Add the
to
border though.
yeah. Oh yeah. That is totally true. Aside from that, it's perfect. It's really, really good. It looks like you, it's identifiable, but it's not like exactly you. But yeah, if you add the board, if you add the circle, you're made in the shade. Do you know how to add the border?
Yeah.
Work B. There we go. Okay. So I could have 4 different accounts live right now, which is tight. Oh, what the fuck? Log in the like I just did. All right. How about over here? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're living the dream. I didn't want to talk to you anyway. Yo, dog. Feel free to talk. Glad you're here. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be here anymore. Shout out to you. We'll say hi to you. Okay, guest request sent. Come on, you B. Yo, what up, Nadine? Alicia, how you doing, girl? Hope you're amazing. I'm gonna sing some music. I'm just getting all my different accounts going. This is wild. Check it out. Just one moment. You're gonna be like, oh my, I've never known anybody to have as many accounts as you do, Rabbi. Sorry, just one moment. Notifications keep you up to date. No one cares. No one cares. All right. Super Rothschild. S U E. There we are. Nadine, I would have left too. Don't worry, girl. Nothing personal. All right. There we go. Oh, dude, there are so many pop-ups on um this thing. Okay, accept. Okay, let's invite this person. Invite. Okay, accept. Accept. Yo, dog, accept. Allow. Accept. This is redonk. I pressed accept 1,000 times. Accept. Yeah, quit with that sound, dog. There we go. All right. Is this thing working? No. If you're like, I hate that sound, yeah, I do as well. Blame Twitter or TikTok or whatever. Okay, there we go. I fixed it. Come on, you slut. Can I even say that? Who knows? All right. You'll connect using audio only. I get that. But I want to use video as well. That sucks. Dog. Hey, it worked. All right. Oh yeah, that's what we wanted. Psych. Worst stream ever. Oh, I love this. Close. Turn that on. Save. Okay. How about this? You'll connect using audio only. How about no? Scotty new. Dog. This is the worst. Oh, I need to have a. I guess I don't have enough points, whatever. Anyway. Alright, friends. This is the worst. I'm already bored. This is already just terrible. Alright. Caspian C, can you hear me? Caspian C, can you hear me? That's a no. That's definitely a no. Alright, well. What are we doing? I don't know, but this is terrible. Alright. Alright, here's Tears for Fears. Oh yeah, I gotta flip it. Welcome to your life. There's no turning back. Even while we sleep, we will find you acting on your best behavior. Turn your back on Mother Nature. Everybody wants to rule the world. It's my own design. It's my own remorse. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When you do, I'll be right behind you. So glad we almost made it. So sad we had to fade it. Everybody wants to rule the world. I can't stand this indecision, worried with a lack of vision. Everybody wants to rule the. Say that you'll never, 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 never need it. So headline, why believe it? Everybody wants to rule the world. All for freedom and for pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. That was Tears for Fears. Everybody wants to rule the world. Here's U2. I still haven't found what I'm looking for. I love this video. Fremont Street. I have climbed highest mountains. I have run through the field only to be with you. Only to be with you. I have run, I have crawled, I have scaled these city walls, only to be with you. And I still haven't found
what I'm looking for. And I still haven't found what I'm looking for. I have kissed honeyed lips, and I feel it in the fingertips. It burned like fire with its warning desire. I have spoke with the tongue of angels. I have held the hand of the devil. It was warm in the night. I was cold as a stone, but I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. This is such bullshit. I believe in a kingdom come, then all the colors will bleed into one, bleed into one. But yes, I'm still running. Broke the bonds and you lose the chains. Carry the shoe of my shame. Oh, my shame. You know I believe it, but I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. What up, Dan? Oh, should we try it again? We'll try it one more time. This is the worst. And now. Hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, when the world comes, yeah, they come, they come to build a wall between us. You know they don't. Hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, when the world comes. All right, let's see if this beat works.
When you cheer when you know our just sounded too cool.
Hey now, hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, hey now.
Don't dream it's over.
Oh, we got somebody in
Hey
here.
now, hey now. Don't dream it's over. Oh, we got somebody in here.
Oh, this is the worst. Dog. Requested a guest. This is the worst. Worst sound quality ever. I like how I have one person watching me. This is just the best. What up, bud? How you living? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Oh yeah, now everybody's coming in. Hey now, hey now. This is hey now. All right. No, dog. Not Kendrick Lamar. Hey now. Crowded House. Here we go, friends. There's freedom within. There is freedom without. Never get to my. There's a part of my head. There's a bit it's all lost. But you know, you're going to the end of the road. You're driving with me. Hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, when the world comes in, there comes to build a wall between us. Without that they won't win. And I'm driving my car. With the wheels in the roof, maybe you to the world with a musician, and there's no proof. And the vipers are hay, neither wheels and no waste. Make the wheel over to the TV page. Hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, when the world comes in, they come. To build the world between us. We know that they won't win. Hear them talking again. The beat of the drum, may the wind that steps to the door of your heart. And the shadows ahead, reviewing the roof, you have the feeling of liberation and release. Now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, when the world comes in,
They come to build the world between us. You know that they won't win. Let them win. And now, don't. And now, and now, don't. And now, and now. Let them win. And now, don't. Let them win. And now. Well, that was really great, Rabbi. Psych. Worst concert ever. It's just terrible. Oh, this is terrible. All right, here we go. Go back to what you normally do because this was a terrible, terrible exercise. And now, don't dream that over. And now, when the world comes and come, when the world between you, you know the thing won't win. Oh, just the absolute worst concert. It was terrible. And now, don't dream it over. And now, on the world from here, they come, the world between us, you know the bad one. Worst stream ever in the history of mankind. What happened here? Did it end? It should still be. It should still be live. Coffee break? What? Resume live. This is TikTok. You are so shitty. What up, Jane Townsend? Hope you know that TikTok is awful. No one likes it. I don't even like it. And I'm using it. It's just the worst. And now. Don't dream it's over. And now. All the world has been back on, back on. The little war between us. You know that they won't win. Hey now, hey now. Don't dream it's over. Hey now. All the world can be. They come, they come. To build a world between us. Yeah, they won't win. Hey now. Don't dream it's over. Hey now. All the world comes in.
It's gone, it's gone. To the world between us, you know the day won't win. What up, friends? Do you think this is amazing? Oh boy, I got news for you. This is terrible. Hey now, hey now, don't dream of hey now, hey now, hey now. To the world between us, you know the day won't win. Hey now, hey now, don't dream of hey now, hey now. On the wall, they come, to the wall between us. You know that they won't win. Wow, we have so many people in here. It's unbelievable. Oh, no. This has got to be the worst stream of all time, without a doubt. All right. And now, terrible stream. 31. Worst. Oh shit. Bitch. This is the worst. And now, don't dream and hey now. Oh fuck. We got a new follower out of it. It's big time. Hey now. Don't dream it's over. Hey now. Here it comes. Here it comes. All the time,
For the fast cuts, now fall sort of MTV on crack.
That sounds great.
All right, good. Well, this is what we have to work with. I would like you to meet Andrew Bernard, the Nard Dog. Let the Nard Dog out. He gives the best back rubs in the office.
That's Sarah gives me back rub. Also, do good aromatherapy. He's got Nard Dog.
Now, this gentleman right here is the key to our urban dog.
Urban. I grew up in a small town. What about me seems urban to you?
Damn, it was hilarious. Phyllis, like that was a Butterworth. Kind of a less urban Aunt Jemima. These are our accountants. And as you can see, they are very different sizes. What you might want to do is kind of a Papa Bear, Mama Bear, Baby Bear.
I think it's great to have these different measures because my family people right now. I mean, when I tell people that I work with them, they think that we sell nothing or nothing. And frankly, all of those sound better than paper, so I think it's fine. Second Life is not a game. It's a multi-user virtual environment. It doesn't have points or scores. It doesn't have winners or losers. Or those losers. I signed up for Second Life about a year ago. Back then, my life was so great that I literally wanted a second one. In my second life, I was also a paper salesman, and I was also named White. Absolutely everything was the same, except I could fly.
Little girl in a field, holding a flower. We zoom back and find that she's in the desert. The field is an oasis. We zoom back further. The desert is a sandbox in the world's largest resort hotel. Zoom back further. The hotel is actually the playground, the world's largest prison. Now we zoom back further.
Okay, I can tell that your time is valuable.
Actually, I'm going to pay by the hour anymore. No, thank you. I'm going to pay by the year.
That all sounds really, really ambitious. Why don't we show you what we do in the Bachelor Branch?
Okay.
Very true. Which makes you a very interesting figure. Hold your ground. Intellectually. Through the idea space which don't really talk about it. Perhaps what that is, but nevertheless that's the case. And
That's what natural came up.
Mark data economics,
That sucks.
Karl Marx conversation
That's what we
is
get.
kind of
Well, we can do better than that.
will make our
Yeah, that's
best
the
experience.
Well, that's my second one. We helped you better with that.
But give you an example. The major
Well,
No. Don't be late. That was just rotation.
for many years
Economic
is quite
in the city,
a
outside, inside, whatever.
this
This revenue
by a
was
professor of economics at MIT. And the whole
Nice.
been spending a lot of time making out with
whole
Angela.
generation actually trained on these things.
But
If you open the cover,
not actually
he has a
kissing
tree.
or mouths.
And the tree
Just
is
goes
Adam
right on
Smith
neck.
and David Ricardo. I think
It's like rubbing slash nuzzling necks together.
So the
It's hard. I'm not gonna lie to you, but
out there.
when you seem like a gal with answers,
And everybody on it.
I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that is worth $300 million, period. I make more in a year than you probably do, period.
someone might hear us.
He had to have it complete.
Instead of making up lies about me, comma, why don't you try to get to know me?
Nothing in the book
Change Andy to light. That's not different enough.
But that's Cold War. I mean, that's
Right?
really, that's really neither here. That's the craziness. Yeah, that's the Cold War. My professor's work. Anyway, let me get to the story. Marx was interested in the relationship of people in the process of I just interested in the fact that
What?
Okay, calm down. Relationship among the people.
Yeah, well, I call about big problems. You don't like that either. So make up your mind, kiddo. Here is the deal. The address he sent are locking me in a creative box. And I'm ignoring my idea. That's good. They're creative. You're not. I'm creative.
I know I am not, period. Why don't you try to get to know me instead of defaming me? Question mark.
Well, actually, I can't cook, and I am sorry. Like cereal shack. I'm thinking we'll have as many varieties as you can buy in the store. Okay, I'm not interested in that right now. I'm delegating creativity to creative professionals. It's a different skill set. Look, I wasn't good at sales, right? Yeah, but I'm good at managing people to do sales. Are you? I don't think you're doing such a great job here suppressing ideas and creativity. All right, let me ask you this. Tell me if you think this is creative. When I was 5, I imagined that there was such a thing as a cubicle. This is before I had even heard one, seen one.
For what? Question
Over
mark.
picture of
Why
a
don't you
horse,
learn what those
flyable rainbows, and had you spike it.
organizations do, period? I'm not doing anything against
Could even
the
talk.
law or violating any
Hey guys, you know what? We should not
secrecy.
shoot this action. How about never figure out? We're sitting here to look at. Good luck, Ruth. Hey, thanks. Thank you. Michael, David, what is next to that Nintendo DS people? Yeah, I'm glad you called. Ryan is being a little bitch again. Come on, Michael. What's up, my brother?
Yeah, because surplus
Listen,
has a notion of
David, I would like to do this ad in-house. I want to use only the creativity that we have right here in the office. And I will send
That's
it
the
to you
best comeback you
tomorrow.
have? Question
Look
mark.
at it. Do not think that it's ready to air. Send the ad agency back down here, and we'll do it on my time.
Therefore, X minus Y equals S.
I'm willing to stake my entire reputation on it.
Now, Marx argues.
Okay.
What am I streaming that is copyrighted? Question mark.
Ask the following
Nuts.
Who gets
Seal his own website.
who gets this extra stuff that is made but unconsumed by the ones who
Does
make it?
anyone ever come
And
up to you and
Marx's
say,
answer is
you're not
therein
creative?
lies one of the great shapers
Well,
of
they're wrong.
society.
You are creative.
For
You are
example,
damn creative. Each and every one of you.
what
You are
they
so
ask
much more creative than all the other
if
guys.
they forget what's their social role.
What are you talking about?
For example,
I kind of know what it's like to be in commercials. My nickname in high school used to be Crazy.
the workers themselves could
When I
give
was
us
younger, I always wanted to be an actor. Then I realized I had
the workers themselves could
I'm
give
excited about doing the
That's
ad,
the
but
closest
I'm not really used to doing videos with so many people.
communism would
We have 3 scenes to film, big scenes. We have a song to write, so let's get cracking. Kelly, I want you to do makeup. Oscar, I would like to do costume design, obviously. Phyllis, I'd like to get
who gets it.
Super Anthony's at the Steamtown Mall. She's doing a book signing right now.
Okay, Phyllis, this is what I want you to do. I want you to go down to the mall. I want you to get in line. I want you to get there to be commercial.
It starts in
This would be a huge group of people. All right, you guys take no for an
who
answer.
gets to decide.
Does anyone actually know what's the graph or what's like? I mean, is it hot or it's crazy hot? Well, then maybe we should just use that.
I have hundreds of YouTube accounts. Period. Good luck.
I find him a free genre discussing related.
Line it up, guys. Here we go.
Exploitation exists if and when the surplus that's produced is taken and distributed by people. Slaves
I was under the impression that this was going to be a rap. Wow.
Why don't you guys recognize that I could make you all rich if you just banded together and helped to promote me on Reddit, period. I have more data online than any person ever, period. Data is Earth's #1 resource, period. I have essentially a seamless timeline going back to the pandemic, period. I can make you, comma, your family, comma, and your friends trillionaires if you recognize that I could be an ally and not your enemy, period.
So much so that he's a guy. He's created his own world. Second world. For those people who are and you realize
The one who gave the two ice cream.
He looks a lot like you.
That's how you solve it. Until a psychologist
You're a
goes,
sports writer in Philadelphia?
you know,
Nice build.
it's what you just did.
You have a guitar slung on your back. I did not know you played guitar.
My response to the understand. Oh, beat that. Also, that deal with it.
No, I want to see more of Philly Jim. I want Philly Jim.
These are all giving guys the back to the condition. You should take the reallocation of resources. Look at all this stuff. This country is heading itself in a way that I have never seen in my life. It's tearing
I hate it.
The government's really a very
I just don't like it at all. And it's terrible.
Here comes the big one. If you
Okay.
make a real election, and all you do is remove the exploit and substitute government without changing the relationship,
Wow, this looks terrible.
Andy, this is the little scene he had. And if we don't get this, if we don't nail it, we're going to lose the whole triumph of the moment. The triumph of the will. Now, God, what? What, Phyllis? But God, that's what I said about Instagram doesn't work. We take them and
What resource is more important than data? Question mark.
The Germans again have a phrase, it's in sheep. It goes cooking. It's a cold.
It is true, period. If you guys recognize that I have more than 3 years of 24/7 content and over 100 YouTube accounts, comma, over 200 Instagram accounts, comma, over 300 Twitch accounts, comma, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, comma, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, comma, and over 10,000 Kick accounts, comma, you could make a lot of money off of me. Period. You have it in writing that if you help me, I will help you. Period. If anything, comma, just get me known for all the content that I have. Period. I don't care if you make fun of me, comma. It obviously doesn't bother me. Period. I want to make you all successful. Period. I want to make you all rich. Period. I want to make your families rich. Period.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was watching how we find that.
I worked until about 2:45 a.m. And then I had to decide if I wanted to spend the night with Michael.
According to The Economist magazine in 2018, comma, data is Earth's #1 resource. Period. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. Period. I just need help making people aware of it. Period. You all have connections on Reddit. Period. You all could help me, and I can help you, period. You scratch my back, comma, I will scratch yours, period. I'm not saying you have to do it right now, comma, but please contemplate it, period.
In no particular order. Here's some. The history of the human race is a history and
Nothing I said is highly illegal,
succession of
period.
social forms of society arise as they do. They the argument is
Things that are highly illegal
there
are cultural crimes, comma, treason, comma, etc. Period. Having a lot of social media is not illegal. Period.
Freud helps us to understand that repression is going on all the time, and it has consequences. It's not a finished project.
Yes, comma, she was amazing, and one of the reasons why the Internet Archive has a lot of television going back to the 70s is because of her works. Period.
That lead them to want people.
Mine are essentially home videos, though, comma. Hers was archiving television news.
Well,
Every economic
the genius is a corporate rejected my commercial, and tonight they are airing Green Bit. So, welcome one and all to a world premiere of Corporate Crap Fest.
and then every effort has to fail because it contradicts human nature.
She is amazing.
Slavery will ever be.
No.
She was very rich because of her investments in Apple Computer. She was very rich because of her investments in Apple Computer.
To counter the argument that every system is formed by every system evolved.
Everybody want to walk to the wall to the premiere
And
for
therefore
Beatles.
capitalism
Michael Scott director's cut. Hope you like it. It all starts with an idea. If what you're saying,
the burden is on
but you can never tell where an idea will end up.
They're wrong saying, look at history.
Because ideas spread. They change. Grow. They connect us with the world.
That said, let me just ask you.
And in a fast-moving world,
What about
good news moves at the speed of time.
She was a millionaire.
And bad news isn't always what it seems.
They cannot reproduce it, period. I'm essentially a real-life Truman Show, period. This potentially could be fascinating to the people of the world. The ability to watch somebody's every move
We all deserve
for
a second
years
chance.
is an opportunity to be studied, period.
To score.
I got it. Before I came.
Limitless paper. Paperless
All
world.
I am doing is planting the seed in your mind, period. The more and more we get to know each other, comma, the more normal you'll see I am, comma, and eventually, comma, you may actually want to help me, and I will help you, period.
Next round of Greek on me, people.
They are teenagers. They're now in school at a time when their friendship is social to their development. You can be yanked them out
Fancy
of
feast.
the
Bring me a whole piece of that fancy feast.
risk
Cat food.
to do that job every day. To forestall all the other things he
Bloomberg TV.
Well, do you think it's possible to measure risk, or do you think the argument is there's risk involved in a lot of both the working classes or the capitalists and
The worker would never say, because she's been told, right? I want this payment, a wage, for the work I do. And I want this payment for the risk I take.
well, there's some level of communication like that. You give acknowledgement of dangerous jobs.
University biologists would though, comma, especially in the future when you can study using augmented reality by breaths per minute, comma, heartbeats per minute, comma, blinks per minute, comma,
By an army of workers who work at
my skeletal makeup, comma, and all of the other aspects that could be studied from having so much data on a single individual.
And there is no relationship, except in the minds of the defenders of capitalism, between the ugliness, the difficulty, the danger of labor on the one hand, and the wage. Let me give you just a couple of examples. This is my job, my life. Right? The median income of a child care worker in the United
Apologies,
States
sometimes
right
I
now, as we
use
speak, is
speech to text on my
$11.22
phone,
an hour.
and it doesn't
So
always
50% less. The median income
translate
for a
correctly.
car park attendant is several dollars per hour higher than that. What does the car park attendant do? He stares at your car for many hours to make sure that nobody comes and grabs it. Maybe he parks it or he moves it around to get it in. By any measure that I know of that makes any sense, being in charge of toddlers, 2, 3, 4-year-olds who are at the key moment of mental formation the first 5 years, to give them a lower salary than you give the guy who watches your car.
Both, period.
I know how
Historians will be interested in this, comma, as I have a radio going 24/7, going back to the pandemic, marking every major event, every single minute of every single day, period. Sociologists will be interested in this. Psychologists will be interested in this, period. Doctors will be interested in this, period. Lawyers may be interested in this, period. And society in general.
I'm over here. Disconnect that right now. Give me your earbuds. Okay, you know what? Fine. I will reprogram my phone to go to my office phone.
Factor of production like a worker. The textbook will I hold my nose.
Everyone who I tell this to takes it very seriously and understands that it has a big opportunity in the future, period. It is essentially a modern day diarist or journalist.
I'd be glad to talk to you about value, price.
I couldn't sleep last night. I came in extra early. So much energy. For some days you know you will remember for the rest of your life. And I just have a feeling that today is one of those days. Morning.
Between the first.
It's a matter of hours now. But you tell me marvelous.
People choose not to pay attention.
Watch your heart.
comma, I don't need any assistance aside from awareness of people learning about this project.
No. You always do this. We have a nice, modest floating plans, and then you come in and demand the world. Let me be clear. There's simply no money for anything other than a cake and to develop a few more slides. Although, totally won't be enough. I thought that you might say that.
I'm a certified project management professional, comma, I have successfully launched major apps on the App Store and Google Play, comma, I've launched startups in major markets, comma, and had six-figure contracts with Fortune 500 companies.
Economics as a discipline is born by
I knew I should be safe.
when I teach courses, I should be safe for history of economic thought. Okay? And I begin with students with Aristotle. I say, they talk about really interesting things.
I want a party that makes me feel like I fly through the air
That makes
without
no
this
sense to people to have
ugly weight holding me down.
something as central to daily life as
I want to make a revenue
economics
share.
story.
I saw it in a movie. Drink a potion, and then you start floating all over.
Also, how much do you have to pay for every portion? No, you know what? This is not a party planning committee anymore. And I don't want you to split money, and I don't want people participating.
By the way,
Believe what you wish, period.
about markets, because they lived at a time in ancient Greece when market relations were beginning to intrude upon these societies. So they were saying, interested in this phenomenon, that they're not just producing goods
As part of my last day,
Fantastically.
they're doing it as a quid pro quo. I'll give you 3 oranges, you give me 2 shirts. And both Aristotle and Plato hated markets. I'm going to say this. They destroy the social cohesion. They destroy community. They make some people rich and other people poor.
You all are smart individuals, comma, you have excellent networks, comma, and you are about making money, period. You are the perfect people to take an interest in what I do and help me promote it, period.
What did I say? I said that the Michael's dead.
Oh, thank you. I really did. It was so clearly awesome.
Yes. When you start.
No, I didn't read it carefully. I just saw congratulations and I skimmed the list. I saw my name.
I don't want to bother you guys anymore today, comma, but just know that I want to help you, period. I want to make you all rich, and the way that I think I can do it is through data, period.
Facilitates it, and it is
I wouldn't go if things weren't so solid with Jen.
good with
And
Aristotle.
down the road, we have
It's a real life Truman Show, period. That is fascinating to everyone who finds out about it.
And that is the first time I've ever used the word perfect in here.
The medieval Catholic Church had a doctrine of prohibition of use.
Wow.
This was that God said, if there's a person who needs to borrow it,
I do, period. I made all my money through private contracts and never got into social media until I started this project, period.
God hates you for that. That's a sin. Jesus is quiet all the way. But Jesus is crying when you try to kill them. So that has to do with the intimate human interaction. And the idea of markets, you're able to create a system that involves God and and there's some level of safe,
Hi, are there any local companies that
self-regulating
rent
fairness.
Anti-gravity machines? That's right, yeah. What do they do exactly? They
I
make
wonder
you feel lighter.
suppose you were interested in having
Antidepressants. I could put you through
we
something like
have a
that.
set of funds that can be loaned out.
Okay.
Yeah.
People are going to consume it.
Oh, hey, you still work here?
Should they lend it? You can say it's a society.
Hi.
Hi, yeah, right.
We're talking about this
Well,
like
they hired me
professor.
to but it's a role.
So you get IP.
I'm ready for it.
They write up
Here's how things work here. My job is to make the office fun.
Some government
Your job is to make the office late.
where it is looked at.
And we have an eternal struggle, you and I.
And this office,
And only one of us can be the winner. Spoiler alert, I'm gonna win.
and that was because they're more needed in society. We have a greater need of solving this problem than that problem. And so there's less money people working on this problem more readily or more money like over here because we're going to understand what we do is who can pay the highest interest.
Well, look, I'll let you get back to it, but I really
You do it why, what ethics would justify Michael? It's like a market in general. Something is in shortage.
Jody, I have a very strong prejudice against human resources. I believe that the department is a breeding ground for
And so
monsters.
if the demand is greater than the supply,
Is that not all monsters are bad?
has a lot of it.
Like
If the
E.T.
demand is greater than the supply,
Okay,
now you got a problem.
extraterrestrials.
Satisfy
Maybe.
all the demanders. You don't have enough supply.
Doesn't also
You have a
give
shortage. Okay, now how are you going to do it? In a market, you allow people who have a lot of money
really
to bid up the price of whatever's short. And that solves your problem because as the price goes up, the poor people they drop out. They can't buy the thing at the
What
end.
is wrong with this?
So you've got a way of distributing the shortage. It goes to the people.
What do I do?
At this point,
What do I do?
most human beings
Now,
confronted with this
philosophy.
position of the market would turn against it because it contradicts their Christian, Judaic, Islamic,
Clubbing action.
You know what that means? It means that a rich person should get his share of milk and give it to their cat, while the poor person has no milk for their 5 children. There it is. You want a market? Why?
So the fundamental thing that seems very, very resulting in quality. Now,
Hazing is a fun way to show a new employee that she is not welcome for life.
Yes, it is.
Accounting department, listen up. Molly, human resources. Angela, Oscar, then Kevin.
debate.
Hi.
What about some of the
I do the numbers.
Oh, good for you.
If you look at the 20th century,
One and an out.
a lot of
Oh,
people,
no, that is so sweet. Thank you.
they contribute a lot
Keep
to
them
the
here like this so that everybody doesn't take them.
quality of
That
life
is a very safe place for them.
to capitalism, to convention,
Here she
innovation,
is.
to
Holly.
engineering, and science,
No.
development.
If we hung Holly from the
That
ceiling,
resulted
we'd have to kiss on her.
competition.
So,
So
oh, sorry. Question, are you real
unfairness,
or are you a Holly girl?
location, just
I've never heard that one before, actually.
Look at the 20th century.
You
They came up with
guys
a lot of cool stuff.
in your ear, it's off.
Here,
No, no.
it's better.
What okay, like how long does it take to get
Say
it?
that.
I should make you a mix.
But I do
You have
disagree
a secret
fundamentally.
Yeah, thanks.
But let me give you the arguments so that you can hear them.
It's a photo of everyone in the office. So you can take it to Costa Rica. Well, I was taking the picture.
Help to promote me, and I'll give you a nitro for the rest of your life.
Sure.
Simple English. There's a good and bad
Does
side.
anyone have a camera here?
And you won't understand it unless you accept that proposition and start looking for the good things that are the other side of it, and the bad things that are the other side. Good things. So, yes.
So I just got the facts.
Very
Doesn't fail. And it's big.
explicitly agreed
Congratulations. You done it,
and applies it
Congratulations. That's
to
doing your job.
the central
I just
project
stay on the
of
website.
research on capitalism.
All right, try to be a
So
team player here,
this is
Jim.
not a simple
Log it to the website.
telling you what an answer is
Don't worry about that.
capitalism
Just
as
log
if
it.
there were nothing that this system achieved or accomplished. And one of the things he celebrates a lot is the technological dynamism.
I could raise your IQ 5 points at least. Period. Have you seen my blog? Question mark. It discusses anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, quantum computing, mind uploading technology, life extension technology, solar sails, space elevators, and other really interesting ideas.
Number one, capitalism as a system has been mostly represented by capitalists with classes and those capitalists, with very few exceptions, have fought against every effort to improve the lives of the people. The goal of a capitalist is to minimize labor costs. What that means is to replace a working machine, move the production from expensive U.S. to cheap China, bring in desperate immigrants from other parts of the world because they were worth less money than the folks in Japan. Every measure to help the standard of living.
I am sponsored by cryptocurrency, period. When people see my betting, they know that it is a cryptocurrency worth $300 million. It is known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email.
They got together, and today, just a factoid. The last time the minimum wage was raised in the United States, federal minimum wage, was in 2009. And it was set at the lofty sum
Check it out on
$7.25 an hour.
MetaMask or
Over the last
Uniswap or any other exchange.
13 years, since then, we have had an increase in the price level.
I have been sponsored by that coin for nearly 2 years.
Went up. The minimum wage was never raised. This is a time of stock market boom, of growing inequality. This is you know, the nerve of the defender of capitalism, who wants now to get credit for the improvement in the standard of life of the workers that was fought by every generation. Whoa! But I get my hat off if I had one. Because that is one of the only ways to justify this system. Long ago, let me get to the heart of this. Long ago, capitalism could have overcome hunger, could have overcome disease, could have, way beyond what we have. But it didn't. And that's the worst moral condemnation. Imagine, how do you justify that when you could, you didn't? Look, let me get at it another way, because this may interest you. I am totally the issue is not that capitalism isn't helpful technologically.
One day I will be able to convince people to help me, and then I will give you and your friends and family as much money as they ever want, period. Data is Earth's #1 resource. It's more valuable than any stock, gold, cryptocurrency, water, air, petroleum, platinum, palladium, or anything else. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. That may be very influential someday. Period. When people know about it, I will have more money than I know what to do with, and I will give it away, specifically to the people in this community, because you helped me, period.
Let's say that revenue is woman stands at desk at 20. And he pays $200. And he takes 100 of it.
I have no idea how you sit like that.
Another 100 to hire the workers for the next shift. The other 20. Now along comes the technology. The new machine is so effective.
I wish, period. If I could give you the money now, I would, period. I really would want to help you, period.
So you're in town this weekend? And so the capitalist goes up with
You are a wise person, period. You're absolutely right.
Everything else is the same. Everything else is just a he keeps as his own profit the 50 that
I have enough to get by,
sells it for
period.
20, that 50
I am starting to earn more from my streams, and when I get more, I will certainly give it away, period.
he's got an extra 50.
I will make sure to give it away, at least in part to you, simply because you asked, period.
Have to go home to their husband and wife, tell them about the job, and I didn't do anything
No, I
wrong.
couldn't have a heart attack.
I was nice enough to say,
Don't get hallucinated. You shredded it. We can do that. Gosh, I just
what I'm
don't
going to
know.
do after the debts we have, the house on mortgage, children's education, whatever else he's got going for us. But now,
Sorry.
there was a course of alternative path. The alternative path would have been
Oh, there he is. He's gone home already. Why don't you go home?
Once
Go back to the party.
people know that there is someone on earth who streams their life 24/7, that will be a very exciting premise for the people of the world, and I will straight up give it to you, and you can start charities to help people and help your family and your friends and live out your wildest dreams.
W has been out cruising
by this next
for 12 years.
But instead, it was
I am now his cruise
so
director.
that one
And my
guy,
name is
employer, could make a big buzz.
Wow. It's like,
Do you want to
can I just say that
Well,
all the idiots,
to go back
in all the idiot villages,
good
in
and
all the idiot worlds, you stand
just listen to
alone.
bad.
My
But also,
friend.
good to
Hey,
technological innovation.
hi, good to see you. Yeah,
Question
I'll
is, the
just have a little accident interview.
whatever
I know, that's why I'm
you
here.
try to sneak up to ideas
No,
of what the
it's very boring.
like,
I'll just take it to
what is the good and the bad of
No,
So
no.
you just kind of, as a opposite, by contrast, shows that, nice alternative. Less a say, you have opportunity to pursue other interests, other interests,
All right.
interests, family, right.
I won't bother you guys anymore right now, but just know that this is a very appealing opportunity for people to watch somebody 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, for years on end, period. I want to help all of you and make your dreams come true, period.
Technological innovation that is the positive side. Slows it down. The question
What
is,
gives, what?
which is more important to the flourishing of humanity? I agree with you. And I love what would be show.
No, but I make money streaming on Rumble and YouTube.
What mixture could you draw? Having problem either or. You could mix it. You could have a third lesson. Then the other part.
I'm not asking you. I'm just reading it.
Or if it's a
Well, I'd like to hear the answer.
let's have a democratic discussion of what is the mix between positive and we have no such thing. All of this is decided by one side of this debate, which not only we know what they do, they always choose the one that maximizes their profit because that's what they were told to do in business school where I taught. So we not only is it an undemocratic decision, but it's one-sided. We don't have the opportunity. I would love for
No, hey, it might not be what I think
let's take a look.
that I don't even know is in there because there are a lot of questions so far. I don't know which is which.
Living the dream, my friends.
Together, it won't be one of us making a
Period. Every day is a holiday, comma, every meal is a feast.
What do you mean, Michael?
How are you? Question mark.
That's not even my handwriting. Hey, what the hell is going on here? Who thought it would be hysterical to get Toby and Rock for his going away gift?
Thank you for your kind words, period.
I thought it was a line. Okay, you know what that is? You know what that is? That is
Her relationship with the workers in the work,
a site.
which is why Mark focuses on that.
So, that
By
was
the way,
all
I
I
can
was
tell
looking
you right now.
So what is your gift?
for. My gift is working.
What the alternative?
What is it?
Okay. If employees together appropriate surplus and then decide
How did you know that? I just knew. How did you know? It's so silly.
whether or not to buy a watch, whether or not
That's it.
to use the machine and the savings it might allow.
Here's the tip.
Handle research for themselves
Is that police?
or as a fund.
Well, this is what happened. Ryan's big project review website,
Product
which wasn't doing so well. So Ryan, to give the impression of sales, recorded it twice. Once his office sales and once his website sales, which is what we refer to the business as listening to shareholders. Another good term is fraud. The real crime, I think, was the
that in
beard.
this society and that we here in the United States, that there were examples
I cannot wait to get to Ryan in prison.
their
I'm
productive
gonna wear my hottest tracksuit, get my hair done, and then be like,
collective
"Hello." And then all the other prisoners are gonna be like,
community.
damn, Ryan, you got a hot ex-girlfriend who I would never have treated her so bad when I was outside of prison.
How to produce, where to produce, and what to do with the output we all know. So let's do it in a country where democracy is
Hey, Ryan, it's Jim. You know what?
nearly
Totally
everywhere.
doesn't know that last voice now because obviously everything's died.
The stuck in contradiction that there is a place in our society where democracy has never been allowed in it. The workplace. In the workplace, the tiny group of people, unaccountable
Are you okay?
I'm sure you're my friend.
the core family, a partnership, or a corporate board of directors.
Hold it together and be strong.
All economic.
You can let yourself be upset that you're free.
Those employees don't elect those people. Nothing. There is no
Your age
election.
reflect.
It is the most
Holly is
democratic
and simple,
imagine.
like a lady baker.
This society insists
Would not
on
be surprised to find out that she had worked in a bakery before coming
the
here.
minor matter of producing everybody in a way that isn't the direct autocrat.
I'm pretty sure she's baked on a professional level.
But is the idea is designed for practical. The problem is how
Kevin, take your shoes off first.
government pressure the workplace process.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Sorry, Michael. I think they're real.
That's why you pull that.
Wow. Parking lot.
The other is there is natural capitalists and there's like monopolies of competition if you're a shitty boss,
Is Jim gonna propose tonight?
the employee
He is, isn't he?
freedom.
No, he's not.
There's other companies that were better
Is he?
off.
That was a pretty good company, but I just didn't see a future there. Like, kept hiring from the outside. It was easy to get in, but impossible to rise up.
That's what she, a lot of places are like that.
I think it's really cool you hired Kevin.
The second is because there's always a
Kevin.
theory, then that puts pressure on everyone to take off if you can always so, I mean, that's what I found on to
That's my car.
you're saying that
Hey.
it's not real
What are you doing?
significant enough.
What the hell's going on here? No, nothing you need to know the details. There was a food in the car. Why did you do that?
Yeah.
Playful hazing.
No, there's no such thing. That's playful hazing.
To that.
Dwight, I want you to look at Holly right now.
Everybody, I want you to look at Holly right now. And maybe if you look at her deeply enough, you'll see what I see in her. And that is that we are all very lucky to have her here.
It doesn't need it.
Holly is the best thing
Beat the other guy.
that has happened
If
to
I
this
could produce the
company
same product with the other
since World War II.
either better
50 years. She is the best.
Then I win.
Take care of that, all right?
Me,
Not Robin.
prices lower, my quality better,
Get out.
they'll leave the other guy.
Get out. Really sorry.
Michael,
When he goes out of
thank you
business,
so
because I'm
much
not
for
with
saying
him,
that. I feel
he
so
fires
lucky.
his workers. I hired him because I'm now gonna be able to serve a market he can't serve anymore. So I'm gonna buy the used equipment, and thereby many,
Did you see that? Did you see it? Did you see what?
the monopoly is the product of company.
Well, Jen didn't
Wait,
Spirit,
I need to
three,
drink salad and
it's for example, in the capital system, you can be,
Cool.
and one day
You
have a
drive your
strong
own
idea
car?
for business to take off Uber,
This is my car.
and
You drive your own car?
Yeah.
car,
Just like
Ford,
you.
GM, which is what,
Okay, bye.
right? That's the American dream. One of the many
Kevin,
deals there.
really proud of you.
From dirt poor to being the rich.
All right. They're on a fan. You know what? It's also going to shout out to Phyllis. Awesome party, huh? Probably the best one that we've ever had. The real reason that we are here is to say goodbye to a guy who will probably
There's a lot of
never ever see again. Now, a lot of you know that I'm an accomplished songwriter. I have done things like Beers in Heaven or Total Eclipse of the Heart. I love to sing them, but I am not going to be doing that today. I'm going to be doing something specifically for
lack of innovation. That's a very complicated.
was early morning yesterday.
They have that unique.
I was up before the dawn,
One thing that's
and I really have enjoyed my stay.
what you could also have
Toby must be moving on.
they jack up the price. They make it this
I'm gonna miss Toby. He has a nice, calming presence in the office. Don't tell him I said this, but I always thought it was kind of cute. Not bad.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Someday I would love to be in Paris and have
So,
Oh, okay.
if you give me a
Well,
choice,
actually, too soon.
press
It's
the button.
very sad.
Get rid of the competition and let the other people not suffer. There's a lot of people that have the company.
Kevin, where are you? Missed my song, buddy.
Yeah, I'm in Kevin. You have to come down here.
Do you pay for it or reimburse you when you get back?
You know, I want my money. I go, there's something that you need to see.
What is it?
So you're saying that most of the
Yeah,
captain
he's at the supermarket.
take over the lives of people
Marty, driving to a supermarket?
and they seize me.
Yeah.
So it's the basic doubt. I would depending on your level, they lose track of them. And they just become causing machines. I was trying to
the system is very clever. It's a little bit like that.
Good to see you.
The guys who make
Wow,
people who make it
Kevin, really?
have had to do
Sorry, we're a little acquired. That's why I called it down here.
because they have that many miles to go.
Oh, okay.
The other ones run every G. They check way one there and they say, I'm not doing this. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to make a little place.
That's wow. I'm so happy. Right? So the leadership happy. Because you're because obviously I have people together and I am very proud.
People I know are companies are where
Technically asked you not to. No, I did not. I did not.
I think a lot of the things you're talking about is
Okay.
So if I'm mine and it's not somebody else's,
Innovation usually comes in the
I
history of
know.
capitalism. Innovation comes in spurts.
The whole toilet seat
Electric
thing is a
period,
myth. So
chemistry
I went
period,
to
nuclear period, we call it
did.
artificial intelligence or robotic
Going out.
computer. It doesn't. It comes and then
I don't
there's
understand.
worry and everything is
Yours is to be very
organized
cautious.
around the left and move
Or too common.
years. You have a
Yeah,
period
yours is somebody else's
of
No.
very rich
It's
people.
not just any sperm bank. I mean, it's really, this is a really, really great place. It's amazing, actually. I'm going to bring you the catalog. You should look through it. In fact, it's right next to that little breakfast place that you like in the city where you can draw the tables. Wow. If I was 22 and I had lots of time to have lots of children, I'm sure let's let Michael have a child. Honestly, I need to make this thing count. That's really good. I so much better. I just needed to get all that out on the table. Look, I don't know what you're going to be doing tomorrow, but I have my laws class in Allentown, and
Not that it is the one thing that's consistent with human
I
nature.
usually
That's what
use a
we'd like to have.
whole noodle instead of a partner.
If anything, I would argue the opposite.
Oh.
That it is such a
I have to think about it.
to parts of our nature, not all parts. That there
My whole life, I
is
know two things. I love sex, and I want to have kids. And I always thought that those two things would go hand in hand. But now, I think it might be one or the other.
what was
There's tiny.
they did. But most of it all, you know why? Because their humanity is consistent. By what it is they're here to do. I mean, this is the focus of it. It's the jacking up their, they're already out. The average no pay but they're jacking it up. Why? Because that's what's happening in their universe. They're all live and they have to do. Each one of them justifies an action. Which is true, but there's no comfort other than the one CEO. So there are.
I was waiting for the right time to do this, and I can't think of a better time than right now. With music playing and all our friends around and fireworks going off. My parents are here. Andrew and Ellen Bernard, thank you for sharing in this joyous moment. Angela Martin,
We are now predicting
please join me on stage,
of the recession at the end of the year or early next year.
and I will come to you, my flower.
This was done to the working class in the 1920s. Hitler was for himself.
Angela,
You keep doing that in this country, we're already watching it.
the honor
You're already getting
of
better.
keeping me
You're
your
just
stability
quiet
and
suffering amidst the working class. Taking out, in terms of anger, some little 18-year-old kid has to go 3 hours in his car and blow away people. And it
I
happens
said
every day.
okay.
she said yes.
So that anger.
And the crowd goes, wow.
By the way, there's one more thing. The rationale.
I've been carrying that ring around in my wallet for 6 years.
49,000
Because you know when you're going to be the right girl, and the moment's going to be right.
The number was just
And tonight, with the fireworks and the music and everything,
they use
it
up
was right.
they use up an enormous amount of resources. There is a way to make transportation much more rational. And we find it it's called mass transportation. It's a really beautiful, clear, clean, free system. Buses, trains, street buses, trolleys, and vans. It could easily be done all the time.
Hey, you know, I just realized that
Project
actually the two of us,
$30 billion.
Oh, yeah.
That's less than the 70
Sure. There it is.
that we can pay. Public transport. All the major. This country's overwhelmed with that probably a using a lot of it. Right, it's not crazy stuff. Right, right. So, but there's, let me just finish that one. Okay. So, I'm trying to be rational.
Hey there.
If we have a climate crisis, which if it's got to have to do with
That's a specific that could be on my first day, right?
I can see Andy proposing to Angela. I can also see him proposing to
then
Oscar.
the solution to it would be massive.
So,
We don't.
somehow after all those ribs, I'm still really hungry.
Well, we're
I think we may be going on campus somewhere and getting some dessert.
Well, you know what? You should go. Why did I?
Oh, that would be great.
His major goal, the other company,
I love pie.
squeezing to get his share of the pie. All of them. So what they've done is they've replaced the individual car, fossil fuel, with another.
Yeah, it was a good day. I mean, first days are always the hardest,
But
right?
one of the things they're doing with automation,
I gotta buckle them in.
but Elon side, there's also hilariously named Boring Company.
Yeah.
This is it. Tunnels, which is actually expanding the flexibility you might have. Start playing with ideas. Try to take something. I think. And now, partially living in Austin, Texas, that I don't know if they know public transit system. Period. It's
Most of it I can
Right. Michael,
well, there's it's interesting. So
I just want to let
the
you know
older,
that I'm going to go to
the
your
older the city,
Lamar's
the
class.
more likely it has public transit.
And if there's any
Boston
details
is
you
the
can
best
fill me in on, like
I mean, yeah.
what exactly the laws is, that
Boston,
would be great.
street railway,
And
Boston is a study.
we'll see you
New
tomorrow.
York's pretty good.
There's a trade-off. Yeah, New York, I would say, better than Boston. There's, their technology also helps you out to the public transit better. Okay, so it's almost like Boston's a little too old.
Party planning is a high, like a
There is
rocket.
a Ford F-150 truck symbolizes something about America. There is a practical nature to the fact that in order to do public transit, in order to do some of these things that we're talking about for the working class, there has to be a central planning. So there has to be a centralized America is very based on the idea of thinking about individuals. I'm respecting individual freedom. I'm worried that in order to create a life, you trample on individual freedom. For me, sure. For me, Marxism is enhance the individual freedom of the mass of people who have had that freedom eroded under the capitalist. That's a motive of Marx. It was for Marx too. He loved the French Revolution. He loved the liberté, égalité, fraternité, great the, and then democracy, the American contribution. He believed in all of that. His critique of capitalism was it promised it and then never delivered it. And the reason you have to go beyond it is because it didn't deliver what it promised. And for me, it is the fulfillment of a general. But again, I'm a Hegelian Marxist, so individualism for me is not the way it's set up in this society. It's some sort of antithesis to the government. I think an immense con has been pulled of the American people. And the con looks like this. You know what's bad and what's dangerous and threatens you? It's the government. The government's going to come in and tell you what to do. The government's going to run your life. The government is the problem. There really is no other way to explain the following in American politics. Large numbers of people lose their homes in a downturn like the so-called Great Recession of 2008. Who do they blame? The government. Large numbers of people go unemployed. And what is the media all about? The government. If I were a
numbers of people have no responsibility for what happens to them as a result of having no job and no income. And they get angry at the senator. I'm laughing all the way to the bank. This is a genius stroke.
In theory, but there is, if you look at government, you said accountability, the capitalist system has no accountability. There's some pushback and give on the accountability. I think there's some accountability to discuss and giving away who there's more accountability for. I would say that in theory, government is perfectly accountable. That's the whole point of the democratic system, is you vote people in. But the fact is, right, there's a giant growing bureaucracy that is accountable only on the surface. There's two parties that seem are the same. Media is somehow integrated into making the same two parties with just wearing different colored shirts. Seem like they're very opposed and are arguing and bitterly arguing, calling each other their spouses, these nasty, calling each other. Okay, but that's government. So, who exactly is worse? I government or company? Why we ask?
These are twins. Look, what you were able to say about Republicans and Democrats just now, which I agree. I would say the same thing about corporations and the government. This is the same thing, literally.
So let's go to Churchill. Which one is worse? Let's go to Churchill. Like democracy is the worst form of government, except all the other ones. This kind of same idea. Which one exactly is worse? But to me, it seems like government and industry and company. It's because government is plagued by, I would call it corruption, because corruption of bureaucratic paperwork. And then, because they're not accountable, there doesn't seem to be a serious accountability. In,
We're not living on the same planet. The greatest practitioners of central planning are corporations. Elon has an operation like General Motors, Ford, IBM, any of the other megafarms. They have the plan. They buy up companies because they don't want to deal with the market. They don't want the insecurity, the uncertainty of having to buy their inputs or sell their outputs to somebody they don't control. They want the professor to teach the genius of the market. They hate the market. And when they grow to be big, they keep buying whatever they were dealing with before so they could better control them, which requires them then to plan the production and distribution of goods inside rather than buying them in the market. The model of the government is the private corporation. I have spent my life, give you an example, in American universities, big ones, famous ones, not just as a student, but as a professor. As a school, I teach that. There's another one. Right? They all model themselves after business. They model their. You can attack the bureaucracy of universities with reason. That's they're proudly modeling themselves on organizing their bureaucracy in a business-like manner. Uh-huh. So you're looking at a difference which isn't there. The government and the private sector are partners, and both of them wouldn't have it any other way. The corporations want that from the government, and the government now knows that to please the corporation is the number one objective they have, because that's how they keep their jobs and keep their systems going. So, for all practical purposes, this is the same people.
but there's a cost of having made bad decisions in your government. You distribute the blame, and it's very unclear who's responsible for bad decisions, so bad decisions in government accumulate. So you become more and more and more inefficient, and more and more boring.
Yeah, just one moment.
Public transit. Should we build a public transit system
Well,
in this city or
I'll
not?
just update you.
Interesting.
Okay, so I
would say it's
try,
really often
you
a
know,
very good decision.
TikTok is such a bitch, and I don't know what the technical term is called, but I've just heard it from SEO and social media experts that there's just something known as social media juice. Basically, when you're going live on something, you better make it count the first time, or you lose your juice. And I hate to say it, but that's absolutely true. So what happened? I'm on TikTok and I'm streaming, and I get like as many as like 11 people in a fucking thing. That's great, whatever. But even that, if I could get 11 people consistently, I'd be happy. But what always ends up happening to me is something, the stream goes down or I get banned or whatever. So this time around, it just happened that my computer was like frozen because of TikTok's their software on the computer that about which I was complaining, and that kind of took away my juice. So I ended up. I don't know if you had a chance to see. I didn't do it for very long, but I ended up having one, two, three, four, five, six, like six different accounts going in the same thing when I was singing. But because I had lost all my juice, nobody had a chance to see it. So I was like, whatever. It's no big deal. That always happens to me on TikTok. TikTok is the most finicky of all of the websites on which I've ever been, I think. At times I've gotten I used to when I first started doing TikTok, I would get at times like 10,000 people watching me at once. Not for that long, but just for a period of time. And then my internet would cut out or something, and I'd go live again, and I'd get three people, and I'd be streaming for like hours, and three people, and I could never. It's finicky. All right, so then I thought, you know what, I'm just gonna fucking get into fist fights with these people in Wall Street bets. It doesn't seem like they're kicking me out. Normally, they would have kicked me out a long time ago, just for whatever reason. But the only way you get kicked out in it is I mean, they have like the easiest rules ever, and they make sense. Okay, no animal cruelty or gore content. Okay, yeah, duh. No sexualizing minors or pedophilia content. Yeah, duh. No doxing and targeted harassment. Fine. And no pump and dump schemes or shilling. Well, I shill, but they kind of, I think, allowed that a little bit. Um, so what did I do? I got in there and I'm basically like, look, guys, if you help me, I'll help you. Just, I have more data, yada, yada, yada. And like, there are guys in there who are just like, they just, like, they're just really mean. But then there are some other people like, oh, okay, well, now I understand what you're doing. Like, I thought you were just really into Sonic the Hedgehog. No, no, I'm not really into Sonic the Hedgehog. Holy shit, though. Did Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu take a dive recently? It's at 18 cents.
Really?
It's at 18 cents, and it was at,
Ooh.
yeah, ooh is right. I don't know what happened, no idea. But I was basically explaining to them, hey, I don't like cartoons, except like Family Guy. This is what this pajamas and everything. This is what it is, and but they pulled up the chart, and they're like, so like little by little, I'm gaining a little bit on them, and a couple people sent me friend requests, and um, they're just starting to understand that like, well, here's the thing. I just have to be a staple in there, like I've been in Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Inu. But these guys use Reddit, and Reddit is the best way to get out massive amounts of information to massive amounts of people, or perhaps coordinated um, uh, communication strategies for massive amounts of people. And I just see like some of these guys have their Reddit accounts tied to their Discord accounts, and they have like 150,000 points or whatever karma. Like they've got these really big accounts that it's just like I got to win over this motherfucker, and once I do, I like basically I say to like there are some guys in there who are like you're deranged, you're loco, you're all these things, and it's like no, I'm not. Like obvious, or you're a bot, and they're just like oh we don't talk with bots. It's like dog, I'm streaming to you. You can take a look at me whenever you want. Of anybody who I could say is a bot, it's you because you're faceless and staying anonymous, and you're not putting yourself out there. Um, so they were just I'm working on them now. The thing's got 66,000 people in it, which is great. I don't know how many of those are real. You know what's interesting to me is like my Discord is I bought 1,000 people at the beginning, and but like a lot of those get banned, and so I've got like 1,500 people in here. Okay, fine. But if I look at like the biggest or tick the big kick streamers, I have a bigger Discord than they do, which I think is kind of interesting. It tells me like they put their money into just buying um, bots to watch them. When I mean, I put like $30 into getting like 1,000 people in here, but because a lot of those accounts are bots and they get banned or whatever, um, I probably would say I have about 750 real people, which is still bigger than some of these pretty big like streamers. Like if you have oh 200 people watching you on Kick allegedly every single time you're going live, then I would expect you to have more than 200 people in your Discord, and it just doesn't work that way. So I find that to be funny. But yeah, I just need these OG Wall Street Bets people. All they'd have to do is post in OG Wall Street Bets. Hey, this guy talks about data all the time. He's always streaming, and there's the good thing about this is there's a Wall Street Bets Reddit, but then there's a Wall Street Bets OG Reddit, which is I didn't even know about it until earlier today. Wall Street Bets. Um,
If you give me an invite to Wall Street Bets, I'll join it.
sure.
I mean, I mean, I won't go in there all that much. I'll forget about it, just like I forget that I'm still in Aiden Ross and I Show Speed.
Sure.
Did you get kicked out of those?
I Show Speed, yes. Ada Ross, I'm the number one streamer of all time in there, and I'm still streaming. Yeah, I can tell you.
Speed kicked you?
Yeah, and the reason why is okay. Well, thank you. Wall Street Bets OGs has 88,000 members, which is huge. I mean, it's like it's really good. Um, I no way. Oh no. I mean, all they have to do is make a post about me, and like it has a chance to go viral. Um, would you try? Let me just find out what it is. Right, it's easier for me to just send it to you. Um, whatever you do, don't go in there and defend me. The reason why is you'll just become they'll just shit on you. But you can check it out if you look. Okay, so the main discussion is in it's called Main Stocks Futures, and if you look in there, it's absolutely toxic. The people in there are using racist language. It's basically all of the conservative people who've been kicked out of the main Wall Street Bets Discord, and they are I don't know. I just don't like them using like the N word and stuff and all kinds of things like that. But I don't know.
I feel you.
I don't like that, but there's nothing I can do
That
about
happens
it.
in the troll server too a lot, you know.
Yeah, and I just don't I mean, these guys think that like none of this is They think it's all anonymous, and in reality, it's not. And um, I've always thought of it like this. Like, you know how, like, for instance, like we can look at Pompeii, like from Mount Vesuvius, and see like all the archaeology of, or the archaeology of ancient Rome, and it's like well preserved. I think the same thing will be possible with future generations and all of these platforms. Even if a platform goes down, I feel like there's some way that they could get an archive of it back, perhaps in the future with super advanced technology, and people will study these conversations. I feel, um, but I just gotta win over these guys, and little by little. I mean, there's some girls in it. I got I got a message from a girl this morning from there, and yeah, we had somebody. She's a friend of mine. It's weird. I've asked her, "Are you an adult woman?" And she says yes. She's like, "Yeah," and so I've confirmed that. Um, but she talks like in baby talk sometimes, and like I've confirmed with her a bunch that she's an adult woman, and she's in adult um Discord. Anyway, she came in here last night, and she opened up one of those custom VCs and just napped in there, and I thought that was interesting. Had a couple other people who came in who were just curious as to what I do. One guy was like, "You're in a Minecraft server. Why are you in a Minecraft server?" And I'm like, "Huh?" And he's like, "You're in a Minecraft server. Do you play Minecraft?" I'm like, I mean, like I have interest in it, but no, I mean, I just do other things." He's like, "Well, you know that there are kids in the Minecraft server?" I'm like, "Well, I don't talk to them and I don't promote to them. I'm literally just sitting in there." And I'm like, "Well, don't you know that?" I mean, essentially, this is what's going through my head. Well, you know that you're in there if there are kids in there, and there are also a million other people in there, literally a million people. And he's like, "Okay, well, why are you in there?" I'm like, "Because it's good for me to, it's good promotion. I can just sit in there and people will click on here, and that's how I got you in here, basically." And he's like, "Well, what are you trying to do?" I'm like, "I'm just trying to bring world peace and get people to discuss world peace and really just focus people's attention from divisive topics to global unity." And he's like, "Well, I don't understand how this is going to do that." I'm like, "Okay, man, I can't win them all." Um, and then Stake has a Discord. Stake's like the gambling site that Eddie Craven owns. They have a Discord that has, when they do a call every like Friday late night, Saturday early morning, and it gets thousands of people. It seems like it, but then they don't keep the Discord going. They close it every single time. But I've gotten in there, and it had 40 different, like 49 different calls, or 49 different VCs going, each with 40 people in it. It's just a huge, absolutely huge. And yeah, but the the thing that I want to keep doing is just chipping away at these Wall Street bets guys. I mean, if they let, like, I think it was really funny. They, like, I told them about Harry Potter Babasai Ten Inu. They took my what I wrote and just kept copying it and pasting it after I, what, like, no matter what I did, they just were kind of doing it to mock me. But hey, it's free publicity for the coin. I don't care. And it just shows that, I mean, just most coins don't just like find somebody and send them merchandise. There are reasons why they did it. They see that it has a lot of potential. So there are some good things.
Yeah, that guy's got a Nazi symbol for his icon.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was gonna say
No, he does.
it wasn't that until he started talking to me. I'm not saying I forced him to do that, but it was something different like 3 days ago, and then I started talking to him, and he changed it to that. I mean, like, I can't believe these people think this is funny.
I mean, I don't know. It's if it's intended for hate, it's one thing if like friends razz each other. If you have that kind of relationship, I have an Algerian friend I talk to, and sometimes I say "Carthago delenda est," which means Carthage must fall. Which is what they said during the Third Punic War. Yeah, I mean it's. I don't mean it seriously, and he's not Carthaginian, but he lives where they were, and but I know him. You know what I mean? Like we'll chat. So one of my best friends, we learned like each other's mother's maiden names so that we could insult each other better. And I don't know. There's something about mean humor that it's not nice. I agree 100%. But I don't know. I can't pretend that I'm completely, you know, separate from getting nice hits from here and there. But I only get really mean with friends if I think, that I can razz them like that sometimes.
I
That's
understand.
how all friends, just a couple of people, trolling people like you. I like hanging out with you more because keep me from falling off the edge.
I find that if you have to make fun of somebody's physical appearance, their socioeconomic status, their their race or their culture, that's just um, punching below the belt. It's too easy. Like, or
Yeah.
if somebody's got some kind of mental disorder or something like that, that's too easy. It's what I find interesting is if you can be funny and perhaps you find somebody you like, somebody says something and you're able to make a joke out of what they say, or if you use their words against them. Those are things that take more intelligence. I mean, anybody can just sit on the internet and make fun of people because of obvious things. It's when you get into nuanced humor, I find that to be much more intelligent. And especially like whenever, like, there are just comebacks that kind of deflect all of those. And I hate to say it, but they're comebacks that you learn on the playground. If somebody says, "You're ugly, you're ugly, you're ugly, you're ugly, you're ugly," okay, the best comeback to that, if they're going to just continue saying that, not the best, but a good one is just, "I know you are, but what am I?" I hate to say it, but it's a Pee Wee Herman thing. But if they just keep saying, "Yeah, you're ugly," and you say, "I know you are, but what am I?" "You're ugly. I know you are, but what am I?" "You're ugly. I know you are, but we're gonna do this for the rest of fucking time, okay? So move on to something else." But it's an excellent way to block all of that and to just turn the conversation to something else. Um, and then if they say something positive, then you say, "I know I am, but what are you?" I mean, it's just, I hate to say it, but it's Pee Wee Herman logic, but it worked in the late '80s and it works now. It still works very, very well.
Yeah.
Um, I don't resort to that. I use just CSB just because it gets on people's nerves and it's not as, I feel, immature as "I know you are, but what am I?" Um, and what else do I use that people say? I'll just give them an emoji or something, or um, just say "cool," or "you're entitled to your opinion," or like that. That's just like your opinion, man. That's another one. "Hey, you're ugly." That's just like your opinion, man. "Hey, you're ugly." That's just like your opinion, man. "Hey, you're ugly." That's just like your opinion, man. Okay, yeah, exactly. Cool story. I mean, there are ways. Yeah, exactly. If you just use these in conjunction with each other, there are ways to deflect all of these things. And I mean, I've been on the internet now long enough that I just, whatever somebody has to say to me, I can essentially take it. And um, I'm not saying that I'm bulletproof by any means. I have, I'm imperfect, and but we all are. I mean, So when it comes to making fun of me over something, I can usually take
Microphone starts cutting out right now.
my thing is cutting out.
It was a second ago. Yeah, sorry. The
No.
microphone was getting choppy. It's better now.
You're good. I was saying that no matter what somebody sends at me, generally I'm able to take it. If they want to use some kind of stereotypical response, I can take it. So
Yeah.
just the more I do that, the more strength that I show, and little by little they get away from saying like you're a bot to all right, so what do you want me to do to promote you? Like I have some people who are saying so all I have to do is read like if one guy's like I'll subscribe and like that's all I can do right now. Like hey, that's good enough, man. I mean, that's great. I'm surprised they did not kick me out over this stuff, but I think of any of these financial related groups, they're the most toxic, and we'll see how it goes. So one thing that I do is I don't want to just keep hitting them with it. Like, hey, you have to promote me today. Absolutely not. But just planting the seed. And I even told them, I'm just planting the seed that you will see that I'm a normal person who streams their life, and eventually I'll convince you to help to promote me as well. And it's like, all right, whatever, dude. I mean, but I've planted the seed. And now they're going to think every time that they look at a YouTuber, well, they think they're pretty good, but I know a guy who's always streaming. He's live in our Discord. And we'll see how it goes. I'm really, I I was thinking this would just be my fortune that I get really popular on TikTok. That would be great, but no, I'm not going to get popular on TikTok. It'll be Discord, it'll be Reddit. But if I did get popular on TikTok and then they ban it, that would just be my fortune. That would be exactly how it would go down for me. I start building a community there, and then it goes. Um, the thing that I like more on TikTok than just about anything else is hold on one second. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. There's this guy who takes ping pong balls and like bounces them off of things like trick shots. I think that's absolutely fascinating. It's not fascinating, but it just gets my attention. It's like, oh, is he gonna get it? And I love that. So if I ever go viral and I want to do a TikTok thing, I will get a bunch of ping pong balls and do that because I think that's like clean content. You can be 14 years old and think that's cool. You can be 40 years old and think that's cool. You could be 400 years old and think that's cool. It's just, enough times and it's going to get attention. Or not attention, but you're going to make it if you do it enough. It's just how dedicated are you to it? Exactly. They were talking about it on Lex Friedman. Oh, sure, go for it. I'm gonna close my eyes and probably sleep for like 14 hours. So thank you for your time, and if you need me, I'm here.
Love you, brother.
Take care, man. I love you too.
Mrs. Rolando. Oh yeah, she's been a spectator.
Yeah. Hey, we finally connected. How's friend? I am the regional manager of Denver Mifflin Utica branch. Turns out it's a pretty easy gig when your boss is an idiot and your boyfriend's not in love with somebody else. Look, all I'm saying is it would be a great opportunity, and we'd love to have you come aboard.
Scranton salesman approach me, okay?
Wow, they look like they're twin.
This is a dummy on Ferris Bueller's Day Off. We have tied a string to the wrist which goes to the door. When somebody opens the door, the hand goes down, hits the remote, turns on the tape recorder, which is me snoring. Now, nobody knows whether I am here or whether I am gone.
I will know.
But you will not tell anyone.
And we'll need to because we'll be together playing hooky.
Sometimes, most of the time, I will be with Ryan or Darren. Yes. Oh, good. Sailor, perspective. This is what I want you to do. Go out, come back in. We're going to hide. I want you to tell me if this looks like me, okay?
I don't understand why sleeping in Tedeschi is better than you not being
Just
here.
go out and come back in.
I got an offer for you to go for more money, and I'm going to take it.
What? Hi, everyone. Can I have your attention, please? I just thought you all should know that Stanley Hudson is planning on leaving us because our old friend Karen from Utica is going to give him more money to work there. Okay. No. You completely misinterpreted my tone. This is a horrible thing. Clearly, Karen is trying to get back at us because Jim dumped her.
Oh, I don't think that's that.
Okay, well, smarty pants then. Why is she trying to take Stanley from us?
I think it's because of my sales record.
That could not possibly be it. Well, you cannot take the hilarious black guy from your office. Stanley is part of what makes his brand so extraordinary. The bluesy wisdom, the sassy remarks, the crossword puzzles, the smile, those big watery red eyes. I don't know how George Bush did it with Colin Powell. And if Utica thinks that they are going to poach Stanley, they have another thing coming. How can I get you to say?
Money.
Yeah. We all want money. But there is none but it. So, tell me where you're really living.
Money.
More money, more problems, Stanley. You of all people should know that. Let me ask you this. If I were...
Money.
Oscar, did you bring it?
That's best one.
Okay, well, I have the tablecloth. Don't forget the flatware.
Sure thing, man. Can't wait.
Oscar, Toby, and I are founding members of the Finer Things Club. We meet once a month to discuss books and art, celebrate culture in a very civilized way. Sometimes the debate can get heated, but we're always respectful. There is no paper, no plastic, and no work talk allowed. It's very exclusive.
Besides having sex with men, I would say the Finer Things Club is the gayest thing about me. So, tell me again why it's not part of your club?
Because some people think they can monopolize the conversation by trying to be funny.
Oscar.
Some people.
Hello?
Philip Hellers, how they hanging?
Michael.
To the left? To the right?
Listen, I'm
Okay.
Go ahead.
You called me. Yes. Listen, you cannot tear Stanley from his family like this.
I'm pretty sure his family's coming with him.
No, it's work family. Look, this is very hard for me, but I'm going to give you my best man. You may have Toby.
Toby's not a salesperson.
You can train him. He's very, very smart and funny and charming. You know, I can't do it. Toby is the worst. That was a bluff. Listen, if you were going to poach one of my guys, I am going to poach one of yours.
Ooh. Goodbye, Michael.
Okay, goodbye. Wait, Aaron. Could you transfer me to one of your salespeople, please? The best one?
I have Ben Nugent on the line. He is the top salesman in Utica.
Hi, Ben. Michael Scott.
Hi,
I'm going to cut right to the chase here. You like magic? Because I am a genie in a bottle, and I'm going to grant you 3 wishes to
move to Scranton, to have a great job, and to be my best friend.
Aren't you the guy that hit the woman with your car?
Yeah, I also saved her life, but I guess that's not as grabby.
And everyone says Scranton branch is worse than Kansas. Didn't everyone from Stanford quit, like, immediately?
No, I fired them, and you're next. So what do you say?
Seriously?
What is that guy talking about? Scranton is not lame. Scranton is the cool fun bridge. We're like Animal House.
Found him! Jim.
We're getting cracked out. Word is our branch sucks. We have to do something about it.
What are you gonna do?
What are we gonna do? We are going to make a monster sale. Is what we're going to do. Corporate drop staples.
Did they?
Yes, they did. Oh, yes, they did. And we are going to murder it. You, me, Dwight, are going to jump in my PT Cruiser. We're going to crush this sale. We're going to prove what the hell is that music?
Vivaldi or Finnegan.
That's the problem. That's the problem. We need rock and roll, Pam. Rock and roll. All right? Oh, my God. That's why people are leaving. I have words.
Just passed like it.
What? You did? Yes! Look at his face! Look at his face!
What are we doing?
What are we doing? Right? What are we doing?
Well, gee, Jim, I don't know. I guess there's no sales call today.
We are going on a panty raise in Utica. Here's what we're doing.
We're going to Utica?
Oh!
I'm not going to Utica.
Yes, you are. Oh, buckle up, Tim.
No.
We are going to make Karen wish that she had never been dumped by you. Utica. 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 In your face. Yow!
I can't believe you guys. Hey, I'm not going to go further piss off my ex-girlfriend.
Are you calling Karen?
No, I'm not calling Karen. He's lying.
Yeah. Get it?
What are you doing? I'm back. Are you kidding me?
No communication with the outside world, Jim.
Good. Had to be done. Well, that kind of sucks because it had all the photos of my brother's new baby. It was too bad. Okay.
Hey, Dwight, we found it.
You know what? I'm just going to call a cab from here.
All right. You're gonna miss the best prank ever.
All right. Wait. What are you planning on doing?
Do you really want to know?
Oh, God.
Follow me. Come here. Here's what we brought. We brought uniforms from the warehouse. I brought silly string. Dwight brought gasoline and chunks of rubber to make stink bombs.
More real bombs.
No, not real bombs.
Yeah, come on. It'll be so badass.
Maybe. I don't know.
That'll be badass.
Well,
No, absolutely we're not doing it.
come on. I already pulled it off with the gas. It's gonna be so badass.
Are you kidding me? We've been driving around with this in the trunk the whole time?
T-shirt offers Stanley more money.
So, the deal was, Dwight doesn't blow anything up, and I wear a costume. And a mustache.
Why did you and Karen break up?
Was it the sex? Well, I can't imagine the sex being bad. I mean,
Over the body.
You know what? Why don't we pull that up with that game that we were talking about?
Okay, I will start. Hey, my name is Alan, and my wife's name is Alice. We live in Alaska, and we sell. Damn, what do we sell? I'm trying to think of what we can sell. Doesn't matter.
What would make that decision?
Air conditioner and that leaking decision.
Hey, what is that? They feel the pain of having made
White?
a bad decision.
Are you peeing?
Bankruptcy.
Oh my God, man, that is disgusting. Right, you said we couldn't make any more stops. I really had to go. Right. Oh my God. You somebody needs having a conversation.
Who knows?
And spend time with the right person.
I won't
That's
mention
what
the
I would
name.
do.
Personally, it had a lot to do with the very much.
To discuss my favorite poster novel. This involved two brothers and a family.
I'm sorry, Andy, but this is a closed club.
One of the brothers was
The Finer Things Club is the most exclusive club in this whole place. Actually, it's where I meet my party planning committee is my backup.
He took care of his brothers with a nice feeling. The one brother who could not, without help, died soon here, became a vice president.
Area.
Got an enormous house. Got a view of on a skyscraper. Not that many cars.
Why can't I be in the club?
That was the way that
I can't believe it.
all of his relatives,
I'm not even sure.
between a variety of because in my experience with you, and because I went through schools for those,
We have to defend ourselves. I was security guard anyhow. With the jumbo chalk. No, you won't do that.
they make me
I'll grind up the jumbo chalk and blow it in his eyes.
right.
Nothing with the eyes. Please.
Always able to blame somebody else, something else.
Sir, go.
Had they not been able to do it, they would have been placed by another person who could just say, hey, for as long as they could. And they knew it. They would talk about it. And family events, now I know.
I think it's interesting how forced it is
I
that Italy
understand
to
that you want the
represent
outside
sexuality and
world to
passion.
look at it this way.
And that also brought up themes of, fate, coincidence. And lucid state torn between these two worlds, just torn between passion and
I
reflection.
wonder what kind of philosophy that's more. I would call that corruption.
Was,
Which system allows for more corruption? They have to find
they sort of had this time as a writer. Very brave choice, I thought.
What happens is when everyone is when you have to explain what the strategies are, what the alternatives are to a larger number of people than a board of directors or
What are you microwaving?
or whoever.
Why don't you use the microwave in the kitchen, Phyllis?
Yes.
Someone needs to clean it. It smells like
Universe is not small. People on and on. This is
Stanley, you really out of here?
What this is called. So, it's not that I'm advocating something that I've seen before. Not at all.
Like another
The Marxism I understand is kind of picked from historical precedents.
I want to stay in touch.
That we think will work better. And I think if all the people in an enterprise democratically decided, they would never give 2 or 3 individuals while everybody else gets their kids to college.
So just to address this point about the particular implementation of Marxism
Why don't
do anything to them.
Stalinism, for example, you can say
The eyes are the belonging of the head.
is there any element
All right, great Scott. Now that choking hazard closer to dead on the
kind of government,
Isn't that thing huge?
system that led to that?
Getting it down the hall, into the stairwell. Already. Keep it running.
No, that is a terrible idea. Don't do this.
Hey, this motherfucker, trying to come here to the rally. Ow! Ow! No, I like this. Wait, what the shit? Don't leave us. Don't leave us. Don't leave us. Help us. We need help.
Okay, first of all, stop using my name. And second of all, just guys.
I'm going to say
Oh my God, Karen.
in great detail in terms of the
No, I'm not doing that.
Hey, come on, get back together.
biggest impact that Marxism had on the Soviet Union was really not so much what the Soviet Union did, but what the rest of the world did. You had a really interesting move, and I'll give you a parallel from today. The move was that the old Russian regime collapsed. World War I just it had already been in trouble with the revolution of
I read
1905.
for weeks over that guy, so yeah.
Japan, and then if you
Seeing
know,
him climb out of the DC Cruiser in a lady's warehouse uniform.
you'll know that there was a lot leading up to
Let me ask you,
collapse
did you
in
accomplish what you wanted?
1917.
Listen, lady,
And in some
you can
ways, it
expect
was
these kind of repercussions as long as you keep trying to approach our people.
very
Taking the
small
stand.
could see the opportunity of that collapse happened to be Marxist. Earlier on, when Kerensky's first government tried, it wasn't people all
At
that
least we care enough about our employees that we are willing to fight for them.
would not have been called Marxist party.
So much despite his parents' things.
But they couldn't, they tried, they couldn't. Lenin and
We will bring leadership.
were able to take over from them later in that same year. The rest of the world, though, was horrified. The rest of the world
Jim Hansen?
saw Marxism having taken this immense leap from being a political party, critical of capitalism, yes.
They wanted to see me
not
and just
challenge
call me like an adult.
now it had the power, and in a big country.
Not that I'm not
And they
happy
freaked
to
out.
see him right now.
American, this country,
I'd say at
the
least
leadership of this country went from conservative. We had a repression of the left.
I mean, it's just
That's a thing we had not seen.
you know, man, like,
The 20s were a time of Palmer raising Boston,
things were really well. So
many
I didn't want to.
trials, really.
These are going really well. Are they? They are. That's great. That's so great. I want to hear more about how happy you are. Yeah. Can you tell me more about that? Thank you so much for coming to Utica and breaking my copier and telling me how well things are going in your relationship.
Was a notion in the West. This was
Traffic. Yeah.
That's
Oh,
right.
yeah. Go with the traffic. Yeah. Traffic.
Who wrote this wonderful book about all American foreign policy since 1917 has been obsessed with Russia. Even now, despite the Ukraine is half about Russia, as if Russia still was the same. As if people haven't figured out. It was a big deal back in 1999. Yeltsin and Putin are not what you had before. But I know these are not when they're not Putin. So you had one factor, the other isolation, the other context, global.
I'm going to need some help.
I assume you know there was a Russian that was punched down in the streets
Wanted.
of Berlin. She's a critical
English
black
black man with seven.
but she's a leftist. Hunted down and hacked it to
Your heart.
killed her.
Do you attribute some of the bloodshed to the fact that basically the rest of the world turned away?
Turned against.
Turned against.
Change my
Turned against.
Very
I want to keep this
yeah,
job.
yeah, not in order of report.
I wasn't really planning on leaving. All I wanted was the raise.
It's what you would call paranoid. It's quite a secret evidence that the people will say, "I'm going to raise that." Somebody had ever done it. Look, you could see the effects of this by Stalin inventing the idea, which had no support at first, that you could have socialism in this country. That was done.
How humiliating.
Socialism was international.
Would it help you to return
Marx
to
was,
your age?
Marx was against capitalism everywhere. It was, workers of the world unite, not workers of Russia. Are you workers of the? He had to go through a procedure of kind of coming to terms with the fact that the revolution he had in Russia, which was tried in Munich, was tried in Budapest, was tried in Seattle here, they all failed. And he served the president. Sir, right? All of them. but others too. Now this was all color. And you could see in these like the sanctions that it's good to we're gonna do it. We have there were others different sanctions apart. That culture was today is completely different. Russia's a different place today.
Sorry said human nature may change at a slow pace. Yes.
That has occurred to me as well.
So is there, if you still man the case, or consider the case, that there's something about the interpretation of Marxism, maybe because of the idealistic nature of focusing on the working class and workers unite, that naturally leads to the formation of a dictatorial force, a dictator, that says, let us temporarily give power to this person to manage some of the details of how to run the democracy, of giving voice to the workers so that they get to choose. And then that naturally leads to a dictator, and there's naturally power and absolute power, as the old adage goes, corrupt absolute. Is it possible that whenever you focus on Marxist ideals, you're going to end up with a dictator, and often when you give too much power to any one human, a small number of people, you're going to get huge projects.
You put things together there. I mean, that's what I think. If you give puts the good word, yeah. Um, if you remember, I told you my mother was from Germany, and then my dad is French. Yeah, but he was born in Texas, European. It's a city on the border of France and Germany. If you come I'll say Alsace,
So the German speaking,
yeah, say bilingual. Been back and forth so many times in medieval days already that is literally you go from one store to another. The proprietor here is French and the proprietor there is German, but they all speak both languages. You don't speak either of them?
I speak Russian.
Russian, but not German.
Ukrainian, Belgian. It took French for 4 years. High school, but I forgot all of it. I remember the romance, the spirit of war, but not the details. I'm sure.
If you would allocate power undemocratic, and you do it for a very long period of time, and you do it on many levels of ideology, it is not surprising that it sticks and it stays. And you can make a political revolution or even an economic revolution, and you discover it has a life of its own. And it's going to take a long time before people go. If you have a religious tradition, Christianity, that prides itself on its monotheism, and that it doesn't want to have anything to do with the old Greek mythologies when there was Zeus and Diana and all the others, and they were very human-like. But instead, we have one who is the absolute beginning in it. What you do, you're teaching people an authority line that comes from the individual. If you have a sequence of kings, if in your feudal manner the Lord sits over the land, he has unspeakable power over everything that goes on, and you do this for thousands of years, you can make a Russian Revolution in 1917. But if you imagine you've got away from all that people assume without ever thinking about it, you're going to have trouble. Stalin is figured here as the originator of his situation. He wasn't. He would have never had that. He may have thought that. I don't. He's the product. Look, the Cuban people made Fidel, who really wasn't that kind of guy. So he was a baseball playing lawyer. That's what he was. But they made him into an
So it's not.
you're the product of history. No. It was the systems, feudalism, culture. It was the structures and institutions that cultivated in people a mentality that has its own
be like Stalin or Mao.
I think it's the social issues, problems the society has that make them then go to what they find familiar, to what seems to make sense. And he's the guy. Look, let me give you an example. The Republican Party has traditionally in this country been the party of private enterprise and minimum government. In comes Trump, runs for office in 2016, is elected. What does he do? He commences the most massive tax increase and the most massive government intervention in the world of economics that we've had for decades. Nobody says that. The Republicans came and they get they came. He can throw a tariff on anything. He gets up in front of the American people and he says the Chinese will pay the tariff. That's not what a tariff is. It's not how a tariff works. He would want a freshman course in economics, which everybody knows. Everybody who teaches these courses. No, it doesn't matter. He's still calling the shots. What is going on here is that a society has come to a point where it can't solve its problems. And it begins what? To tap into older forms. All of the laissez-faire, and all of the individualism. And suddenly, the Republican Party is done. And now they're going to make abortion illegal. The government is telling you what you can do with your uterus. Why? The government is being given more and more and more and more power. They're hoping what? Do they like the government? No. This is not a pro-government. They were in a desperate fix. And so, I think
To which degree would you say Marx's ideas led to the creation of the National Socialism Party of German Workers as the Nazi Party, the Fascist Party's 30s and 40s, the head of whom was Hitler, which I just recently learned who employee number 7 of the party, or whatever, the 7th person to have joined the party and created one of the most consequential and powerful political parties in the history of the 20th century. What degree did Marxism ideas, like it is the National Socialist Party of German workers. Workers.
Nationalistische, Nationalsozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, German Worker Party, National Socialist German Worker Party. So, but here's the history.
Do you care about the workers, or did you just use the workers as a populist message?
The only thing that Marxism did for Mr. Hitler was provide him with his stepping stone to power. But it had nothing, no other. He didn't know anything about it, didn't care anything about it, nor did the people around him. Here's the story of what happened there, which I know largely from my own family, plus my own history. The most successful socialist party in Europe was the German Party. It started around 1870. He was still alive. Some of his own family were leaders. Rothschild, other daughters. By the end of the century, it was the second most important party in Germany. Nobody understood it. It was almost as big a shock to the Europeans as was the Russian Revolution of 1917. Here was a political party that was now in every German city, every German town, powerful and enjoying its rise up. That's my family. It meant that starting around 1906, 7, 8, if you wanted to have any kind of presence in the German working class, you had to use the word social. You had to. Otherwise, they wouldn't pay attention. The other parties call themselves Catholic. Germany is divided. The northern two-thirds is Protestant, the southern third is Catholic. Munich, Bavaria is Catholic. another thing. If you wanted to have a presence in the working class, which was growing at Berlin, Germany, powerful capitalist country, expanding like crazy at this time. Germany was the major competitor to Britain for the empire. The United States was coming up too, but it was Germany and U.S. taking over from Britain's empire. So the German working class. So anybody who wanted to approach the working class in whatever way had to come to terms and be friendly to socialism. Other parties did this too, just like it. They put the word socialism in their flag, but they wanted to make it clear that they weren't so they put the word national. Nazi is the first four letters of national. National in German. N-A-Z-I is how you spell national. German National Socialism is definitely not communism. That's right. They killed communists. They fought communists in the street. They had pitched battles. They literally threatened each other's existence. And the first people that he arrested and put in jail were not Jews and gypsies and all the other people he eventually communists. They were the number one socialist right behind them. Why? Because up until he takes power, January of 1933, the last election, two of them, in 1932, the socialists and communists were both together, 50% of the voting. So he appealed to the German manufacturers, the German capitalists, and he said, the communists and socialists are wrong. You just capitalists. You're too few people. You need a mass base. And that's right. But it was explicitly done as a deal. The ruling group said to Hindenburg, the old Russian man who was in charge of the German government at the time, you have to invite Hitler to form a new government. Otherwise, he would never go. He had called them the nasty names. The Prussian aristocracy, the down Hitler, as a boss, the little funny man with a mustache, was awesome. A jerk, but that mattered. So he comes in as the enemy, the smasher of socialism and communism, which he needs to be done. Only people who don't know or care pick up on words. It's like there are people here in the United States who like to say, we are not a democracy, we are a republic, which is like saying, I'm not a banana, I'm a fruit. You have to explain to these people. So you have to explain to people, yes, we're a republic, but we have a commitment to democracy as a way of governing the republic, because to say you're a republic doesn't imply what kind of government. You have to go through that with people so they get it.
In certain words, have power beyond their actual meaning. That's used in communication, whether it's negative, like racist, or positive, like freedom of speech, or liberty. Yeah. When you use that, something gross, or negative, what stop being a socialist, or some, whatever that means, that's not even used. So let's fast forward to today. You mentioned Bernie Sanders, but there's another popular figure that represents some of the ideas of maybe let's call it democratic socialism. Maybe let's try to start sneak up on a definition of what that could possibly mean. That AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, is from these parts. Yeah. So maybe if you can comment on Bernie Sanders or AOC. Um, are they open to some ideas in Marxism? Are they representing those ideas well in terms of economic? Okay. Where do I begin? Yeah, the socialist movement predates Marx, was always larger than Marx, and has gone on to develop separately after Marx's death. So, can we ponder that actually? Is there a nice way to delineate, draw a line between Marxism and socialism, or if Marxism is kind of a part of socialism.
That's
Can,
better.
can you speak to like maybe try to define once again what Marxism is and what socialism is?
Right. Marxism is a systematic analysis heavily focused on economics and, as I said earlier, devoted to mostly a critique of capitalism, and that's its strength, how it does that, how it poses the question, how it analyzes the way capitalism works. That is really the forte of the Marxist tradition. Socialism is a bigger, broader text within which Marxism figures. It's there so that people who aren't Marxists are nonetheless aware of Marxism, like it more or less, study it more or less. But it's a broader notion that I like to use this sentence to describe. It's a broad idea that we can do better than capitalism. And really, there are all kinds of things about capitalism that are not what we as modern citizens of the world think are adequate. And we are in a tradition that goes back to all the people who thought they could do better than slavery and all the people who thought they could do better than feudalism. We've made progress. Feudalism was a progress over slavery. Capitalism was a progress over both of them, and progress has to stop. And we are the people who, in a variety of ways, want the progress to go further, and I'm not held back by believing that capitalism is somehow the best beyond which we cannot go or even think. We find that to be, in the worst sense of the word, a reactionary way of thinking. We're that large community. Many of us are not interested in economics all that much. We don't think that's the focal area. We are socialists, for example, because we want to do something to deal with climate change. We think the world is about to kill itself uh, physically, and we want to take steps with other people to stop that, to fix that, etc. So that's for me a kind of difference. It's a little difficult to say because there's no other figure like Marx that has an equal impact, an equal place within the broad socialist tradition. And the only tradition that comes close might be the anarchist tradition, but that's very specialized, and that's a whole other kind of conversation. And whatever you say, the influence of the great anarchist thinkers, Kropotkin, Bakunin, Sorel and others, still doesn't amount to the impact that Marx and Marxism have had so far. That could change, but up to this point, that's I think that's a way of understanding the relationship.
Yeah, it's interesting that some of the ideas within anarchism, and of course, were varied disciplines, but there's such, by definition, such variety in their thinkers, but
Yep.
they kind of stand for a dismantling of a power center, and that, if not equates, tends to rhyme with some of the ideas of socialism. So where you have the,
There's a whole train of thought in socialist ideas and in Marxism that uses the phrase, quote, the withering away of the state. That's a quotation from Lenin. People should understand that's a quotation from Lenin. And it was made by Lenin positive. In other words, Lenin was saying that's a good thing. That's something we stand for. We want to create the conditions under which there is. Because remember, the communists, they once called that at first in Russia before the revolution. They were just socialists. They were hunted down and persecuted by the government left and right. They had no love for the government. The government was their little everyday enemy. And being critical of government didn't just mean this particular
latest book is called The Economic History of Russia, and he goes back centuries. The huge book, 3 or 4 inches thick, and I know a few people have read it. And uh, he's very good about the absence of a strong central government in many parts of Europe, including inside Russia, but also in other parts of Europe. The development of a powerful central state comes towards the end of feudalism as it is desperate to hold on, which ought to be suggestive that maybe the turn to powerful governments here in the United States or in Europe is maybe also because this system is exhausted, can't go on, and has to marshal every last bit of power it can not to be lost.
It would be interesting to see what the Soviet Union would look like if Lenin had died.
Right. A lot of people have asked that question over the years.
Here's Stalin sliding in the middle of the night, erasing the withering away of the state park.
Yes, exactly.
So just to return briefly back to AOC and Bernie Sanders, what are your thoughts about these modern political figures that represent some of these ideas and they sometimes refer to those ideas as democratic socialism?
Right. The crucial thing about Bernie and about AOC, and this is particularly true about Bernie, because AOC is much younger, Bernie's an older man. Bernie, being roughly my age, has been around formatively as a student, as an activist, and then coming up through the ranks in Burlington, Vermont as a mayor. And he lived through what, for lack of a better term, I would call Cold War America. And the taboo in Cold War America, running from around 1945-6 to the present, was a Manichaean worldview. The United States is good, it defines democracy, and the Soviet Union is awful, it defines whatever the opposite of democracy should be called. Good here, evil there. It was taken so far that even among the ranks of academic individuals, it was impossible to have a conversation. I mean, I can't tell, just make it very personal. The number of times I would raise my hand in my classes at Harvard or Stanford or Yale, and I would ask a question that had something to do with Marxism because I was studying it on my own. There were no courses to teach this to me, except by people who trash. And I didn't want that. So I would ask the question, and I would see in the faces of my teachers, both those I didn't much care for and those who were good teachers that I liked, fear, just fear. They didn't want to go there. They didn't want to answer my question. And after a while, I got to know some of them, and I found out why. Because you don't know how the rest of the class is going to understand this. Either they would have to say, I don't know, which would be the honest truth of any of them, but if the professor doesn't know how to say in a classroom, I don't know, it is just not true. Or they'd have to, if they knew, they'd have to say something that indicated they didn't know really much, and they weren't going to do that. Or they would know something. And maybe that would be because they were interested. They did not want the rest of the students to begin to say, oh, you know, Professor Smith, he's interested in it. It's not good for your career. You don't know how this is going to play out, who's going to say what to whom. And I could see in their faces what I later learned because they told me, well, come to my office hours. We're in the office. But I'm not. That's how bad it was.
Is it not still?
Pretty much. In my field, the great so-called debate, I find it boring, but the great debate for my colleagues is between what's called neoclassical economics and Keynesian. Neoclassical, the government should stay out of the economy, laissez-faire or liberalism. And the Keynesian saying, no, you basic neoclassical. If you do that, you'll have Great Depression and the system will collapse. You need the government to come in to solve the problems, to fix the weaknesses. And they hate each other, but they throw each other out of their jobs. One of the very few things they can do together that they agree on is keeping people like me out. That they can find common ground to do. So I had to learn it all on my. Why am I telling you? Because this taboo means that all of the complicated developments within Marxism and within socialism of the post-World War II period, the vast bulk of all of that is unknown, not just to the average American person, but to the average American academic, to the average American who thinks of himself or herself as an intellectual. I mean, I have had to spend ridiculous amounts of my time explaining Soviet history. I have no idea. Or saying, there's this man Lukács, a Hungarian boss, he really had interesting. Or to explain that Gramsci was not a great literary critic, he was head of the Communist Party of Italy for most of his adult life. What does that mean? What you like Gramsci as a literary critic, but the work they don't even know. It's been erased. It's a little bit like stories I've heard about Trotsky and his influence kind of erased in the Soviet Union because he fell out of favor, and so somehow all of his writings, many of which are very interesting and complicated, anyway. So what you're going to have in this country is a slow awakening of socialism from a long hibernation called the Cold War. I never expected, to be very honest with you, that I would live to see. I knew it would come because of these things always do, but I didn't expect to see it. So I have been surprised, as have a lot of us, that when it starts to happen, it happens fast.
So you see Bernie as an early sign of the awakening.
Absolutely.
When Cold War to like accept the idea.
Bernie was always, we all knew, and anybody who paid attention, he didn't hide it. But 2016, he makes a decision, momentous, to run for president. He's just a senator from Vermont. Vermont is one of the smallest states in the Union. The people who live in Vermont love to tell you that there are more cows than people in Vermont, etc., etc. So here from this little state, this elderly gentleman with a New York City accent runs for office and says, I'm a socialist. And when they attack him, he doesn't run away. I'm a socialist. I'm a socialist. Now, he had been. It wasn't a secret that suddenly got out. But the great question, and I don't mind telling you because I went to the schools, I know a lot of people, even Johnny Gillen was my classmate at Yale. So I was speaking with a high official of the Democratic Party, and I said, well, what do you think about Bernie entering the race? Makes no difference. They get 1% of the vote. Right? He was wrong. They had no idea what was coming. But the truth is, I didn't either. It wasn't just that he didn't know it. I thought his 1% was probably right. So we were both wrong.
Yeah, change can happen fast. You think AOC might be president?
Yeah, possible. But two things. Number one, it's fast. Number two, it's going to go in the following direction, I would guess. You begin with the most moderate, calm, non-confrontational socialism you can imagine.
But not AOC, right?
No, they are not confrontational in my judgment.
In terms of the ideas.
Yeah.
I mean, they're both very feisty,
They're feisty person,
but
not ideological. She is, Bernie is right. In honest moments, and they're both truly are pretty honest folks, at least in my experience. In honest moments, Bernie will tell you that what he advocates as democratic socialism is pretty much what FDR was in the 1930s. It was a kind of popular government, tax the rich a lot more than you do now, to provide a lot more support for the working class than you do now. That's not a fundamental change. That's what he means by socialism. When he talks about it and he's asked for examples, he mentions death it's already happening. There'll be people who need and want to go further in the direction of socialism than Bernie and AOC are comfortable with. You can already see the shoots of it now. AOC voted together with most of the others to support the money for the youth thing. Okay, that's a lot of people in the social movement do not support that. And that's going to happen. I don't know exactly how that's going to work out, but that should give people an idea. There are disagreements, and they're going to fester, and they're going to grow.
They don't. People in the socialist sphere don't support money in the United States in the large amounts that it is to be sent to Ukraine. Is it because of it's a fundamentally the military-industrial complex and capitalist institution kind of thing?
No, I mean, there are some people who that's the issue. Then there are people for whom this is, it's guns and butter. Why are we over there when we have such needs at home like this? And then there are people who, well, I'll go back to what we talked about at the beginning, who are more like Lenin and Debs. This is a fight between Western capitalism and Russian oligarchs and wannabe oligarchs in Ukraine. What are we doing? We have to insist that these forces sit down at the bargaining table and negotiate a settlement. Don't kill large numbers of Ukrainians. Everybody's willing to fight for the last Ukrainian. Who's trained here? What are you doing? You're supposed to be in favor of peace. And for the United States, who's just finished invading and occupying Afghanistan and Iraq, to be against another country invading, who works to take it seriously? This is crazy. I invade is good, and you invade is terrible. What? What are you doing? Why are you doing it? What's going on here? All of these questions are being asked, by the way, not just by socialists, lots of other people too, inside the Democratic Party and also inside the Republican Party. You watch that Tucker Carlson or people like that, they are against the stuff in Ukraine. They don't want the money spent there. They don't want the weapons sent there. They don't like the whole policy. And Trump wobbled. So Mr. Biden's policy has got all kinds of critics on the left and right. And every day that this thing lasts, these criticisms get bigger. Anyway, the point is that AOC and Bernie should be, I think, evaluated as the early shoots after a long winter of Cold War isolation from the whole. When I explain to people the contribution made, for example, to modern Marxism, I'll give you an example, by the French philosopher Louis Althusser. I don't know if the name means anything. Okay. He was the rector of the École Normale Supérieure in Paris. That's equivalent. Imagine in this country if there were a university that combined Harvard, Yale, Princeton, and MIT. It would be the university. Well, the École Normale in France, in Paris, is the. He was a tenured professor who became the rector. The rector is like the president of the university, an active member of the French Communist Party. Most of us know it. That was possible in France during the Cold War. That was a big country. Could not in a million years, right? So, Althusser as a philosopher tried to bring a version of postmodernism into Marxism with enormous impact all over the world. Travel, not just in Europe, all over, right? So, if you want to look him up, I'll spell it out for you. Althusser. Luis, the Luis is spelled Louis. Luis Althusser. Look him up, you'll see stuff. By the way, MIT Press is a major publisher, if I remember, of his books in English. By the way, the textbook I wrote in economics, in case you're ever interested, was also published by the MIT Press, and the title of Contending Economic Theories, Neoclassical, Keynesian, and Marxian. That's an MIT
Marxian.
Yeah.
And by the way, when we think, I don't know if there's an interesting distinction between Marxian economics and Marxist. I suppose Marxism is the umbrella of everything that.
I only use it because Marxist is a noun, a person is a noun. Marxian uses an adjective. I don't mean some great difference. Okay, the last point I would like to make about AOC, that's also general. I'm a historian too, and I know that the transition out of feudalism or capitalism was a transition that took centuries and that occurred in fits and starts. So, for example, a feudal manor would start to disintegrate. Serfs would run away. They'd run into a town. How would they live in the town? They had no land anymore because they had run away from the family. A deal was struck without the people involved in the deal understanding what they were doing. A merchant would say to one of these serfs, I'm in the business of buying and then reselling stuff and living off the difference. But you know, I could make more money if I produce some of this stuff myself rather than buy it from somebody else. So I'm gonna make you a deal. I'm gonna give you money once a week. I'll give you what we would later call a wage. And you come here and under my supervision, you make this crap that I'm gonna sell, and this all works out. In other words, there were efforts, unconscious, not self-aware, to go out of feudalism to a new system. Some of them lasted a few days and then fell apart. Some of them lasted weeks, or months, or years. But it took a long time before the conditions were ready for a kind of a general switch. And once that was done, it grew on itself and became the global capitalist system we have today. That's the only model we have. So for me, that's what I see when I look at socialism. I see the Paris Commune was an event. It lasted a few weeks. I see Russia. That was an attempt lasted 70 years. Then I see, fill in the blank. I see these are all early experiments. These are all you learn things to do, learn things never to be done. Good, bad. What do you build on? How do you learn? And that's what the socialist and Marxist tradition, when it's serious, that's what it does.
So in your ideas, so capitalism was a significant improvement over feudalism, and we are coming to an age in slavery, and we're coming to an age when capitalism will die out. And maybe without the capitalism, how fundamentally broken, it's better than things that came before it, but there is going to be things yet better, and they will be grounded in the ideas of Marxism and socialism. Is there just to linger briefly on the way Marxism is used as a term on Twitter? There is something called, I'm sorry if I'm using the term incorrectly, but cultural Marxism. Criticisms of universities being infiltrated by cultural Marxists. I'm not exactly sure. I don't pay close enough attention, but it's woke. There's a this kind of woke ideology, but I'm not exactly sure.
It's not you.
What is the fundamental text? Who's the Karl Marx of wokeness? All I do know is that there's some characteristics of woke ideology, which is hard lines are drawn between the good guys and the bad guys. And basically everyone is a bad guy, except the people that are very loud and nonstop. And that applies to racism, for sexism, for gender politics, identity politics, all that kind of stuff. Is, is there any parallel between Marxian economics and Marxist ideology and whatever is being called Marxism on Twitter?
Not much. Mostly Marxist. Yeah. One of the consequences of the taboo after World War II is that Marxism, like socialism and communism, become swear words. Like calling somebody, I won't use bad language, but using a four-letter word to describe somebody. So instead of calling them this or that, you call them a Marxist. Many circles, this is even worse than whatever other adjective you might use. But it doesn't have a particular meaning that I can say. The closest you get is your little list. It is somebody who is concerned about race and sex, and sexual orientation, gender, and all of those things, and wants there to be transgender bathrooms and that. And I don't like any of these people, so I slap the word Marxism or the phrase cultural Marxism, because it isn't Marxism about getting more money or controlling the industry or all those things that dimly we know Marxists somehow are concerned about. So this is odd. I don't know much about Marxism. I've always been interested in culture. I mean, Lukács, the man I mentioned to you before, Gramsci, that's what they're famous for. The analysis of what Marxism particularly has to say about culture. Gramsci writes at great length about the Catholic Church, about theater and painting in Italy and on and on. I mean, this is just ignorance talking. They don't like it. I would know the name. It's a label that summarizes, kind of a shorthand. I'm against all of this. I don't want to be told that there's ugly racism in this country, or sexism, or um, phobia against gay people, or whatever it is. You're not a Marxist or socialism. It's like socialism is supposed to. It is a mentality, but I don't blame them. I mean, it's childish, it's mean spirited, but it comes out of the fact no one ever sat them down and said, here is this tradition. It's got these kinds of things that people kind of share, and these big differences. Look, an intelligent society, which this country is, could have and should have done that. It was fear and a kind of terror that made them behave in the way they did that we're now seeing. Having said that, there is such a thing as cultural Marxism. What that is simply those Marxists who devoted themselves to analyzing how it is that a particular culture is, on the one hand, shaped by capitalism, and on the other hand, it becomes a condition for capitalism to survive and grow. In other words, how do we analyze the interaction between uh, the class struggle on the job and attitude towards sexuality, or movements in music, or whatever else culture? And there are Gail Lukács, this Hungarian, great name, the greatest of all the names, Antonio Gramsci. And a modern name just died a couple of years ago, a British intellectual named Stuart Hall, Hall. If I were teaching, which I'm not, course in cultural Marxism, those would be three major blocks of the syllabus. I would give you articles and books to read of their stuff because it has been so seminal in provoking many, many others.
So there is something to be said and understood about the kind of culture that capitalism creates and the kind of culture that enables capitalism.
And Marxists are particularly those who like to look at that interaction. In other words, they're interested in how capitalism shapes culture and how culture shapes capitalism. There's another name. Stuart Hall is British, Gramsci is Italian, Lukács is Hungarian. Um, the German is Walter Benjamin, Benjamin. He was a member of the Frankfurt School, which is a huge school of Marxism that developed in Frankfurt, Germany, and that has a lot of people, many of whom were interested in cultural questions. It was a bit of a reaction against the narrow Marxism that was so focused on economics and politics. There were people who said, you're leaving out very important parts of modern society that are shaping the economy as much as they are shaped by it. And it was that impetus to open Marxism to be more inclusive in what it seems to be important to understand that this cult, and they call themselves cultural Marxists, but they had a complete different meaning from this. This is just, the bad mouthing, that's all.
you had dark periods in your own life where you've gone to dark places in your mind where it was difficult, like self doubt, difficult to know, like, what the hell am I doing? When you're surrounded by colleagues and people who said prestigious universities, both personal interest and career, but also as a human being, and everything, you know, kind of looks at you funny as you're studying this thing. Did that ever get you real low?
No. I know people that will have exactly what you said. I mean, your question's perfectly reasonable. You have to ask me that question too.
And what's wrong with you?
There's nothing wrong with the question. And here's the honest truth. I don't know how anomalous I am. I really don't. But the truth is, no. I have, if my wife was sitting here, she tells you that she tells me, which is I have been tremendously lucky in my life, which is true. But then again, luck never is the only explanation, but it's part of it. Um, what can I say? I didn't choose in my birth. I didn't choose the communities in which I grew up or the schools I attended or anything else.
No, but the fact that there was no courses or extensive courses on Marxist economics.
But you know, again, it's Hegel. On the one hand, I was denied good instruction. On the other hand, I had to go out and learn it on my own. And the motivation when you do that is very different. I'm not the student who sits there with my notebook taking notes of what the great professor says and reading the text and getting ready for the exam. I don't have an exam. I'm doing something slightly risque, romantically different and oppositional. Um, I was able to find always one or two professors that I could go to outside of the classroom situation, other students who felt enough similar to me that we could get together and use these courses to talk about them. I had a number of really fortuitous people who were kind to me and gave me of their time and their effort to teach me along the way. Um, and I've had the benefit that because I went to all these fancy schools, I do know a lot of people who are in high places in this culture. And when I have been put in difficult positions, I often wave my pedigree, and it works like garlic with the devil. They're back away. Because Americans are very deferential to that kind of academic prestige.
But there's a personal psychological thing that seems that you have never been shaken by this. You've just naturally somebody who just has perseverance.
Well, I would put, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I would put it in different. I think capitalism struck me early on in my life as not that great a system. And nothing has happened to change my mind. In other words, the development just kept giving me more and more evidence that this. And I must say, over the last 10 years, what's really changed? The last 10 years. I mean, I can't describe to you how big that changed. And that may be more important than anything else we've discussed. Up until 10 years ago, I would do a public event, an interview on television, radio, give a talk at some conference. Once every 2 or 3 months, would be invited, like academics often do. I now do 2 to 3 to 4 interviews every day. So
There's a hunger.
And and I want to be honest, as I say at the end of some of my talks, I allow there to be kind of a pregnant pause from the podium, and I lean into the microphone with as much smile as I can. I never expected to. I'm used to teaching a classroom, a seminar for graduate students, 8 or 9 or 10 students, or a regular undergraduate class with 30, or an occasional introductory course
there advice you can give, given your bold and non-standard career in life? Advice you can give to high school students, college students about how to have a career, or maybe how to have a career life that you can proud of?
Yeah. Um, First of all, I just go for it. The conditions for doing that now are infinitely better than they were when I had to do it. And I could do it. And I'm happy I did it. Becoming a teacher is one of those decisions I made that I've never regretted. Uh, and I've never regretted being a critic of the society. Never. I find it edifying. I find it the gratitude people express to me for helping them see kind of what's going on is unbelievably encouraging. What can I tell you?
So that fills you with joy. Pointing out the emperor as opposed fills you. That's a life.
And
It's
you
not
know
just
why?
important. It's
It's
joy.
because most of the people who say something like that to me are people who, if they had the vocabulary, and some of them do, would say, you know, I thought I was seeing through that outfit that was wearing.
Yeah.
I thought it, and they did.
Yeah.
And all they needed was a little extra this information or that factoid, this logic. Ah, yeah. And they have that. And I remember having that too. When I had a teacher who made something clear that had been murky, I always felt gratitude. And now I get that gratitude a good bit. And then, yes, it is enormously gratifying. I'm not sure could get it any other way. And I have learned, I'm walking through that being a critic of society and doing it systematically and sharing it with other people makes for a very good life. Very good life.
Speaking of which, however, one other aspect of human nature is that like do you think about your death? Are you afraid of it?
Afraid of it? No. Think about it. Death. I'm not afraid. I've always thought, death is hard for the people that are left when you're dead. Very much so. I worry more about my wife. I'm very attached to my wife. I mentioned to you I got married when I was 23 years old. And that's my wife to this day. Um, so I'm lucky. Because if you get married to anybody at age 23, it's either luck or it is.
Um, what is what role has love played in your life?
Because I came from a family, the family is political refugees who had to interrupt their lives, move to another continent, learn another language, find another right income and job. It's the disruption goes real deep for any refugee. So, so my mother and father were both refugees. They met as refugees. Um, so I had to, in a way, make it up to them. I was the first child of their, I have a younger sister, but I was the first child. And, there's a lot of psychological pressure on you if you're in that situation. Nobody means you harm, but you've got to do what they couldn't, what was shut off to them in a way they want you to do. It's the closest they're going to get to what they had hoped. And my parents were both university students. My father was a lawyer. My mother had to leave the university for fun for her life. Um, so I had to perform. Went to high school. Here in the United States, I had to get all A's. I had to be on the football team. I had to play the violin, the orchestra. I had to do all this because everything had to be achieved. So I'm an achievement crazy person that way. But that's functional. Dysfunctional society.
But on top of that, that's an achievement within the game of this particular society. But then love seems to be a thing that's greater than that game. If
tutored me all my life about a whole range of aspects of life that my family never talked about, never dealt with, never at least explicitly engaged in any of that.
This is all about survival. The immigrant challenge is survival.
Survive, and you're so busy that you tell yourself you can't do that. Of course you can, and there are other reasons why you're not doing it. Look at those problems. But the survival is so urgent that you can fool yourself. That's why my parents did that.
One last question. What's the meaning of life, Richard? Why
I will quote you, Mr. Knox.
Let's go.
Life is struggle. And for me, I have found that to be true. That the struggle, whether it is to build a relationship with your child, I have two children, whether it's to build one with your spouse, whether it's to understand a complicated argument and simplify it so that you can share the pleasure of understanding this relationship to a student or to an audience. It's a struggle to do all those things. But that network of struggles, that makes life interesting, intriguing, and satisfying.
and meaningful?
Very.
And that latter thing, I gotta say, you do master. You're one of the great communicators and educators
Good.
out there today, and it's a huge honor to be with you for so
Thank
many
you.
hours. This is awesome. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Richard. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words from Karl Barnes. The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The poems, however, did change it. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
It wasn't just a one-on-one. It could be Steve against the team going, we need glass instead of plastic on the front face of the iPhone. And we're going to do this. And we're like, you know, and so we did it. And he pushed us because he didn't know all the details, but he could see in our minds that we're like, we could probably, but man, it's really putting us at risk. And we laid out the risks for him. And he's like, I'm willing to take those risks.
The following is a conversation with Tony Fidel, engineer, designer, co-creator of the iPod, the iPhone, and the Nest thermostat. And he is the author of the new book, Build, an unorthodox guide to making things worth making. More than almost any human ever, he knows what it takes to create technology ideas, design, products, and companies that revolutionize life for huge numbers of people in the world. So, it truly is an honor, pleasure, to sit down with Tony for a time and look back at one heck of an amazing life. This is the Luxury Book Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, your friends, there's Tony Fidel. When did you first fall in love with computers? Or let's say computer engineering and design?
I first fell in love with computers and programming was in a summer school class in fifth grade in Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan. It was a simple basic programming class, but the basic programming class was not like thinking. It was bubble cards. So literally it was, the cards, the stack of cards, and you would use a number 2 pencil and you would put in your program line by line, and you have to make sure it was perfectly stacked and no errors on it. And you would take that set of cards and you put it on this reader, and it would go off to an IBM microcomputer somewhere back on the cloud. And then you would sit on a Texas Instruments paper terminal, and it would just literally, I could write things, and I could program this machine to do stuff, and it was nowhere near sexy. There was no graphics, right? Oregon Trail was
There's no home fix the program. It just runs and gives you output.
Yeah, it goes in and it says ready, and then you can say run.
Yeah.
And then it would run. But to program it, you didn't type it because it was a printer terminal. You would make the stack of cards, and that would give it into the computer's memory.
Okay, so where was the magic?
The magic was that you could create. You had a language, and you could create what you wanted to create. Right? You could create a world or what have you, and have this interaction, and you could compute things. You could do numbers. I was playing Oregon Trail, right? So that's like a complete video. Wow, video. That's right. You could play text games and then imagine them in your brain. Right?
Oregon Trail. There's a meme I saw recently. If you want to feel bad about yourself as a programmer, realize that one person wrote Railroad Tycoon. I think that's the name of the game. This is cool little build their game. One person wrote it in assembly. So from scratch, and for people who don't know, kind of looks like a SimCity type game. It's a city builder, but obviously centered on railroads. And there's a nice graphics, the three-dimensional, all that kind of stuff. All the things, all the rich, colorful things you would imagine for a three-dimensional video game, all written in assembly, being the lowest level code, like the binary, which is fascinating. And you have to notice the magic at that low level at that time. You didn't have all the graphics. You didn't have all the APIs and all the sample codes, no Stack Overflow, no internet, none of that.
You had to know registers. Had to know the opcodes, and you had to imagine the world in your brain, the memory structures and everything. There's no visualization. You visualized it all yourself, right? And so that was magic. But then the next part of the magic is where I got even further. It's like I'm doing these little things, and then electronic arts came out for the Apple II. So I got the Apple II. And electronic arts came out, and I was programming and doing basic and internet games. But then there were two games that really blew my mind. One was pinball construction set, and the other one was music construction. And these were both places where I could create pinball games and I could create musical scores because I love music, and I could then play them, right? And so when you had that, you're like, oh, this is something very different. So I could create myself. But then there was other things, create tools that you could create to add a visual. And then you would read the backstory. So electronic arts back in the day, it was one programmer who would program those, each of those things. And you could read their backstory. It was literally like a musician or someone else. Like you could read Rick Rubin's, like, here's this. They tell you all that stuff. And there was one guy who wrote the music construction set. He wrote it all in assembly, and he was 60 years old. And I was probably 12 or 13 at the time. And I went, oh my. If he was able to do this and have published, right, and this amazing tool was created, like, what can I do? And so then it just kept building off of that. But really, it was those seminal things. First, the introduction, and then the power through programming and turning these things into what you wanted to turn it into. And you didn't have to be 40, 50 years old and have, PhDs. And then I was like, okay, this is really cool.
I wish we did that as programmers, but we treated them like artists and we know the backstory these days today. But not just programmers, engineers, designers. Yeah, like all the things about a product that I think we love are the little details. And there's probably a human being behind each of those details that have their little inkling of genius that they put in. I wish we knew those stories. That's always sad for me when because I obviously I love engineering. I interact with companies and they, autonomous vehicles, something I'm really interested about. And I see that companies generally, and we'll probably talk about this, but they seem to want to hide their engineers, and engineers hold secrets. Mm-hmm. Like the great secret, we do not speak of the great secret. But then the result of that is you don't get to hear their stories, the passion that is there behind engineers, and also the genius. There's a difference between the stuff that's patented, like the kernel of the idea, and the beautiful sort of side effects of the idea. I wish companies reveal the beautiful side effects a little bit more. But just sort of sorry for the distraction. So what you mentioned Apple II. What was the first computer you fell in love with?
time it was the person of the year. Maybe it was that year. I don't remember what, but
Well, Apple II was the person of the year.
yeah, for Time magazine back. I don't remember when, but it was around that same time. So yeah, but there was the Apple II, and I didn't know what it was, but I knew about tools. My grandfather taught me about tools and creating things, right? And I saw this thing, and I had that IBM experience, that terminal experience. And I'm like, oh, I can have that at home, right? And so I need to have that at home. And the only thing that was really talked about in our circles was the Apple II, and I was just like, that's it. So I jumped up and down. It was very expensive. I have to have this. My friends were like, what? You know, it was $2,500 back then. But in the 1981, it was like crazy. Right? So I was like, I'm going to make as much money as I can this summer. And my grandfather said, because he helped me learn all about tools and build things. You know? I will match whatever you make so you can get this computer. So I worked very, very hard as a cat, golf cat. Catting actually for the families at the country clubs in the town where we live. And did whatever I could. And that end of that summer, we got my Apple II. And you couldn't tear it away from me. It was my friend. It was everything.
From a product perspective, what do you remember that was brilliant? The design choices, the idea behind it, or is it just that it exists? Or the very idea of a personal computer is a brilliant design choice?
Yeah, it was that I could actually have this kind of tool in my house, and I could use it anytime I wanted. I could program it any way. There was no, there was no internet connection. There was no. It was all just you. You either loaded software that you got from someone, right, or you created it yourself. And then there was a whole other thing which was started happening, which we were doing, and this was kind of like MP3s, but we were sharing software, right? So you built this community of sharing stuff. You would go and pirate. That was what it's called, pirate all this software. You'd never use it all, but it was just that fun thing of like, I'm going to get all this other stuff and then tear it apart, do disassembly on it, and see behind. So you really had a sense this was your world. You owned it, right? And you could like literally go into every register. We didn't have all those security layers, like we do now. Like you could really touch bits. You could poke bits and you could make this light turn on, and and the geek inside me just lit up. Now it's so abstract. People don't even understand. Like usually, some programs don't even understand memory. They just think it's unlimited, right?
And security. It's like now there's all this security you should have, but it's like the adults all showed up to the party, and now you can't have all the fun.
It's like no. This was the thing where if the power went out, you lost your whole program. You might have worked the whole day on it. If you didn't press save in every other line, you were save. It was like the disk drive or the tape drive. Like every single step was contemplated. Because if you didn't, you lost maybe a ton of work.
So a lot of the magic was in the software. The fact that you could have software, the fact that you could share software, the community around the software. It wasn't necessarily the hardware.
Well, that was the first step. The second step around the hardware is I got things like the Mockingbird, which the Mockingbird paired with the music instruction set, you could now generate all kinds of tones and notes. It was a synthesizer in the Apple II. So you would plug in this card and you go, oh my God, look at this. You could start generating cool sounds. And like there was a Moog, like a Moog in a way. Or
What year?
this is 82, 81, 82.
And I bet you can make all the kind of synthetic sounds that are very cool in the 80s.
Yeah, the 8-bit, chip tunes, right? And then, when you wanted to add a joystick, you had to pull a chip out. And you had to like plug in a dip socket to put in a joystick. And then I was like, oh, and then I had to get more memory. How do we do that? And I wanted to speed up process. So then that turned into a company actually from that. But it was in a hardware software all of that. But it was all about modifying this thing in every way. First with software, and then you started gaining confidence. And then I got a little bit more money and stuff, and then you could get into the hardware and wire things. And then the Apple II came with all the schematics. Right. So in the back, in the early Apple II, you could open up and all the schematics.
You purchased the Apple II and a schematic publisher.
It came with it.
That's an interesting choice. That's an interesting choice from a company perspective.
Right.
So
it's like a real maker kind of thing.
Right. I wonder what big. So that was intentional. Like this
Absolutely.
this is for the cutting edge folks too, or especially
It was only the cutting edge. It was geeks. We're geeks.
Yeah.
So we were like, oh, how did they make it? And then we got to learn through that. Apple One did the same thing, right? It just Apple Two became more packaged up and had, a little bit better software, right? Came with Basic, and then, so it was really it was what we might think of as a Raspberry Pi today or something like that, but not with so much software. It was literally, and all the chips were out there, so you could inspect the buses and right, because everything was just broken out.
so I guess that's the idea behind stable big projects and open source like on GitHub. So you have the schematics there, and it's kind of a product. But I wonder why more companies don't do that kind of thing. Like we're going to release this to a small set of people, self-selected, perhaps, that are kind of the makers, the cutting-edge folks, the builders, the at-home engineers. In some way, what Tesla is doing with the beta for the full self-driving is kind of like that. It's like selecting a group of people, but that has to do more with you, how safe of a driver you are versus how much of a tinkerer you are. Because you don't get a tinkerer. I wonder, is that a crazy idea to do for really cutting edge technology? Especially you're interested in like hardware stuff. Is that crazy? Why don't more companies do that kind of thing?
I think back then it was about a community and serving that community of builders. And now this is about people who want to get the experience and want it really simple and easy. And they're like, and so there's the audience, or they believe the audience is small, would value those other things that we're just talking about. But if we look at things like Raspberry Pi and all of these other little boards, right? There's a whole world more than that I've seen. Like it's amazing what you can do now with these little kits, and the software that's created, and so there's a whole nother, I think, another batch of makers and builders that are coming up through the ranks. And if you look at YouTube channels and stuff, right? They take these little boards, they hack them, then they print out parts on their 3D printer, assemble them, and they create robots and what have you. So I think it's happening. It's just not as it's just not as, I guess, raw as it used to be. But it's there, and it's really expanding around the world, and that's really nice to see because it's a whole new generation who are empowered.
I think there's a semi-dormant genius amongst millions. So the Raspberry Pis are dealing with that a little bit. It's probably, I wouldn't be surprised if it's several million Raspberry Pis that have been sold and shipped. And it's kind of this quiet storm of genius brewing of engineers. We don't get to hear it because they're not organized. We get to hear it through things here and there. Like I said, YouTube, there's little communities that are local and so on. If they were organized, if a leader would emerge. No. Okay, so when did you first start to dream about building your own thing, designing your own products, designing your own systems, and software and hardware?
Well, in high school, there was a company that a friend of mine founded, and I was the second employee. It was called Solid Compute, and it was a mail order, because there's no e-commerce then, there's no internet again.
Yeah.
You either mailed in your little coupon and you said this is what I wanted to order, or you wrote in to get a catalog and delivered to you. Turnaround time of this stuff was like from the time you wanted to the time you bought it was maybe 8 to 12 weeks. And that was just the normal way of getting things. So Quality Computers was a mail order for Apple II, and it was software and all kinds of accessories. So hardware accessories, so hardware plug-in cards, those things. And what we noticed was there were accelerators and memory cards, and to be able to use those cards, you had to actually go and change the software you used to access this new memory. So you literally had to go and you took the program that you had, let's say it was AppleWorks, which was like an early Microsoft one, and you had to literally change the code, and you would install these patches to then take advantage of the hardware. So what we started creating was software on top of it to do the automatic installation of all of these patches. So we made it much easier to take new hardware and them this superpower, and at the same time, they would be able to change their software and have a new world that wasn't existing from the companies that were creating the initial product. And so it was more of that, and then that happened with hard drives. So I wrote a hard drive optimizer for the Apple II to because you could get really fragmented. So I wrote that piece of software, and we sold that for the company along with the hard drive that we sold from third parties. So that all happened in 12th grade, freshman year of college.
You wrote a hard drive optimizer in 12th grade.
It's between 12th and freshman.
What's programming language? Do you remember? Is it assembly?
There were certain inner loops were assembly, and other loops actually there were really early Pascal, C compilers.
What was the motivation behind this? Is it to make people's lives easier? Is it to create a experience that is simpler and simpler and simpler, thereby more accessible to a larger number of people? Like what? Or did you just like your thinker?
No. It was two things, really, because one, we wanted to sell more hardware and software, right? So it was like, make it easier for the user. And then the other thing was, because I was also manning the customer support line, people would call and I go, this doesn't work. And I'm like, I got to go fix the hardware and software, right? Or I got to fix the software to make the hardware and the installation process better. So my whole world was out-of-box experience from when I was in high school. As I had to man the customer support line, pack the boxes, and write some of the code while Joe Policeman was the founder of Quality Computers. He was off doing the ads, placing the ads to the mail order, making sure we were running the credit cards, right? Yeah. It was two of us, and then it turned into a third, and then we hired another person from high school to pack boxes so I could stay on the customer support line or doing the software, right? And it was all in his parents' basement.
Yeah.
Right?
As you were scaling exponentially.
Right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Bootstrapping.
So we'll jump around a little bit, but you said you loved music. What were the ideas that gave birth to iPod? We jump forward. And how far back do those ideas stretch? If you look at the history of technology, there's, not just the product, but the idea is truly revolutionary. Maybe its time has come, but just if you look at the art history, sort of music is so fundamental to who we are as a humanity. To be able to put that in your pocket, make it truly portable, it's fascinating. In a way that's truly portable, it's digital, as opposed to sort of like a Walkman or something like that. So, what were the ideas that gave birth to that?
I was in love with music since I was a kid. Just loved music from, I think, second grade when I got my first album.
What kind of music were you talking about?
So this was a Led Zeppelin. This was the Stones, Hendrix, Aerosmith, Cheap Trick, Styx, Ted Nugent. Just the real American and British rap.
There's a bunch of people listening right now. Who's that?
Led
Zeppelin? What is that?
Yeah. It drove my parents crazy.
Yeah. Just blasted, loud.
And this is back in third grade, fourth grade. I just fell in love, and then we moved back to Detroit, and I loved listening to radio stations because there was all kinds of crazy music. Because you'd have a amalgam of rock and then funk and R&B, and I loved to listen at night. So I had a clock radio. But if I had the clock radio on, everyone was like, the parents, don't go to sleep, stop that, turn that stuff off. So I hacked the clock radio and put a headphone jack. Nice. Right? So I said, okay. And then I could listen to it all night, and no one could hear me, right? And I could just sit there and,
just huddling around the radio,
groove out,
just listening to Zeppelin. Stairway to Heaven. What would you say is the greatest classic rock song of all time?
Greatest classic rock.
What pops in your mind? Oh no, you know what? This has
That's really hard,
number one.
dude. This is
Now
so
you have
hard.
This is a serious journalistic interview. You're not going to back down from these kinds of questions. No, I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to pick. But to me, Stairway to Heaven is a say, well, it's so often considered to be one of the greatest songs of all time that you almost don't want to pick it.
Right.
But you return to it time and time again. It's like, yeah, this is something pretty special. It's a rock opera of sorts.
Well, the rock opera that really blew me away and still blew me away is all of Dark Side of the Moon. Like that. I love that. Yeah, I love that one. I can't say which one's better, but Dark Side of the Moon to me was a audio experience. Right, the whole thing from soup to nuts, plus all the synthesizers, all of those things.
Okay. back to the iPod. So that's from the early age you loved.
Absolutely loved it, and always was just around it, and always it was always playing. I played it so loud that I actually hurt the earring in my right ear, and I still suffer from that today. And then no regrets whatsoever. Going to concerts in downtown Detroit and all that. So moving forward, in college I was DJ. So I would DJ and hang out and play all the tunes I love and whatever for the crowd. And then I continued to do that in Silicon Valley when I moved right after school. And so I would be lugging all of these CDs around with me, 1,000 CDs, right? And at the same time, and so those were heavy. And at the same time, I was doing the Philips Nino and Velo. Those are Windows CE-based mobile computing products. The Nino was the first device to actually put Audible books on tape. So I worked with Audible, who met at a conference, and they were like, "We don't want to do hardware, we just want to do content." And I was like, "Well, we have this device, let's get it together." And we got Audible. This was in '96 or '97. First Audible book, and it, I was like, "Oh my God, that's audio." Well, what if we start using it, right? And so and the memory was very small, right? There was almost no flash. It was all DRAM. When you did Audible, you stored it in DRAM, right?
But it was okay, probably, because how much books do you need? By the way, brilliant books. I know it's probably not the sexiest of things, but putting books on a mobile device is really stuff. I don't know. Sometimes you can't measure how much human progress occurred because of an invention. Like there's a sexy big product. You never know. Like Wikipedia is one of those things that doesn't get enough, I think, credit for the transformational effects it has. It's not seen as the sexiest of products, but maybe it is. When you look at human history, Wikipedia arguably is one of the big things that basically unlocked human knowledge.
And human editing, and just the human nature of building something together.
Yeah. So it's fascinating. Sometimes you can't measure those things. Maybe that's something you make everything. Anyway, sorry. So that was that was there. And then there's Audible. Look, why not put
Music, and I'm carrying around the music for the DJ gigs, and you're like, wait a second, two and two together, right? Like, let's get rid of this. And then MP3 showed up.
the actual
The format MP3 showed up around 97, 98.
So MP3 is compressed, so you can have like the storage is reduced significantly.
Right, so you could go from a large full lossless digital track into something that can be stored in 4 to 8 megabytes, something like that for the audio. Now that's a reduced quality, but you could get it down. You're like, oh, okay. And now if we have enough flash or DRAM, we can put 10, 15, what have you, all in that same memory, and it starts to replicate the CD, and then ultimately, if you put it on a hard drive, you could start to put thousands of songs.
Yeah, that's also another really invention. Like people don't realize. I think people would be surprised how big in terms of storage raw audio is, and the fact that you can compress it like I don't know what the compression is, but it's like 10x. It's very significant compression, and still sound almost lossless.
Much to the chagrin of Neil Young, who does not like that.
But even Neil Young, even the stuff he talks about is still tiny files relative to the raw. So he wants to increase it a little that's an invention. That's a thing that unlocks your ability to carry around a device that you need on music. Because without that, there's no way you can carry around a gigantic hard drive.
Right, exactly. And so then that, so it was MP3s, the Nino, and my hatred of carrying around all this heavy stuff that then spawned, Fuse, and then ultimately, became a lot of that, the ideas and things of that nature. And my passions were born into the iPod. It was too, Apple needed something, and I wanted to fix something, and it all kind of, came together. It was right place, right time, plus the right technology. It was just like the stars aligned.
So how did it come to life? The details of the stars aligning, with the actual design, the actual engineering of getting a device to be small, the storage, the interface, how it looks, the storage, the details of the software, all that kind of stuff. What are some interesting memories from that design process? What are some wisdoms you
Yeah, well, art. Okay.
from that process?
Well, how long do you want to go? Because I can go deep.
Let's go at least 20 hours. Go.
Okay. Well, yeah.
It's one of those lengthy documentaries.
We're gonna turn it into episodic.
Yeah.
Binge
On Netflix.
listening.
Yeah. Game of Thrones.
So let's just start with, after I was asked to be a consultant to put this thing together. So I had already had knowledge of, the space and the technology and all that stuff. But I had to very quickly, and a lot of the suppliers, because of what I was doing at Fuse, trying to create that. So as a contractor, I was like, okay, what is the first thing you need to do? So after I showed different architectures and what 3 different products could be to Steve about options or storage options, battery options, form factor options. There was 3 options, and as I was told, given very good advice, give to the 2 options you really do not like, but they're options, and get the best option last, because Steve will shoot all those down and get the best option last, and then you can talk about that. And so that was the one that had a 1.8-inch hard drive and a small screen, like the screen you know it, on the original iPod Classic. And then I had enough of the idea of the three or 4 different CPUs and processor suppliers and kind of systems that were out there that I had gone and found and put together. Power supplies, disk drive interfaces, FireWire interface, all that stuff. So I put together all of those schematics, or block diagrams. They were schematics because it was just me. And coming up with a bill of materials, coming up with what it could look like, what would be the input output, how we could make a better headphone jack. That was also on there. Screen supplier, tearing apart calculators. So got all calculators, all kinds of electronics to get the right size, different sizes of small LCD. So I got all kinds of different battery types. I got different types of, in different battery sizes, AA's, AAA's, working through all the different, and there was lithium ion, nickel metal hydride. So I took all the battery types, I took all of the memory types, processing types, LCD types, and connectivity and all that stuff, not wireless, but wired, and laid out these things as Lego blocks. So literally had all of these things as just, and so it made them so I could put them together and figure out what the hell back form that.
Bro, like, how do we shove them together? What's the smallest possible block you get? So the questions about storage, so the hard drive, battery, AAA, right? the screen size, and then for that you're tearing apart calculators,
digital cameras, whatever, getting little things, right? So you can make it physical, right? If you can make the intangible tangible, like, and so I can say, look, we can make this, and I have brought this whole bag of goods, and there's like, right, and like, here's this. This is why AA's won't work, and because it makes it too fast, and everything. So just educate everybody through. Here's the parts that we can use.
So not sheet of paper, physical. You're playing with physical space.
Oh, well, I would go back and forth. So, truth be told, because there weren't good enough graphical tools on the Mac, PC with Visio and the 3D tools, and I was doing 3D design at the same time. I was taking all these physical parts and going, okay, what feels right? Because you have to go from, the details and then the rough, and you go back and forth and you iterate, right? And so it was just a lot of fun. And then I ultimately ended up with a styrofoam model and printout that came from Visio that I glued together and put my grandfather's fishing weights in, because I also modeled the weights, right? So I said, oh, this is this many ounces, this many ounces a gram. And then I went and got all that and made the weighted styrofoam model to then match that. So when you picked it up, it felt more or less form factor right, and it also felt how much, was it going to be dense enough? Is it going to feel solid and rigid in your hand, right?
Why does it need to feel rigid?
Because it has to feel substantial. It has to feel like I have like a bar of gold in my hand, right? Maybe you know this, but when you open and close a car door, that thunk, and you go bam, and you go, that feels solid, that feels real, and then you get this tinny car that's like ding, and you're like, does this feel safe? Does this feel like a value? And so when you have a device like that, and you want to make sure that there's not too much air in it, that you distributed the density of the mass in the right way, so it feels like it's the right thing. So you have to model battery life, costs, mass, sizes of different things, and then you have to also think about what the UI is going to look like, right? So you have all of these constraints you're working, variables you're working in, and you have to kind of, you can't get the perfect of everything. What's the best, local maximum of all of these components that come together to provide an experience?
Those trade-offs. What about buttons?
Buttons, well, there was also the buttons too, right?
Oh, by the way, a lot of these battles fought inside your mind, or is it with other people? Is it with Steve? Is it lower? Like what?
This was all independent. This was me before being able to present to Steve, because I had to feel really confident that if I was going to put this in front of him, that it could be made, right? So I had to convince myself and go work through all the details, through the very, very rough mechanical design, electrical design, software design, because I didn't want to present something that was going to be fictional, right? My credibility would be like trash, right?
So you must convince yourself you're painting this beautiful picture of a driven engineer, designer, futurist. How much doubt were you played by through that? Like this is even doable, because it's not obvious that this is even doable. Like to do this at scale, to do this kind of thing, to make it sexy, to shuffle the screen, the batteries, the storage, make the interface, the hardware, the software interface work, all of that. I mean, I don't know, I would be overwhelmed by the doubt of that, because so many things have to work. Plus the supply chain.
Like at that point, I wasn't getting into any of those DSLs or anything. There's the basic stuff that you have to put together, and then you have to, through my learnings at General Magic and my learnings at Philips, delivering, multiple, large scale programs in manufacturing, you kind of get a rule of thumb, and you know what to focus on at the beginning and what not to worry about over time. Like when I was early in my career, I worried about everything on the engineering details, so much so that I would be a nervous wreck. Sooner or later, you learn how to filter out and figure out what to prioritize. And so 10 years later, I was able to do a much better job of filtering out the things of like, we'll get to that in the weeks to come. But right now, we got to solve, the very important things, which is could this actually be something real, and that you could deliver, enough battery life, right? Enough of an interface, at the right cost, right? And the right price point.
So you were sitting on a track record of successes and failures in your own mind, where you had sort of already a confidence, calmness, but still, was there doubt that you can get this done? Like,
Always.
How hard is it to achieve a sort of a confidence to a level where you can present it to Steve and actually believe that this is doable? Like what you remember when?
Yeah, that moment.
Yeah.
I think it was after I triple checked, but I couldn't bring anyone in, right? I couldn't let anyone in on it. So it was just me.
Are they gonna trample on it? That kind of thing? Why?
No, because I couldn't bring what I mean bring anyone in on this. One, it was a highly confidential program inside Apple. There was like 4 people who knew about it, right? And so I couldn't bring anyone from Apple because I was a contractor. I couldn't bring anyone else from the outside world. I work for Apple and I'm under this crazy NDA, right? This contract. So it was just, it was. So I'm doing this. Oh, and at the same time, I'm also buying every competitive product MP3 player, tearing them all apart, right? Tore them all apart and looking at them and trying to learn from those as well. So it was all of this stuff in 6 weeks. So I didn't sleep, right?
Yeah.
But I was like, because I was trying to make this. I was envisioning this since Benito, right? And I was like, oh my god, right? But there was another doubt that I had, and it wasn't just could you make the product, but could Apple actually have the balls to make it? Because Apple was not the same company that you know it today in 2012.
Really, he was cautious, conservative, careful.
It was barely break even. It was
Oh,
a $4 or $5 billion company.
So the guts required there is not necessarily innovation. It's like this is going to cost a lot of money. We're going to potentially lose all of it because it'll be a flop.
Well, there's not just that. There was only the Mac, and the Mac wasn't doing very well. There was less. It was about a 1% only in the U.S. market share for the Mac, right? The company was in debt. Bill Gates had to give them a loan, right? Michael Dell at the time was saying, shut down the company and give the money back to the shareholders. So this is not the company that, that people go, oh my God, the iPhone came out. It's a very different level of confidence and financial situation that the company was in versus the iPhone.
So given that, what was the conversation when you finally presented to Steve? What was that conversation like?
The conversation was, well, we went through it, the presentation, and all that stuff happened, and he was just like, and he would flip through it real quick, throw the presentation aside, and said, okay, let's talk about this, right? And so we went through it all, and one was a big conversation about Sony, and Sony was the number one in all audio categories, home, portable, whatever, in the world, okay? I had been already gone through 10 years of failure, and I was like, wait a second, how are we going to compete with Sony? And I was always worried that Sony was going to come out with whatever it was that they were going to come out with, their MP3 player, and that was it, game over, right? And so I was like, Steve, and this is why it took me 4 weeks to finally sign on to join Apple after greenlighted the iPod program in that meeting, was because I had built other things in the past at Philips and Nino Velo, but they didn't know how to sell it or market it. They didn't know how to retail it, right? So I was like, we could build this. And I was like, Steve, I'm pretty sure I can build this. I've done this before. But how are we going to sell it? You have all your marketing dollars on the Mac. And he looked at me and he goes, you build this with, a team, our team, and Apple, this team, right? And I dedicate that we will make sure that at least 2/4 of all marketing dollars will only go to this product and nothing else. Right? That was the lifeblood of all revenue of the company.
So Steve saw something special.
Exactly. And he said, I'm going to commit all the marketing dollars. If you can deliver the experience that we're all talking about, if we could do that, and that was Jeff Robin as well, because I would have never happened without I. People don't understand. That was a bundle. You couldn't do one without the other, vice versa. So Jeff and I were, if Jeff and you can present and bring that experience to life, I will put all the marketing down.
When did the marriage of iPod and iTunes? So, what was that sort of ideas that made up iTunes?
iTunes existed before the iPod. Okay. And so Jeff Robin had his company, but it was he was making a MP3 player app for the Mac. Steve saw it because there was MP3 player apps like Winamp and other things that were on the PC, Real Player. And Steve saw that going on and saw that Jeff and his small team had this I can't remember, sound something. Anyways, he bought that, and that became the basis of iTunes, and then Jeff ran all of iTunes. And so what happened specifically there was they were starting to hook up to all these third-party MP3 players. Because there's a lot of Korean, the MP Man, like walking about MP Man, all these, and they were trying to hook them up, and they were like, these are horrible experiences. And through that, and they said that iTunes something that was going to help grow the Mac base because we were trying to get more people on the Mac. So this program would be a great new thing you could add to the Mac. And there was also internet connectivity at the time for young. And so they did that, and then they tried to do these hookups. They weren't going well, and that's when they said, we need to build our own. Or Steve said, we need to build our own. These are such horrible experiences. People don't want to just burn CDs from iTunes. We need to get that music on the go, but in an Apple fashion. That's when I was called to come in to do that, the iPod thing. After the 6 weeks that he already envisioned, I'm sure he had it envisioned because they were trying to do this thing. Okay, now that's it. iTunes was, it wasn't called iPod yet. What would become the iPod? That is going to be the thing that then propels Apple into this new thing because we're going to bring all these music lovers in that are going to need their next generation or Sony Walkman version 2.0.
So you look at, again, apologies to linger on iPod, but it's one of the great inventions in tech history. What wisdom do you draw from that whole process about spotting an idea? This is something you talk about in your book, Bill. How do you know that an idea is brilliant? At which stage? When did you know it was a good idea? And maybe is there like some phase shifts? First you complete out, then maybe, and maybe it becomes more than a and it becomes like a little more confident, that kind of stuff. And also wisdom about who to talk to,
Right.
so they don't trample the idea in their early stages, that kind of stuff. And your thoughts about this?
We could go on again. How long do you want to go?
This is a Netflix series. I thought it was multi-season.
So a lot of lessons learned over those years of failure and success. But the first thing it starts with, there's a whole chapter called "Great Ideas Chase," and so kind of goes into build, and you can go, and it goes through kind of chapter and verse about all of those, how Nest became into being. But let's talk about it specifically for iPod, right? So for me, I always had the pain of carrying the CDs everywhere, right? And I had the joy of music, right? If you could say all of a sudden I could get the music I love all the time in a portable package, and I can have all the music I love all the time, I was solving a pain, which was, for me, it was thousands of CDs. Other people might be 10 or 15 CDs, right? And then I can have the joy of all this music uninterrupted. That was taking the pain, making a painkiller for it. And then at the end was a superpower, an emotional superpower that said, oh my, this is something different. So when you can actually focus on a pain, and get a painkiller for it, not a vitamin. So the difference between a painkiller and a vitamin is very clear. One, need. I got to get rid of this pain. A vitamin, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, maybe somebody needs it, maybe not. It's all marketing stuff, right? So you start with the pain, give them a painkiller, and hopefully, if you can do it in the right way, you give them a superpower, an emotional superpower. That is always, and that's the way to know that you're hitting on something that's really powerful.
The pain and the joy.
Exactly.
Are you always aware of the pain? So it seems like a lot of great products. It's like we do a lot of painful things and we just kind of assume that's the way it's supposed to be. Like with autonomous vehicles, we're all assume we're supposed to be driving. Right. Like, and it doesn't, you don't think of it as a pain.
Right. Well, you've habituated it away.
Yeah.
You've habituated it away. And for me, when I go to other places, living in Bali or living in Paris or whatever, and I'm not driving, I'm walking or I'm using a scooter or what have you, different thing. And you go, oh my God, when you've left that environment, because everyone else is driving all the time, you're like, that's what you do. And you find out there's other ways of living and there's freedom. When you get rid of that, you're like, oh my God, I didn't know that this was so much better. So there's something in the book that's called out, and I named it the virus of doubt. And what the virus of doubt is when there's pain and it's been habituated away, you use the right marketing message to bring people back to that initial experience they had or the initial experience that they had of that pain. Do you remember when the first time
mentioned selling and marketing dollars. I have a love-hate relationship with marketing. Like with a lot of things that require artistic genius. To me, the best marketing, I suppose, is the product itself and then word of mouth. So, like, create a thing that people love.
Oh, absolutely. That's fundamental.
Yeah. But so, any other marketing requires genius, any extra thing. There's to me, I don't. Maybe you can, by way of question. I'm just speaking off the top of my head as a consumer. What is great marketing? What does it take to reveal the pain and the joy of it?
It all starts at the beginning. And I'm going to give you a couple of different ways of looking at it, okay? And again, might go a little long. So, just stay tuned in.
Yeah.
So the first thing is, let's start at the beginning. In the early part of my career, like Dental Magic and Philips and what have you, and especially when I was, a teenager, when I was like making my own chips and stuff like that, I really worried about just putting cool things together. I'm like that. When I put those two cool things together as an engineer, you go, that's cool. And then I would talk to the other friends who might be geeks too, and they go, yeah, that's cool. Because we knew the bits, so we put them together, and that's a new way of doing it. And wow, that's all what. It's not why. Why are you doing it? We know what we're doing, but we don't know why we're doing it because we're not articulating it for ourselves. Because it's just something we're like putting it together and like, yeah, that's cool because we think we're solving some problem we have, but we're not really articulate. So what normally happens, and this happens because we've invested in so many companies around the world, you have these brilliant engineers, designers, scientists, researchers. They put together these whats. And then they develop it, and then at the end, they call in marketing and say, now tell a story about this, and let's get it out to the world, okay? What happens, though, is marketing is like, well, why do people need this? Tell us why people need this. And so they create a story around this product. But the product was born out of what, not why. And so marketing starts telling a story, and it turns out to be a fictional story. They say, oh, this is going to do these things. The product comes and is delivered, and it falls flat on its face. Because the marketing doesn't match the product, because they weren't both created at the beginning together. Right? There are whats when you create a product. There's a lot more whys. And the whys help inform the whats. And the whys also inform the marketing.
So that's what you mean deeply. We should start at the beginning. So the designer should be also the marketer. The engineer should be the marketer.
Exactly. Stop impressing the geek next to you. What is the superpower you're bringing, or the pain you're feeling for the end customer? Right? Now let's contrast that. Think about a movie. A movie starts with a treatment. It has an audience. It says the audience. Here's the characters. Here's the storyline, the plot. Here's the arc of the story. Right? It pulls that all out. Then there's a script that's written, and that script is then produced, and then you add all the flourishes and what have you, music and graphics and what have you, right? And then it comes out, and then there's just the marketing of the movie, and that story was created at the beginning. What you need to do if you're going to do a great product is create that treatment for your product, and I call that the press release. Do the press release like the treatment. Who's the audience? What features do you have? What pains are you solving for? To have the virus of doubt there to remind them what pains they have and why you're solving them. The price, all of those things. And you use that as the bar, the measuring stick for what you do during development. Because what happens is along the route, you know this, oh, we're not going to be able to get that feature done. Throw that one overboard. We have to hit the date. Oh, we're not sure this product's right yet. Add another feature. Add another feature creep. Right? If you don't have that story you know you're going to tell at the beginning, you don't have that bar. Right? And then at the end, you don't know when you're done if you don't have that story. So you can actually
from the drafting, from the beginning to the end of press release, what does a successful team look like? Who's part of the draft? Is it engineers, designers? What's the purpose of a marketing department in a company? Small, let's say small company, but more than two people. So, from where does the why come from? Should it always come from the designer, or should there be a marketing person that, steps in and asks the question? And so I'll just keep asking random questions.
I know these are great questions. So, because you're just like, I'm like, I can't wait to tell you the answer. So it's in the book as well. But you have to separate out the various functions of marketing. When that's what I thought. I was like, marketing's marketing. No one knows, and it's really not. There's so many disciplines, just like in engineering, mechanical, electrical, software, and even software. I use cloud services, firmware, applications. Marketing has that much diversity as well. Okay, and you have to honor that. And so there is marketing communications like PR, press. There is social marketing. There is marketing creative, right? There's marketing activation. But there's another thing that also comes out, and people confuse it with marketing, which is called product marketing or product management. And product management or product marketing is the voice of the customer. They're the person who sits there and listens to what's going on in the competition in the marketplace, understanding the needs and those pains of the customer, and they're representing them in every single meeting so things don't get off track, right? So that, and they're creating the messages, not the marketing. What happens is there's messages that product marketing creates. Like those are the deep messages, like we need to save 20% of energy, let's say, right? And then marketing turns that into something that's with creative and everything and brings that message across. Maybe it doesn't say that, but it comes maybe visually or something like that. So product management does that and holds that press release along the route and making sure that we're tracking. And then also marketing is tracking with that press release to make sure they're not telling a fictional story, right? Because they can also add extra adjectives or something, and then the product gets delivered. Like, no. Keeps everybody in the ground,
the press release to the raw,
right, to the customer needs, right? Because they're always representing the customer. So you have to have a product manager. Typically, that's the founder, right, in the beginning. And then over time, you hire a product management team to then really, watch over this the whole way. And they are talking to customer support. They're talking to engineering. They're talking to design. They're talking to sales and marketing. And they are always in the mix. And it's the hardest thing to hire for.
Yeah, so it's a very important job of developing, maintaining the why.
Exactly.
Why is it the hardest to hire for?
Because you have to understand, nobody reports to you. So you're alone, and you have to build great ties with all of these different functions. You have to understand what they do, have to be empathetic with what they do, and you have to project the customer's empathy or empathy for the customer to them and tell them why this customer needs it, why this doesn't work, and so that they learn more. They're not just doing, but they learn about the customer's point of view and sit in there and stand in their shoes to be able to then make better decisions on the engineering details or the operational details, customer support details, so they understand that even if they're not the customer that it's intended for, they start to live through their eyes and see through their eyes of that customer, so they make better decisions.
And there's probably fascinating, beautiful tension between that and sort of the engineers. Oh, that's cool. Sort of the developing what.
Exactly.
Which makes it an extra hard job, I'm sure.
Exactly.
Can I ask a sort of a little bit of a personal question on that? One subfield of marketing you mentioned, common PR. How do I ask that?
I can hear your struggle in your side.
Why or do the comms PR folks sometimes kill the heart and soul of the magic that makes a company? Or is that wrong to just say the spirit, which is it feels like often the jobs of communication is to provide caution. It almost works together with ego to say, yeah, we should not say this. Let's be careful. Be careful. Now that makes sense, except in this modern world, authenticity uh, is extremely valuable, and revealing the beauty that is in the engineering, the beauty of the ideas, the chaos of the ideas, I think requires throwing caution to the wind to some degree. And I just find that, well, I mean, it's really, so to push back on myself, I think it's an extremely difficult job because people hold you responsible if you're doing communication when you take risks.
Right.
And especially when they fail. So, like, it's a difficult job. So I understand why people become cautious. But to me, communications is about taking big risks and throwing caution to the wind. That is best because your job is to communicate in the long term, communicate the genius, the joy, the genius of the product. Right. So that sometimes is intentions with caution. Sorry. So because I've gotten a chance to meet a lot of very interesting people and interesting engineering teams and so on, I look at what they're doing and I look at what's being communicated, and it's just there's a mismatch because the communication is a lot more boring. It's like there's something very like just straight up boring about the way they're communicating because of caution.
Okay. And you have just teed me up for another diatribe. Okay, I'm gonna get on my podium here.
Please.
Uh, it all comes down to the leader. If the leader doesn't know how to storytell, or the leader doesn't know how to do bold storytelling, then you get even more conservatism from the PR and communications. Because they're always, so if you have not a bold leader, they're always going to be a filter, right? They're always going to try to smooth things out and take off the rough edges and try. So they're going to even more. If you have a conservative messaging leader, you're going to have even a more conservative communications department. Why? Because they want to keep their job. Okay, it's really simple.
Yeah.
They got to keep their jobs. If they say one wrong thing, it could be the end of it. So if you have very conservative leaders, they're going to be even more conservative. If you have a bold leader, they'll always take a little more conservative bent, but you're still going to have bold communications. Okay? So it starts with the leader. Now, that said, when you think about the messages and the joy and revealing things, right? Many of these leaders don't tell great stories. So what we do at Future Shape, our investment firm, is we take those scientists, and the great minds and everything, and what do we surround them with? Marketing and communications people and storytellers to give them the confidence to tell a much broader story about the impact of what they're creating and how big the global change can be with those technologies. Because usually those leaders who created those technologies, they don't really know how to communicate really well, and they don't feel very comfortable in how they.
Yeah. So it's interesting because stories. I'm a huge fan of stories.
Have you ever read the book Story by Robert McKee? You should read this, and this is what I read when I was 26. Story by Robert McKee, and it's a book all about the ways to do script writing, the prototypical types of scripts, drama, comedy, and how it's been shown over millennia how these stories are done. It's a fascinating thing, and it gives you an insight to, and it's written for obviously Hollywood and movies and things like that, but it's incredibly useful for what we do as designers and engineers and technology leaders.
There's some aspect in this modern day where this podcast and so on. That what I love is humans behind the story too. emotions. That's not just about painting a beautiful story that's flawless. It's
Vulnerability.
yeah, it's being a dreamer, like over promising, and then uh, failing, realizing, changing your mind, realizing, so just the whole of it, and then also being like, depending, of course, of who your personality is, embracing the full richness and the complexity of the personality of the leader or the different people involved. I mean, that's all part of it. Like you can't just present this beautiful, always pleasant view of a product. There has to be this humanity that's part of it, the full roller coaster of humanity, which I think is been very difficult for companies to embrace. I'm not sure why. I'm not, maybe it's just an old school way of doing things, and people think that we present the facade, and we generate the story and we tell the story, as opposed to sort of
Well, we learn, especially in the technical world, we present the story as it's faster, it's smaller, it's longer battery life, it's bits and numbers and metrics. That resonates sure with other geeks. What resonates with the planet? It's all emotion, right? And if you could bring a great emotional story, but with a great rational story at the same time, why you should do this, and it's like, oh my God, you bring that superpower, that joy, then it all hangs.
and there's personal drama too, like
The human, right?
the
The pain I had, remember that thing?
and like I mean just you know you're obviously this extremely well-known human being that's behind a lot of these great inventions in the technology world, but you're also just a human being. You have a clearly uh, like a distinct personality that comes through. That like your eyes light up, just the way you communicate. That's you. Some people are more stoic. Some people are like Elon is, all over the place, chaos. Uh, Steve Jobs, there's a very, I mean, it's hard to put into words. I can be poetic and so on, but there's a very distinct comes on stage.
Personality.
That personality right there. That's not just a product. That's something else too.
Correct.
And like you have to reveal that a little bit and allow people to reveal that a little bit and just let them be themselves.
Well, look, why do I think your podcast is so amazing? Because you are yourself. You talk about yourself, you bring your emotions into it, and you don't modulate it. You're you, right? It comes through. It's true. It feels right. You are you. You dress the way you want to dress. You say this is me, and this is all of me, and you become vulnerable, right?
It's much easier to do a podcast like that than run a very large company where a lot of people would feel the pain if you say something stupid.
Right.
It's much more easy to be afraid and be careful. So, but nevertheless, the same applies. Authenticity and risk taking is the only way, unfortunately, to be successful in the long term. Let me just, we're jumping all over the place. I just linger on the iPod. Sure. One of the great designs, uh, broadly speaking, in the word design of all time. What does it take to design a great product? We could jump around. We can look at Nest. We can look at iPod. We can look at iPhone, and many of the great things we designed. But just looking at that one transformational thing, what can you say about what it takes to do a great design, or maybe what makes a great design?
Well, we talked about a painkiller, and we talked about that joy that comes from it. But then there's the behind the scenes. There's the team. There's everyone who brings it to life, brings that story to life. If you have a great story and you know the why, then you can communicate to those people who are working on it, and then they bring their own thing into it, right? It becomes emotional for them too. It's not just a job; it's a mission. And so many of the details that are born so that they feel it, they can understand it, then they bring their best and their ideas to the table, and then you can select from those, and you can then start to, it could be just a pixel change. It could be a slight change on how you do the audio for the feedback, or maybe a curve on the mechanics, or something like that of how it feels. Because everybody brings themselves trying to, feel this thing. They're not just doing something that someone told them to do. If you can instill that mission and that why into that team, it doesn't give you big. You get, I feel, a 10x. Everyone comes together in a special way, and and the magic is great. You put the love into it, the customer feels the love on the other side.
So the making the team, like taking them in onto the vision, onto the why. Now they feel all the little details we think of the original iPod and all many generations after. All those little details are in them is the emotion of the engineers and the designers that
It's their baby.
working nights, struggling. This isn't right. Like I said, changing little pixels here and there, changing the shape of things, changing the feel of things, like the materials, the I don't know, just everything on the software part of the packaging,
The words on the package,
just everything.
the words on the website.
And always jumping from the very specific detail problem to the big picture, how the thing feels.
We're always jumping back and forth. What does it look like to the customer? How are we going to implement it in the most, efficient way? Because, a lot of the stuff you don't know is some of that stuff is hacked in. Maybe hacked in at the end. It may not be the most beautiful architecture that a geek would look at and go, oh my God, that's so beautiful. Because we can look at and visualize this incredible software stack or hardware stack. Some of it can just be hacked in. You make it better over time, but it was that brilliant thing, and we've got to get that in because that's the way you do it now, and we'll make it more efficient later.
Maybe this is a good moment to draw a distinction between design and engineering, and does such a distinction even exist? Are these distinct disciplines or no?
I don't think they're distinct. I think they're different types of design. I think there's always this, this idea of this, on the mount designer, and it all comes down, and it all flows down like some magic. It's not. There are electrical designers. There's AI designers. There is data science designers. Everybody has design, and there's a chapter in the book all about that. It's not just you go to the mount and it comes down and you're enlightened. If each person brings their form of design and their craft, because if they're really good, they're artists in their own right. They're not just engineers. They're not just they're artists. They're empathetic. They really want to bring it. A lot of the best engineers I have are not the technical, or that I've worked with, are not the technical, gotta get it exactly right. They're the artists. They came from music or they came from other things, and they see that, right? When you work with very rigid engineers, this is the way, the only way, la la la. Those are not the engineers I want to work with.
They're all like a bit artist at heart.
Right. They understand the practicalness. They don't have to have the rigidity of this is the way it's done. It's like if you're building something new, all new and revolutionary, none of us are experts at it. And if you come with that expert mindset, just tell me, and I can give you a story. Like you can probably give me a story. About that, if you come with the expert and I'm the expert, when you're doing something no one's ever done before, I don't want you. Because we all are learning about something that has never been in existence before. And we have to bring that level of vulnerability and openness to new ideas and new ways of doing things throughout the team.
So you want people that are able to have like beginner's mind or whatever, like don't come in as an expert. What's the story?
Okay.
You're not about to, okay.
No, all right. So, you asked what were these risks, like on the early iPod, and there's a few big risks. Like one, and this doesn't go in the story, but like putting rotating media in your pocket and it could drop at any time. What happens there? Like you get damaged because the heads and the hard drive media are so close. It smacks. It's dead, right? So that was one big one. Like would become a portable hard drive. Well, then we had the MP3 player and the user interface. So there was times when it was just this hard drive, and there was times when it was a MP3 player, and I had to hot switch between what the hard drive thinks it was talking to. Yeah. Right. So designed this thing, tore it apart, done all this stuff, and it was like, maybe I'm going to screw up IDE. There's some holes I'm going to see. So I go, who's the expert at Apple who understands IDE and everything? So this person comes over, the mass storage specialist comes over, and I put on the whiteboard and said, here's how we're going to do this thing, and here's the commands, and this is how it hot switches and everything. That's never going to work. And I was like, what? It was never going to work. I said, well, let me go over here and show you this right here. I have it prototyped, and it's been working for days. I just want to see if you're going to find any holes in the thing. And he just stormed out of the room and never even.
Yeah.
Right.
That's hilarious. I've had a lot of experience like this with experts. Like, for example, this ridiculous room. I had a person, and there's many people like this, that I showed them, here's the situation,
For
acoustics, yeah. They're like, no, this is horrible. This is not going to work. The reflection, the curtains are not going to stop. There's a bunch of terminology they're telling me. It's a similar kind of situation as the ID, which I was like, no, listen, I just need to see is there major issues, and they're like the low-hanging fruit that are fixable, and major holes I should be aware of, not like that's
$100,000 to upgrade.
To upgrade for what exact purpose?
The what, not why.
Yeah, exactly. The why, the focusing on the story and the content, on the why, and that actually I've experienced that unfortunately in the artistic realms too, which is like photography and videography, cinematography. It's interesting. I talk to photographers that are quote unquote experts, and it's always about so much of the focus is on the equipment behind the sensors and the lighting, and it's like, all right, but what about the feeling of the story you create visually?
The difference between a movie that's really well told and it doesn't have all the effects and everything versus maybe some of the superhero movies we see all the time, which is good luck, there's a story, but man, there's a lot of action and CGI.
Well, that's right, and there's also value to those, right? CGI,
sure.
Superhero.
You can tell a better story, but you have to have a good story to begin with.
Sure, exactly. But it's if you're focused on the story, I guess you need to start with a story. You need to start with a story, and if you bring in experts, they can often be detrimental, I guess, to the why. They're too good at doing the what.
Well, you can bring in experts for why. There's lots of experts for why. Too many times we get experts for what.
Yeah.
And then they only focus on the what. And so they come with the specs and feeds and the numbers and all the other stuff. But what you're really asking for is, I need somebody about the why and understanding what we're trying to get done here and fitting the what into that why.
Right. That's why I do think that one of the qualities that I really enjoy for people to work with is like humility for a particular problem you approach it. Basically, I don't know how to solve this, but we're going to figure it out. As opposed to, oh, I've solved this thing many times before. I know exactly what to do. Humility before the chaos. So having an open mind that this is going to require a totally new way of doing things is a really nice quality to see. You're one of the fascinating humans in the history of Silicon Valley. Steve is another one of those. So those two humans came together for a time to work together. What was it like working with Steve Jobs? What aspect of his behavior and personality, let's say, brought out the best in you?
Pushing, really pushing you, relentless on the details, challenging you for the right reason. It wasn't bullying, it wasn't demeaning. He would critique the work, not judge the person, at least not in front of them, or inside of it, in front of a group or anything like that. no, it's really that attention to detail. And when he would make a decision, when you make the first version of anything, something revolutionary, there are a lot of opinion-based decisions. And there's only one or two people, three people who hold those opinion-based decisions and what they should be. And when you have those opinions and you're trying to work with the team to implement those decisions, you have to really tell them why of those decisions. Just don't go do it, but why instead. So you can feel part of that decision. You can understand what were the trade-offs of the different other answers to that opinion, right? And say, this is the reason why we picked because it's this for the customer, or this for the overall story, what have you. So they felt really good because a lot of times most people want a data-driven decision. But with D1, you don't get data. Right? Maybe in a B2B you could a little bit because you can talk to customers, but you can't do that with a consumer product.
D1 version 1 B2B business to business versus what's the alternative?
Business to consumer. B2B. Yeah. Which defines yes, sure.
Yeah, so, and when you say data-driven decisions versus what?
Opinion-based decisions.
So like gut, you have to use, you don't have any,
you can't fall back on any data or any previous history to kind of inform you of what's going on, right? And so if you look at most companies who are paralyzed and cannot make new innovations and new products, it's because they're trying to turn, and this is what I saw at Philips, they're trying to turn opinion-based decisions into data-driven decisions so they don't lose their jobs. So if you look at management consulting is all about taking those opinion-based decisions, giving them to someone else to turn into data. It comes back to them and says they can blame the management consultant when something goes wrong, as opposed to it wasn't me, right? When you need to tell that story, you have to understand that, especially with B1, you need to be able to articulate those opinion-based decisions. You need to own them. And if you fail with some of them, you didn't get it right, you then own them and fix them and move on, right? Version 1 of the iPod wasn't perfect. Version 1 of the iPhone wasn't perfect. We got a lot of opinion-based decisions wrong. But as you go through it, because you got more data, V2, you had data on those original opinions, and then you were able to then modulate off of them, right? And you still have new opinions because those are differentiators that we call differentiators, the things that move the product forward in its evolution. But at the revolution stage, opinions, no data.
and so you have this discussion, you and Steve, and the whole in the stage and the whole team with opinions. And there you have to be harsh.
I wouldn't say harsh, but you have to be very determined, right? There are two real opinion-based decisions that happened on the iPhone. One was the keyboard. Should we have a hardware keyboard or should we have a virtual keyboard? The BlackBerry was the number one productivity messaging device of its time. It was called a Crackberry for a reason, because people loved it because it was easy to type and they could get their work done. But when you're saying we're going to move from that, everyone's talking about that in the market, and you say we're going to move to a virtual keyboard, and it's not going to work as well as the hardware keyboard, that's an opinion-based decision, right? Because the data is telling you all the best sales are over here. God, it takes guts. It takes guts, but you have to look at it from a different point of view. And this is how I learned to come to understand it, because I had been building, virtual keyboards before, and I knew, the goodness and the badness, right? But he was like, look, those are productivity devices. We're making it, ours is born out of an entertainment device and productivity, right? We need to show full screen video. We are going to have apps, we're not apps, but our apps, the Apple apps, because there were no apps yet, are going to take over the whole screen. You want a full screen web browser. You don't want one that's like half the device is just a keyboard. Maybe you don't need that keyboard in every instance. So we want that part of the screen to change based on the tool you may need it. And maybe it's just full view, right? So you have to go and understand it's a different type of device. Just because that's that and it's successful for that reason, the Crackberry for the keyboard, that's not the only thing you Let me give you another opinion-based decision that got turned around before chip. Steve said, no SIM slot. I don't want any slots. We're going to make it very pure. Johnny was like, of course, no slot. Johnny, and we all looked around and go, that doesn't work. You can't do that. Well, why does Verizon? And then he would always, and this is the magic of people, like when you said, no, that doesn't work, you go, well, why does Verizon not have any system? Right? They showed that you can do mobile phone with those lips. And you're like, okay, here we go. And so a few days later, we come back with, and so product marketing goes to the customer, engineering, we all come back with all the data showing how many data networks and mobile networks required SIM cards versus did not, and what the trends were, and we showed the data, and that killed brought back the SIM slot on that original iPhone, because we're like, because he was just like, we're going to tell AT&T to not use SIM, right? We're going to just tell them to do it differently, right? But we were like, if we want this thing to go anywhere around the world, you want to put that friction in. People are going to move from place to place. They have different SIMs because of the prices and all that stuff. You had to show all of that data, and then that opinion-based decision got turned to a data-driven decision, and the SIM slot obviously showed that. So those are two at the very same time, right? Opinion can hold, and so can data overrule opinion when data does exist for a people.
But at the end of the day, you don't know what the right answer is. Mm-hmm. So doing no SIM card slot may have been the right decision. We won't know because maybe that was the decision. Then, like maybe throughout Apple's history, he basically changed the tide of how technology is done.
Absolutely, I never know. Apple started Wi-Fi. People don't understand. Wi-Fi came out of it. There was no Wi-Fi in 2001. Apple started Wi-Fi, and then everyone else, got on board. If you look at now where we're going to phones without SIM slots because we have eSIM, right? And now the SIM slot's becoming legacy as a legacy port. That legacy port will probably be gone by 6, maybe 10 years. They'll be gone. I'm pretty sure of it. Because it's so much easier for carriers. They don't have to have physical things to go out, right? So right now it's just the early days. But it will happen, and it will go its way. It'll fall away. But it will take time. You just couldn't do it back then.
So timing is essential here, but at the end of the day, it's opinions. And that's what the genius is. Sometimes the data tells you one thing, but the data, at the end of the day, does represent the past.
Exactly.
And the future may be different than the past, though. Sometimes there's wisdom in the past, and sometimes it's actually representing something that should be overcome. And progress looks like leaving that stuff behind. Like the headphone jack,
right?
I mean that when different folks get rid of the headphone jack, boy, that I would love to be a fly on the wall of those discussions.
We had that. Oh, that was a discussion that happened almost every year.
Yeah.
That was every year. Should we get rid of headphone jacks on the iPod? Right? When are wireless headsets going to happen? Right? And it took years to build all the right protocols, the chips, all those things to make the experience that is the AirPods today. Right? To say have the confidence, Bluetooth was good, but it wasn't Apple-like. So that is like we got to make our own chips, we got to make our own software stack. Now we have the confidence to remove the headphone jack and actually make you pay $200 more for your iPhone that you were just paying because it's a headphone jack. Now we've grown our revenue, we've given a new experience to the user, right? And ta-da, it's magic. And now it's the world's transformed to everyone, moving to that, right? But it took years to understand the problem, develop the technology, and not just rush it to market to get a half experience, but to get it right and refine it, then ship it. And only then, after it was like 4 or 5 years of development, just like the M1 processor, right? That was a work from 2008, right? Grinding away, then saying, okay, now we have the confidence of doing our own silicon for all the iPhones and iPods, iPads and such. Now we're going to turn to the map and make sure we have the best processor, right? Not just that we have the best integrated efficiency, and then popping it out, and then it feels seamless. It's magic. There were no, as far as I could tell, unless you were real esoteric drivers or something like that, it just worked. It was magic. Like the transition, it was not even a speed bump. It was not even a crack in the road.
So perhaps famously, Steve had a bit of a temper. Steve Jobs. Would you say his particular personality in this aspect was destructive or destructive in the process of shaping these opinion-based ideas?
So in film, I write a chapter called Assholes.
Yes, and you lay out beautifully the types of assholes, and maybe you could speak to the constructive or destructive types of assholes.
So there's really two delineations that I found, real fundamental, and that is again the why. Why do I feel this person is an asshole? Okay, they might not be. I feel this is a person who's an asshole. Are they motivated by their ego, or are they motivated by their mission? Something they're trying to do that and doing in service of something else, right? Sometimes those lines can be blurry, but it's usually pretty clear. When it's ego motivated, it's clear they're just trying to get up in the ranks, push people down, shove people aside. I think we saw a president do that on the stage once. I'm me, and I'm the guy, right? And I'm going to prove it by pushing everyone away and being nefarious or what have you. Either passively aggressive or aggressively aggressive. They're doing it by themselves. There's another one, which is someone who's so attentive to detail and unrelenting that they're trying to get the right things to the customer or in service of their mission, and they want to make sure we fulfill those things, right? And they really care. They don't micromanage all the details. They micromanage the details where the customer touches the customer in some way. People who work with those types of people who are unrelenting and push you and might make you upset, a lot of times it's a knee-jerk reaction to go, they are an asshole. Get off my back. You're an asshole. Right? And you're protecting your ego. Because what's happening is that person is usually pushing you beyond your boundaries. They see something that we can do or you can do that you're just either not wanting to do for whatever reason. You're not confident in that. You're like, I don't want to take extra time. Saying, no, we need to get that done and pushing you. Okay? And so when we came to those areas, it wasn't just a one-on-one. It could be Steve against the team going, we need glass instead of plastic on the front face of the iPhone. And we're going to do that. And we're like, God, And so we did it. And he pushed us because he didn't know all the details, but he could see in our minds that we're like, we could probably, but man, it's really putting us at risk. And we laid out the risk for him. And he's like, I'm willing to take those risks. We'll do that. We're like, we might be 3 months late. He's like, this is so important. You need to stay on time. But it would be all the time, push, push, push. It reminds me of like kids growing up and me growing up. When your parents push you to make you grow beyond your boundaries, your personal boundaries. You're like, God damn it, I'm sad. But they do it for the right reasons. Now let's see. It's not bullying. It's not about bullying. It's not about demeaning. It's about either pushing you to another part of the mission that needs to get done, or it's about critiquing your work, but not judging you.
Well, there's a lot to say there. So one, it's fascinating. It's really fascinating, and you laid out a very nice picture, but it does feel like there's some gray areas, which is why it makes all this very complicated. So one question I have for you in terms of glass on that one, how important is it that, like Steve in that case, is right? Because I could argue each side. It seems like one sense, just having a strong vision and opinion is already going to make everybody grow, even if it turns out to be the wrong. As long as you are sort of standing your ground, um, Napoleon invading Russia or something in the winter, like it's just not going to get good.
They're good, right?
It's not a good idea, but I'm going to hold to that. And then once you decide to go all in, and then from that, even if the whole team knows it's the wrong decision, just sticking by it, powering through, you will learn through the pain. Like everybody will learn. So that's one side. The other is maybe the asshole, the vision-driven asshole, gets to be more and more of an asshole if they have a track record of through that process having built people up, having made the correct decisions. They can't. They're not allowed to be an asshole.
They're in rare air and no one can challenge them. Right. Steve was never that. That's the great thing. He was never unchallengeable. You could challenge him. Now this is the plastic glass story is a perfect example of this. So at the beginning of the project, well before we were going, we had always had these things about plastic front iPods, these kinds of things, these scratches. So we said, we're going to have a glass or a plastic cover for the display, because the display was glass. We argued back and forth about glass versus plastic, and then we all landed together on plastic. Okay? The original decision was plastic. And the reasons were, okay, we don't want to make a mistake, glass can break, people drop them all the time, so we don't want to have a fragile device, because you're going to be using even more than a music phone, right? You're going to hold it in your head, put it in your pocket. So we went down the road with plastic. When it was shown, when the product was shown at Mac World in 2007, the first time, that was plastic. We had just enough of them in the field at the time. We started seeing light scratches on plastic. Reviewers didn't have the device yet because it was behind glass. If you remember 2007, the Jesus phone goes up, and no one could even touch them. You could just look at it in this beautiful museum quality box, like it came from the future or whatever, the past. It was like, you just looked, and that was all you got. But then people said, well, what screen is what covers on that? Reviewers do better. It's plastic. And they were like, really? And so there was enough of a doubt there. And then when we started to do it, and then Steve changed the frame of reference of the question or of the result of what the customer was saying. He was like, if we designed it with plastic and it's in their pocket all the time and it gets scratched by coins, lightly scratched or by keys or something like that, that is a design problem. We need to fix the problem. That was our bad. If they go off and drop it, or even slightly drop it, and it cracks, it's the customer's fault. And they have less likelihood to complain. Yes, they'll complain, but they're part of that failure.
Yes. Oh, that's fascinating.
And then
It's true for that.
right, because then they were part of why it failed. Whereas the design, they didn't do anything wrong. It was just sitting in their pocket. It's scratching, and it's normal use. Abnormal use, then drop it, and we're like, oh, now we get it. And so we all moved to that mindset when you frame the problem and the solution in that way versus the original framing where we all landed on plastic. So, and then he was unrelenting on that, but we all had moved. And we had moved mindset and we understood the why. And we marshaled together. And then by the end of June, and it was crazy, the mechanical product design team, sourcing, all of us, all the partner warning, pulled together to make that happen because it was the right reason, right? So this, you look at these stories and you hear just the top line rumors and the takeaways, but that's not usually how it all happened. It was like one leader was, that's not how people. Now I've seen leaders who were just pounding, and just had no real empathy for the team and understanding the why. It is the way I want it, right? I am the supreme leader. That wasn't like that.
He just had a very strong opinion.
Very strong opinion,
but it was challengeable.
It was challengeable, and if you came with the right thing, you could modulate that. But you had to come with a team. It couldn't just be you. It had to become a team and data and to overcome, because it was a very strong opinion.
And there's personal quirks of character, like you said.
Bad days and good days.
Bad days and good. So there's also the three options you said. You notice the third option is always going to be the one that's picked. Those kinds of idiosyncrasies. And that brings up another thing. You said challenge the idea, not the person. I'm somebody who has I have a temper. I use colorful language and so on when I'm on teams I work. In my private life, I'm much calmer and so on. But when I get really passionate with engineering teams, and
I've been called an asshole.
I am distinctly aware that you cross lines often. There's like levels, right?
Sure.
You could. It has to do with language and how language is heard. So, for example, you could say a lot of stuff to me. You could swear. You could say stuff that sounds first like I don't know, Lex. Sometimes I think you're the dumbest human on the face of the earth. I don't know. This sounds very personal, right? But I'm not going to take that personally. I understand what's being said. And then I also notice that there's other people that take stuff more personally. And this has to do with teams and figuring out, like, okay, who's going to take certain words personally and not. And, that's what makes a great coach, a great leader. I'm not, you have to like, factor all that in. But there's something about being an asshole and being passionate, really driven, that sometimes you do cross lines. And I don't know what to do with that, because it feels like it comes with the territory. Like it seems like you can't just have a perfectly optimized.
No, absolutely not. We're humans.
Yeah.
We're humans. We don't have a program. Everyone's programmed the same way to react the same way to given stimulus, right? So, you said, I don't know if this is a real example, but you said, oh, you're the dumbest human on earth or whatever. I would never say that. Absolutely never. And if someone said that to me or I saw someone else say that to another person on the team, absolutely not. That is not allowed, because that's judging someone. You may be heated, and you can get heated, you can say it in your intonation, but to then try to put a label on it and put a label on a person, that is not allowed. So if you let that kind of culture happen, and it becomes somewhat, sometimes it's in jest, you have to be very much in jest, and those two people have to have a really good working relationship. But other than that, I'm sorry, it's going to be a lot more, you could say, aseptic in that way, that you're not going to add that stuff in, but you can do it with all other types of ways without saying that, because then people who do react to that kind of language and don't have those shields, because they might not have that certain confidence level that you do, and you can just brush it off. That can be very cancerous, because people that mean that, and then they see, oh, that's the right way to be. You got to snuff that out, and you got to be that. You got to be that change or that model that you want to show the team.
Yes, it's too. Even if it doesn't affect me, it's going to affect a significant enough fraction of brilliant people where that shouldn't be part of the culture.
Exactly, and other people see that happen, and then, oh, I guess that's acceptable, right? Just like politics in the workplace, is that acceptable or not? I call it out exactly when I see it in front of everyone, right? Because it's just another ego-driven thing. You have to set the tone as a leader for what you want your organization to be and how it gets reflected in the world. And you have to uphold that. And you can have an excursion outside of that, but you have to go back and say, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You have to go and apologize, heal, and say, I was not the person I wanted to be that day. I'm really sorry. And even in front of the team. And have that humility and say, we're all human here. And just because I'm the leader doesn't mean I don't make mistakes.
So have self-awareness, apologize.
Exactly.
And that's also part of culture. Yeah. How are you different from Steve as a leader and designer? So you've spoken about sort of what made you stronger, which is he was able to challenge, he was able to push you to bring out the best.
Well, I come from the technical angle, right? I deep technology, software, hardware, systems thinking, implementation, all that stuff. So I have a different bent. He wanted to be an engineer, started, but really was much better at all the other things, the storytelling, the interfacing, and being the voice of the customer, or being that product marketer, right, that we talked about. I grew into being the product marketing and marketing. He came really out the other way, right, and never got really deep technical. So that's two different mindsets. And one's not better or worse. It's just that they take all kinds and all kinds of great design.
Did it manifest itself differently than the fact that you came from those different places? How do like what? So like the discussion about glass and iPhone probably had a different flavor to it.
Sure. When you started getting into the technical details, enough so that you're getting the third order technical details, and he can't argue with that anymore. And at some point, he's like, okay. At some point, he's like, I can't win this war. And he learned that very early on because he didn't like the way the look of the Macintosh board, the PCB, was laid out. He wanted it to be beautiful on the outside and on the inside. It's like, why are all these wires running this way? Why doesn't it have all this symmetry? And we have to make it beautiful on the inside, and even the traces on the board have to look a certain way. Yeah. So the teams made the board they knew that would work, and then they made the board that the way Steve wanted it, and that didn't work. And then Steve instantly figured out, like, at some point, don't micromanage every single detail. There's some things he doesn't know enough about, so you get out of that. But that was one of those instances where he pushed really hard, and that's his opinion. So they said, okay, we're going to make it a data-driven decision, and we're going to make both. We're going to show you the results, right? And then from there, he didn't get into those details. So from that, you could have a great challenge, right? Because then you could get those data and say, we can't do that, and let me show you why. Or we can do that. And then Steve would go, you can't do that. And you're like, oh, we can do that. Let me show you. Right? So there's certain times when you're like bringing something to reality that he didn't think could exist. Right? So it was always that creative tension, that interaction that was so successful, right? I think, but there was one other fundamental thing and that it graded on the team, and that I made sure and I learned from to not do, and I maybe overdo now in the opposite direction, which is when there's a great idea that comes from the team, acknowledge that person and go, that is a great idea. As a leader, that's getting driven. That's a great idea. Let's build on that. Let's see if that can do that. Or it's a great idea, but not for now. Put it aside. But call out when people have great ideas because it's infectious. And that means maybe not ideas that bubble up to the customer level, but inside the organization. People they get rewarded for their ideas and think that's a great one. Steve was always like, you give an idea, and he would go, I don't know. The next day, 24 hours later, it would come back with slight modifications. I've had this genius idea, right? And sooner or later, we'd look around the table and we'd roll our eyes and go, here we go again.
So it demotivates you from generating ideas a little bit.
Yeah, well, we got used to it, but later on in the team, we was just not. It doesn't want to bring the best, right? Because if you're always the reaction is never that's a genius idea. It was always it was either negative or neutral, right?
Yeah.
Then it doesn't have that same emotional effect that you want you to bring your best.
Yeah. Sometimes it's fun to get excited about it. Yeah. You kind of build on top excitement, but coupled with sort of harshness when the idea is bad, you call out the bad ideas too. So it's the good and the bad.
Oh, you can say you don't have to say bad idea. You say maybe not now. Let's table that for later. Let's discuss it. Or say that's a decent idea, but did you think about that idea this way? Not just no or yes, but let's talk about why that might not be applicable in this case, so that they can learn. So the next time they bring the next idea, they can modulate and understand and start seeing through the opinion-based decision makers or the database and bring better formatted arguments or ideas, so that you have better chance of success the next time.
Yeah.
Right? You got to train through those moments. You got to teach those or teach people.
Teach performance. I aspire to be that kind of person. I'll It's emotion. But I call out the really shitty ideas.
But you call it a really great one.
Yeah.
If you let the pendulum swing both ways, then everybody goes in balance. There's always one way. Why bring any idea?
I'm all about the pendulum.
Right? You gotta have both. The joy and the pain.
Pain all the time. So you mentioned the glass and the iPhone. So you wanted to not just the iPhone, not just us. You wanted to keep figures in the creation of the iPhone. What's the interesting aspect? What's the good, the bad, and the ugly of the origin story of the iPhone? Again, this is a Netflix series that spans multiple seasons. But
Change my flight, please.
yeah, what wisdom, what interesting memories you have from the finding? So, yeah, the pain and the joy that was foundational to the iPod. All the CDs you have to lug around. Um, what was the pain and the joy and the vision of the iPhone in your mind and the mind of the team, Steve's mind, and so on?
Well, there's multiple pains. You have to also look. There's not just customer pain, but there's business pain. Okay, it's about the business. So Apple now is getting out of that place where it was in 2001. Now people are starting to pay attention. Apple's starting to get in the culture again, becoming relevant. Cash is starting to flow. iPod is 60% of that, of the revenue, total revenue of Apple. You're on 85% market share. You're starting to get a wind at your back. You got confidence. Like Apple had been beaten down since probably the first time the Mac, it was a beaten company ever since the Mac. So we're talking 15 years at that point, right? This is the first time you're seeing, and Steve would proudly came in front of us and said, today I can tell you, all the employees, we are now out of debt. We paid off our debt. It was a joyous moment for him, right? And then ultimately for our team, because no more debt, wonderful, right? So now what you have is you have this successful thing changing the face of Apple, and you hear these heavy stomping footsteps of the mobile phone industry. Boom. And it's the feature phones, the deck. They're adding cameras. They're adding color display. They're seeing the success of the iPod Pro. That's just music. We have some storage. We can load music on our phones, and we can do what the iPod does, plus more. So, yeah, right? And you're like, and how many hundreds of millions of them are being sold at that point? It wasn't billions yet, but it was still, 100 million, 200 million a year. iPod hadn't gotten there. It was 420, 450 million, something like that. So now you're like, okay, what are we going to do about this, Goliath who wants to take our lunch, right? The schoolyard bully. And so, there was one, let's partner with them. So iTunes Music Store was there. All of these phones are going to need music. So they can come to the iTunes Music Store and get that music for those phones. Because it wasn't just about the hardware player at that point. It was about the software that you needed on the desktop and the content that you needed to download. So now Apple had multiple legs of the stool, as Steve would always refer to it. So now the mobile phone industry, okay, we're going to work with them. They are going to make an iPod shuffle, basically, inside of a phone, can have 99 songs total, and they're going to come to our store, and you're going to, I was like, okay, great. It's all going to be well good. And that became the Motorola Rocket Phone. Apple and Motorola getting together, it's going to be software on this smartphone, or not smartphone, but feature phone, to hook to iTunes to get your music. It wasn't even downloadable over a cloud, or that wasn't available yet. So they have duty data network shit. It was a disaster from the beginning. Two different cultures, two different types of leadership styles. Not necessarily the most competent engineers on the other side, and it turned out to be an absolute horrible disaster. I watched the pain because luckily I didn't have to be part of it. I watched the pain on Jeff Robbins' face each time we would meet, and we'd be like, these guys are just, like, really? Do we have to do this, Steve? And he's like, we're contractual obligated. And when it came out on stage and Steve showed it, it was maybe a 1 minute. Steve loves those extended, 2 minute kind of thing, and he literally threw that phone out of his hand as fast as he could, right? Because it was horrible. So there was the pain of we're not going to partner. So if we can't partner with these guys, we have to become one of them to actually compete, to save the thing that is bringing Apple from that 15 years of delay, right? So then from that, we were made a prototype of an iPod Plus phone, a classic with, it was an iPod, but it had a phone inside with all the music and all the other stuff. And you use your headset, wired headset, to do the audio, right? There was another project at the same time because we were doing videos in the iTunes Music Store, iTunes Video Store, for music videos and movies, and it would be a full screen iPod. So instead of the classic, the way you know it, it would be full screen, and it would have a virtual click wheel. You'd have a virtual, like single touchscreen that you could scroll, right? Think of maybe an iPhone like that, right? And then there was a third project going on. Not in those two were going on in my team, but the third project going on was the multi-touch screen technology to drive a Mac tablet. And so that Mac tablet, that touchscreen technology, there was just way too much you had to change on the software and everything to be able to use a tablet, right? We see this all the time. Like people are like, there's not enough tablet apps today that are modified for tablets. They're just phone apps that are thrown out, right? So then there would just be Mac touch stuff. So you'd have to have a whole developer community. That probably wasn't the best place to take that technology first. So you take that technology, married with the full screen iPod, and the phone stuff we were working on, the iPod phone with a rotary dial was just like a rotary phone. We couldn't make that interface work well for data info. You put those three together, and now we're those three things that then created the form, or the technology and the form inside what would become the iPhone, married with a bunch of low-level software from the iPod and manufacturer software and drivers and communication stuff, combined with a very reduced Frankenstein Mac OS. And I mean that the best, right? It means it wasn't Mac OS just changed a little. It was totally, things were hacked out, changed, and new code was inserted, and it really was a whole set of things from all different places to make that first iPhone OS. And then there was another team working on the apps, and then another team working on the design of how it looked overall between all that stuff. So all of those things came together to create what we know as the first generation iPhone.
And those are all probably fascinating engineering challenges, correct? And great teams like creating Frankenstein OS. That's fascinating because you're simplifying, but then you're just pulling different stuff, and you're basically inventing. And you're probably not thinking of it that way, but a new era of computing, a new kind of computer. It really is Frankenstein.
Right. And you didn't have to run Mac software. If you look at some of the other smartphones of the time, like Mac Windows and stuff, they were like, we need to make sure it runs Excel and it runs Word or something like that in some reduced thing. This was like, no. This was born out of entertainment. So we didn't have to go and take all the same applications, all those other ones was about compatibility. This was about a whole new way of being.
What did you think about the Steve Jobs presentation of the iPhone? The first iPhone,
phone, internet communicator, and the iPod in your
phone. Yeah, they're going to sort of present, announcing 3 new products, kind of thing, and then saying that it's all in one. Just this is a good example of sort of historic presentations of the products. Clearly, there's like some showmanship that works. Some reason it works. It doesn't always work. It often doesn't work. But it did, in this case, it often did for Steve. How did that feel? What part of the design process was that presentation? You know what I mean? Like from the early, because you said to consider the why, the press release, at the very
exactly. Steve was doing that the entire time. He was working on that story from day one. He was pitching us this, and then this, and then he would look at our faces because most people wouldn't, at least if you're working for him, That is like they say that is the laziest form of storytelling possible for marketing. Right?
Yeah.
Right? But it was the best one because it was all those pains. It was like, I want my iPod, but I want my communication, and I want my internet browsing because I want it on the go so I can look up things because it was information. And when you were on the road, you had a laptop, you had an iPod, and you had a phone and you had to carry all of these things with you at once. Now we're going to solve that pain for you and put it all together. So he was just showing you the pain of doing that virus without going, it's now in this one magical thing. And he could come up and massively tell that story because he told it almost every day to all of these people inside, very quietly. And then it was just, right? It was like a Tony Award-winning play that had been worked on for 10 years.
But also the human came through. The timing.
It was all that.
Yeah.
And of course, he was dramatic at certain points, and he would raise his voice and a wry smile or whatever.
Right. That's
He was
right.
all those touches. He was an actor as well as a story.
Yeah.
But it was the truth, right? The truth came through. It was a non-fiction story. And then he added those personal flourishes on top of it for dramatic effect. It was amazing.
So there's a designer you mentioned, Johnny Ad. You both are brilliant designers, great human beings. There were some battles fought in the distant past between the two of you. Looking back, what is the positive characteristics of Johnny that made you a better person and designer? Having worked with him?
Watching the process that the design team that Johnny led. I don't know where, because that was over years. I didn't see all of those things. But watching the design process of really, because it was really a team that was about material. It was about form. It was about colors. It was about these physical characteristics. When we talked about this earlier, was design. What is design? Design's everything. Okay. So what they were really focused on was form, how the feel was, how it looked, the aesthetics, the physical aesthetics. And going through that process, I learned so much about how to do colors, how to do materials, how to think deeply about curves, right, and shadows, and how it would look not just in your hand, but how it would look in the photograph you're going to take from market, right?
So how it would look, how it would feel.
All of it. It was all of those physical things around that, and watching the process to get there. That was enlightening, right? It opened my mind to go, oh, okay. Just like there's a process for all these other things. It wasn't just magic and you say, there it is. It was really a process of refinement, of opening the funnel at the beginning and refining down over time to get to that final and selecting and doing the selection. And certain times there were opinion-based design. Yeah, but a lot of data-driven design of what can we deliver in volume, what can we do different things. So you always had these constraints that you had to work with them. And sometimes they and the team, not just guys, would say, we need this. And we're like, we can't deliver that. But maybe we were able to work together to find different design characteristics and different implementation characteristics that could get to that point without what they were describing. And instead of yes, no, let's find some other way to solve the problem together.
Yeah, and I've seen this in several companies I've more closely interacted with, like Tesla as an example. Sometimes, talking about curves, sometimes it's very painful on the engineering side to deliver a very specific kind of absolute thing. And one question that comes up in my mind is like, well, how far should we go to try to deliver a tiny adjustment in the curve, in the curvature, or in whatever the form factor is, in the color of the material, or in the cost is like 10x to deliver, not financially, but just in effort. Like how many curves, you're designing basic ideas, you're like platonic form kind of thing, not always grounded to like how much pain is going to be involved in delivering this, but that's as you should perhaps. But then, if you're always thinking about the pain required to deliver this thing, you'd be too conservative. You wouldn't do the wild ideas.
Oh, right, exactly. But you have to understand again the why behind it. And at Nest, when we had limited resources, putting a screwdriver in the box, a custom designed screwdriver in the box, was born out of those experiences that I had at Apple and seeing how you can create something that's emotional. It's part of marketing. It's part of the product experience overall, even though it seems extraneous. I went back and made the design team and the mechanical team change some curves on the Nest Protect, the smoke and CO detector we did at Nest, after they had already tooled it. And I said, they're saying it's cost more. I said, it doesn't look right. There is but they're like, oh, well, I said, no, you're going to go back and you're going to make that change. I told you needed to do it. We had a better looking model. That is going to get done. I know it's going to be a terrible cost to you, but we already had this discussion, and that's the way it's going to have to be. And I'm sorry, but it is what it is. And, because it's better for the customer and it looks better in the pictures and all that other stuff. And then we did it, and it was great. And everyone agreed it was great at the end, but it was pain to get there. Those are where those little details are where the magic comes out, right? And if you don't take those pains and put in the love, the customer is going to feel they're either going to feel the pain or they're going to feel the love if you put it in, right? So it depends on how much time and effort you want to put into something and what really matters to you, and so how you communicate what you do.
We're human beings after all. Is there something you've learned from sort of the tensions that are natural or that happen in teams when they're passionate and they're trying to solve these problems? Is that the way of life? And there's the humor drama. Is that always going? It is what it is? Does that make you better? Actually, the drama, the tension between personalities and all that kind of stuff.
Look, a roller coaster ride without ups and downs is no fun. It's the journey. It's the journey that brings out the best in everyone. We're forged. We're tempered by those experiences. Not all the ups, but also the downs. And that's when you get the humanity and the connection. And we can tell these stories so we're blue in the face and smile every time because we did something together that each of us couldn't do apart. But when it comes together, that's where all the emotions happen. And that's where, if it's born out of the right reasons and the right story and the right way, that's where the magic happens. Not just for the customer, but for how it transforms each person who is working on it. And they will never forget those experiences in their life, positively and negatively, that happened at the time. But they look back, and it's only positive because they did something that mattered.
Yet another brilliant idea that you brought to life is Nest thermostats and the big umbrella of Nest. Again, as part of this Netflix series, season 3, what was the most memorable, the most painful, the most insight-leading challenge you had to overcome with Nest to life?
Well, the first thing for me was making someone care about their service. Right? No one considers it. They never had any customer choice. They didn't install it. They usually don't even use it because it's so complicated or what have you. They bitch at it. They hide it in the corner, and then they just pay the bill, right? Or whatever it is, right? It's totally unloved, unconsidered, right? So how do you wake up, like I said, the virus of doubt? How do you wake that up and get people going? Remember every day when you go in and it's like you're just frustrated, and then you get the bill and you pay the bill. So you have to do that. So that was one thing. I think the other big one was not delivering. It was all of it was hard, right? It was constrained. We had only so much stuff. We were bootstrapped. We didn't have massive funding. We didn't get hundreds of millions of dollars. But we did it for the right reasons. But I think the other big part of it was not just building a disruptive product, because a lot of the people take that product from the end of the production line and get it into the customer's hand, because there was no retail or customer choice in thermostats. No one even, it was never considered purchasing. They never thought they had choice. Some guy, usually in suspenders and a butt crack, told them, looked around, looked at their house and said, looks like somebody who's got is well-to-do. This thermostat is not going to cost you $350. Thank you very much. And you're like, I'll take whatever you give me, right? And then it goes into another house that's worth $100, just the same damn thing, right? So there's no price transparency. There was no choice. You just got what you were given. So how do you go and this was an entrenched industry. That's why there was no innovation, because it was doing just fine because every house needed them. All the installers were programmed by the product deliverers by bonuses and bonuses to say you're going to only carry our product, and if you sell this many, you're going to get a free trip to Hawaii, right? And for these guys who install, I get a free trip to Hawaii. That's a dream for them, right? So this whole channel was fully controlled by the product guys, and it was almost monopolistic. So how do you go around that? So creating a disruptive go-to-market channel. One was direct to consumer, right? And all the marketing that was necessary to get that message across. Another one was getting the installation right. No one was self-installing thermostats. So how do we get enough people who are early adopters to be able to self-install them confidently, so they didn't still have to call the guy to come and install it, because then he would say, this is a crap product. No, I got the much better product, right? So you got to get rid of that. And then ultimately, how do you get the people who were not just early adopters, but people who need to see it and touch it before they bought it? How do you get that into retail when the large brands at the time of thermostats, Home Depot and Lowe's, had contracts that they couldn't bring in any other brand? They were owning the channel all the way where there was any sort of slight customer choice. It was really contractor choice more than it was end consumer choice. So all of that had to be innovated along with the product. And so to me, that was a huge challenge and something I had never done, most of us had never done, and we had to create. That was as much of the project as actually delivering the product itself.
So it turned out to be a giant hit. And it was acquired by Google for $3.2 billion. As a founder and leader, just out of curiosity, in these cases of acquisition, is it always a good thing? Is there any part of you and the team that considers saying no?
Or we considered saying no all the way along the process, right? We'd all been in big companies before. We knew what it was like, and the politics and all that other stuff. And what I came to learn, especially from Philips, because Philips was it was 375,000 people. It was massive company, right? And tons of politics. And I was like, do we want to go back into that work? Because I had so many negative experiences from that. But then going to Apple, which was not big, but it was big enough that it could have all these dynamics. But then when you saw a leader rise up and get rid of those dynamics or not allow many of them to flourish, and you're like, oh, with the right leadership, this can be a beautiful marriage, right? And so for 4 months, we were working together with Google to make sure that we had the right leadership and we were going to be in the right environment, that it felt right. So that happened. It absolutely happened. We worked on all the details. We didn't even talk about price. We were talking about how's the brand going to work? Who's the team going to work with? How are we going to get IP? How are we going to do exchanges? How are we going to get budgets and all that stuff? That we worked through all of that before we actually sealed any kind of deal, because they were already invested in the company. So we already knew, they knew relatively where the end point was for the price. So working through all those prerequisites, I knew that as a individual product company that was trying to create a platform, no investors were going to invest in a platform that could take 3-4 years and many, many hundreds of millions of dollars to build without all kinds of new products at the same time. And products that we were having, which were successes, but they weren't even break even yet, right? We were still developing. So how are we going to get more people to fund all of these things and this platform really want to create. Because my worry, and I've seen this many times in Silicon Valley, is these small startups have bravado and they say, I'm going to take on the big guy, right? With a platform. But when those platform guys show up and Apple says they're going to get in the home, at the time nobody cared. They were curiously, they're curious, what's next? Yeah. But Apple wasn't in the market, Google wasn't in the market yet, Amazon wasn't there, Microsoft, Samsung, they were all just serious. Right?
Yeah.
And I had watched, if you said, I'm going to go challenge them and I'm going to build a platform, and then they all of a sudden, one by one, go, oh, well, we're building a platform. We're building a platform. They flooded you to death, fear, uncertainty down, and the developers run away, and you can't make this platform. So I'm like, before the landscape gets changed on us, because we're attracting so much attention, they announce something, we need to change the landscape on them. Let's go to the best place where we can build out the platform, have the right leadership behind it, to help us grow this thing into what the vision it should be. And that's what we believe we were doing with the Google acquisition.
Is it possible to take on the platform? So you said there's a lot of startups with bravado and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Doesn't mean that James Joyce, when he was 20, said, I'm going to be the greatest writer of the 20th century before he wrote anything of value. One of them looks like they actually write. Yeah, this modern world. So first of all, people should definitely get your book built as just this giant number of advice on this exact question of how to build cool things, how to build a startup, how to all the different stages of that team and hire.
It's mostly human nature. It's not technical. It's mostly human nature behind it.
It turns out, Charles all the way down, that's human at the bottom. Yes, so is it possible to build startups and take on the big guys, whatever that is, of the modern era? So for now, it's these platforms of Apple, Google, but I don't even know, Meta, I guess, called now. Is it possible to take them on?
Absolutely. But you don't take them on their safe turf. You take them on the turf they're going to want to have in the future. Right? Spotify is a platform. It started as an application, is now a platform. Right? Think of WeChat. Think of all the super apps out there that are now wallets and delivery services and travel services and transportation services, all within an app. They've innovated in a different level, in a different space that the platform companies weren't, right? Or Google was an app. It was an app company. It was solving search, and then it became a platform company. Apple was solving personal computing, and then it became, or iPhone was doing, solving internet browsing, all that stuff, and then it became a platform company when the App Store was out. If you look at it, there's no such thing as building a platform company. You build a great app first, and then you can expand it and have the right to become a platform.
Your whole book is just a bunch of advice to young people. But let me ask,
And older people.
an old quote, everyone is young at heart. And if you're not, you should be. So what, in terms of picking a career, that's at this point, what advice would you give to a person on how to pick a career?
What is it you want to learn? And who is it you want to learn from? Just like you pick a university. You're like, I want to go here for this expertise. I've heard about these programs, especially graduate studies. You go for a certain program with a certain set of people. Why don't you do that when it comes to a job? You just don't go, or in a career. You just don't go and say, I just want to go work at Google, or I just want to work at Apple. You want to go to a certain team with a certain set of people and work with them on something that you're really curious about and you want to learn about.
That's such, I just wanted to comment that it's such a subtle but a brilliant framing. Just ask the question, what do I want to learn? And then see what career path is going to maximize that. That's so interesting.
It's the first question I ask anyone who interviews. When I say I'm going to bring somebody on the team, first question is, what do you want to learn? I don't want the expert, like we talked about earlier, so I'm the expert in this. You're going to hire me as the expert. We're doing something new. You're not an expert because we're not an expert either. What is it you want to learn?
And on the topic of learning, what is the best way to learn? What starting you go into this new place, into this new world, into maybe D1. You said you're building D1. I mean, the whole world is full of D1s or D0s where you put D1 to come along, zero to one. What's the process? What that look like? What's the process of learning? How?
Well, let me put a framing and then we'll talk about that last. I have now looking back, especially writing this book, I have a version 1 of myself, a version 2, a version 3, a version 4. I had a lot of opinions about myself and what I wanted to do. Sometimes those opinions, for certain people, those opinions are formed and they get the data from their parents. And they go do what their parents told them to do or their surroundings. My opinions was like, I want to go learn this. I'm curious about that. I made the 0 to 1 move. And then over time, by doing, I was refining those things and learning what I was really curious about, what I was really good about, because I was getting data. And then I was like, then I had another set of opinions to create version 2 of it. And then I would go and do it. So it's learning by doing. Starting with the opinion, you're not going to get any back. Most people are like, where do I make the most money for my position? They're trying to start with data. Start with the why. What's your curiosity? What do you want to learn? And then follow that. I took the lowest job on the totem pole at General Magic because I wanted to get in there to work with the right team. I didn't even know what they were doing, right? But I thought it felt right? I was barely living above the poverty line working there, 80 hours a week because it was so amazing to learn, just like a college student, right? That's what I was doing. And then and then I learned more from that, and then changed those opinions into data, and then I found other opinions. And so it's the same thing, but it was by doing, right? The way you find out what you want to do in life is by figuring out what you don't want to do.
And the only way you find that out is by doing
a bunch of stuff and refining it.
That's hilarious. Yeah, that's brilliant. So in terms of the career path of leaping into the startup world and launching a startup, what does it take to successfully found a startup, to have a chance to succeed? And maybe how do you decide to take that leap? Is there sort of having been part of many D1s, many of some of the most successful D1s ever, what's it take to take that leap? Maybe leave your job and cushy job with a company and do this stuff.
What does it take? It takes belief in yourself. That's the first thing. Belief that you can do it. But hopefully with mirrors or mentors around you or coaches around you to make sure you know you're not crazy. It's a crazy smart idea, but you're not crazy and you're just working on something as a lone bad man or woman. Well, you have a great idea, and like I said, great ideas chase you. You can in this world, there are so many people who have more ideas than they have time to implement. I used to be like that. I would oh my God, this idea, and then you try to do all of them. But the best ideas are the ones that you can really focus on, and you shut out all those other things, and you bring them other ideas into the thing you're trying to do. So I try to run away from a great idea, and then it stalks you. Yeah. It hunts you down because you're like, that's going to have this problem. I'm going to put it aside, and then all of a sudden, a few days later, I think I know how to solve that problem. Or I talk to somebody, and you're just always kind of niggling around the edges of it, and then at some point it's like it becomes like this black hole that just sucks you in. You're like, I can't think about anything else but this. It's almost like a relationship in the world, right? When you have it with a person, you find your partner. Hey, something, and then you're kind of and then all of a sudden it comes together, right? It's kind of like that.
Ultimately, it's you. See, I'm different. Dive right in.
I used to do that too. I used to dive right in. But I learned that you need
More
time
effective to run away from
to run away from it, and so it chases you because it makes you think harder about that story.
This is not dating advice. We're talking about but ultimately, he says so you have to achieve a focus on it. But you also said to believe in yourself. It's not necessarily in the idea of the human that believe in the human being.
You have to believe in yourself and the idea that you have. Because if you don't have that belief, then you can't project that to other people to say, join the team.
Let me ask you. You mentioned mentors. And you talked about having had incredible mentors in your life. You're also a mentor to a very large number of people. What does it take to find a mentor? How do you find a great mentor?
Usually they also find you.
Is it like with the idea?
No. No, what happens is you're in the right, you have a community around you, okay? And because you've been building a network, because you can't do it alone. So you have to create this network around you and of relationships that is not transactions, but relationships over time that you really cherish and people you talk to, okay? And you share vulnerable or nascent ideas with or crazy opinions with, and then you argue them through. But you start to see resonate, and it's not about age. It's just about this connection, right? I have mentors. Obviously, when I was young, all my mentors were older, and as I get older, I have mentors who are younger than me or the same age, right? They're not all just older, right? And so it's about that connection. It's about being on that same wavelength. But they can counterbalance you. They complement you in some way. Like my best mentors had nothing to do with technology. They didn't know anything about technology, right? The way we know. They were all about human nature, and they could reflect that and help me get more human focused, more empathetic. Because I was so detailed in the technology, I needed to see from other perspectives. But then they wanted to learn more about the technology, right? Or they thought that this idea was so great that it should exist. Now let's work together. So it's really, they have to find you and you have to find them, and that's by sharing. You just don't go and look it up on, on the internet and say who's the best mentors in the world. It just doesn't work that way.
So form a network of people and see where. It's like finding relationships, finding love, all that kind of
Human
nature. Venture capitalists, money. Do VCs help or hurt business in general? So, like in those early stages in the chase of developing what you want, just what's the constructive and destructive power of money in the development of a brilliant idea and the deployment of a brilliant idea?
I have seen brilliant venture capitalists. I have seen horrible ones that care about their LPs more than they care about the entrepreneurs. Of course, everyone's in it. At the end of the day, especially venture capital, they have to give a return to their limited partners, the people who invest the money that that they have to shepherd that money and make sure it's watched over. But when there's not a balance, a pushback in a venture capitalist between what the LP needs and what the entrepreneur needs, and that the entrepreneur might be trying really hard, but if they don't see, the VC doesn't see the exit's going to happen in 2 years, and they just leave them hanging. When the value exchange is only money and not mentorship or ideas or other things. When there's not a relationship, but really a transaction, that's when money is tough. Because you can get money everywhere. Maybe it's a little harder today, over the last month. But you can still find people with money who are on that, who want to enable your mission and can be mentors. Not always, not all of them, but some of them can be mentors. But if they're on your side, then it's incredibly powerful. It's not just 1 + 1 = 2, right? It's something bigger. Because then they can bring their networks of people and their networks of companies and other people they work with that might want to join your mission, right? That's the kind of venture capitalist and smart money that's out there, right? You have to build a relationship. People go, oh, look at that valuation. Oh, it's the brand name of the VC that's investing in it. No, it boils down to who's that partner and how experienced are they. Don't just give me the brand. Give me the person, because that's the person I'm going to be interacting with.
I asked a million questions. I would ask, well,
Keep it forward.
we'll me ask you, it seems like out of all the brilliant things you write about, it seems like not an important question, but it's a fascinating one for these lawyers. You write about this. So, does a company need lawyers? And why? And what kind? Because you write about the value of this game, I guess. For us, a game, a video game. It's. Why do we need lawyers?
You sound exasperated.
I don't have a good question. I guess well, it's because why have lawyers? Why have lawyers? You would do this.
We just have to put why in front of everything you ask, and then we're there.
A lawyer. Why?
Even mafiosos had lawyers. Okay? You know, Tony Soprano, Scarface, all of them had lawyers, right? Why? Because there are things in this world that you don't always consider in the government, in laws, in competitors, because you're so focused on what you're doing, they have to watch out for you, right? Now, the best kind of lawyers are the ones who try to work with you to enable what you're doing and see gray areas. Law is not black or white. It's how it's interpreted, right? And so they can help interpret things a certain way or help push on things a certain way to get change happen or allow change to happen. Because if you have lawyers who are always, just like you were talking about PR people, if you have lawyers who are always saying no to everything, because their job is to really say no or maybe, they'll never say yes.
And you also say their job is to say no and bill you by the hour.
Exactly.
Depressing.
Right?
Yeah.
If you don't want to know, don't ask them. Because you're going to get a no, maybe, and then you get charged for it. And you'll get charged for it anyway, right? So to have a partner, to have them on your team, to help you see maybe some of the things you don't see, some consequences, they help to rein that in or change your language. Like, are you going to get sued for this ad? Just change this one word and it helps, right? So you need to have a partner. Most of the time, especially engineers or designers, they see lawyers as only stifling. Lawyers can actually, if you do it right and you have the right type, they can actually open up a whole new world for you because of the interpretation and how we go about doing things.
And they help you not get bogged down in the pain of little mistakes that didn't mean anything.
Exactly. You shot yourself in the foot and you didn't even know it. You didn't even know you were carrying the gun.
Just to jump around, Charles Bukowski once wrote, "Find what you love and let it kill you." So the question is about work-life balance.
That's like finding an idea and let it change you.
Yeah, but a little more aggressive. So what does work-life balance look like that maximizes success and or happiness? Is there such a thing as work-life balance? Can you speak
When your work is your life, and I mean that in the positive sense. When you're on a mission that really matters, and you know that you can really affect not just yourself but other people's lives, and then that is very rewarding, right? That's not work. That's, like I said, a mission, right? You adopt that. But that said, you still need to have boundaries yourself. At General Magic, wonderful documentary. No one's seen it. You got to see that. It's amazing. I was physically and mentally unhealthy, socially unhealthy as well, because I put every waking minute into this thing. Every ounce of me. And when it was a spectacular disaster, we were making the iPhone 15 years too early. The bottom fell out. I had nothing left. I had to get healthy socially, emotionally, physically after that trauma. I let everything go. I learned from that you have to, even though you might put everything into your work, you need to find balance outside of it. Now, that doesn't mean you're always, it's 3 days a week working and 4 days a week or whatever it was. You're still working as hard as ever. But what you're doing is you're making sure when your thinking time is during work, that you're not ruminating at 3 in the morning. You use the tools that you have to put those ideas into databases or on pages or somewhere else so you can go back and look at them. So you're not always having to remember, because what happens is most people don't write stuff down. So they just sit there, I got to remember this, I got to remember this, I got to remember this. If you just put it into the tools and you can come back to it, you come back fresh. time is about ruminating about what I need to get done and remembering everything instead of doing the work.
That's fascinating. So if you just put it down on paper, you can actually escape it.
Right.
Escape it for a time. To have peace for a time. You mentioned general magic. Let me ask you the Russian question. Uh, what's been the darkest moments of your life? What are some of the darkest places you've gone in your mind? You talked about, if you're doing these kinds of things with startups, you're gonna have to face a crisis.